We just drink water when we're thirsty. So no, I don't. What do I drink? Nothing. I mean, I write usually on a sofa. Because I think once I used to have trouble with my back and I realized that lying down was much more comfortable, and now it's just a bad habit and I can't get out of it. But basically I can write anywhere. When I'm writing, I can write anywhere, or sitting up or lying down or doing whatever. When I'm not writing, which is a lot of the time, or I can't write, then it doesn't matter where I am. I do have a fantasy about anybody old enough to remember The Prisoner will remember that there were these big curved chairs where that would sort of fly around the room, and I've always had a fantasy about a big curved chair where I can sort of sit back and it'll fly around the room. So if anyone wants to give me one, I'm ready.
But you're not drinking whiskey?
No, what do I look like, Ernest Hemingway? No.
You know, the other person who used to write on a sofa was Barbara Cartland.
Oh, of course.
You and she.
And actually, people do write in bed, and I do sometimes write in bed, and they don't like to admit it, and I don't like to admit it, because it just feels so kind of grubby somehow. But I do. Especially because I have the heat off in my apartment during the day. Right. And so I'm often, under a blanket with my fingers freezing.
You're writing in pen or on a screen?
Oh, please. I can't even sign my name anymore.
Well, Meg is here with us to answer questions that were either emailed to the programme or posted on social media about her novel, How I Live Now. Published in 2004, it's become a massive international bestseller, translated into 27 languages. It's also won top awards in the USA, Britain and Germany, and in 2013 it was made into a film with Saoirse Ronan. So, what's so extraordinary about it? Well, it's a love story and a story of war, but with a twist, because its narrator, Daisy, is only 15. A teenage American sent to live with her aunt and cousins in Britain, who finds herself thrust into a world of soldiers and fighting, fear and hunger, while at the same time experiencing her first deep love affair. How I Live Now isn't set in the past, it's set in the near future. The conflict that Daisy and her cousins must navigate is an imaginary Third World War. And Meg Rosoff, a lot of our listeners have contacted us with questions about this curious war you've invented, and we're going to hear now from two of them. They emailed worldbookclub@bbc.co.uk. They are an Iraqi-Canadian, Suad Sharabani, and first we're going to hear from an American who, like you, lives here in the UK.
Hi, this is Maggie Mitchell from Shrewsbury in Shropshire. I really enjoyed reading this novel. The war that happens is not one that has really taken place, but it feels like it's happened and is happening somewhere in the world today. In this dystopian novel, is the war a metaphor for how teenagers view the horrors of the adult world, or is it a more accurate portrayal of what adults are really doing to the world while young adults watch?
Hi, my name is Suad Sharabani. I live in Toronto, Canada. I just want to tell you, first of all, that I loved the book, absolutely loved it. And I have a couple of questions. One of them is, in some ways, your book feels like it is describing a milder version of the atrocities currently happening in Gaza, which is accessible to us anywhere and anytime. Do you agree?
Well, so that's Suad Sharabani and before her Maggie Mitchell, and they're both asking, in effect, two questions. The first one, I guess, if you could answer that first, is why did you set the novel in this imaginary war?
Oh, that's a very, it's a very big question. Well, I suppose it could be a metaphor if you want to think of it as a metaphor. I didn't write it as a metaphor. I don't think... Well, I think I have to start in a way by saying that I'm Jewish, and so I've been brought up with that whole sense of something might happen. And in fact, I terrorized my poor daughter, who said she spent a lot of time talking about it in therapy, by sitting her down from about the age of 6 and saying, now, if anything happens, I want you to take your American passport, fly to America, and somehow get across the border to Canada. And she used to look at me and go, but can't I just fly to Canada? And then, of course, she started saying, what do you mean if anything happens? Of course, now she's 27 and she gets it much more. So there is that sort of sense that something might happen. All the time, something might happen. And in fact, I was talking to a friend of mine just yesterday who said that her husband's father, who was sent out of Germany at the age of 13 and was 90-something when I met him, made her promise not to wait if something happened. And it's those words, if something happened. And I guess also when I first moved to London, the war in the former Yugoslavia was going on. So that was 35 years ago. And being an American, you suffer from this kind of over there syndrome where things always happen kind of somewhere else. You know, Americans are rather kind of enclosed in a continent far away. And as we were watching all this stuff unfolding on TV, my husband was pointing at the screen and saying, oh, was it the Mostar Bridge that was blown up? He said, oh, I remember seeing that when my parents took me there on holiday. So suddenly there was this sense of it being incredibly close. So, you know, the sense of being part of the world, I think, became much more immediate to me when I moved to England.
It's interesting because Suad Sharabani in particular talks about the war that's going on, the conflict at the moment in the Middle East. But of course, what it feels like in this book is actually curiously prescient because the book's 20 years old, but it seems to be describing the current state of conflict in that it's not just in the Middle East, it's in Europe, it's in Africa, it's all over the place, different kinds of wars, different kinds of insurgencies, and it's not at all clear.
It's like wildfires almost.
Absolutely, absolutely like wildfires.
You know, the thing I really found rereading it was that I had a conversation, which I remember, with my agent, and because this was my first novel, so I had no idea that it took a whole year between when you deliver a manuscript and when the book comes out. And I remember saying to my agent, you know, all this is going to be over by the time it comes out. Well, how wrong was I?
It feels even more current to me because it's such a peculiar situation in the globe at the moment.
Yeah. But, you know, the thing in Gaza, I mean, again, rereading it, I was thinking, I just saw that wonderful film, A Real Pain, which is about the third generation of Holocaust survivors and is a fantastic film. And I thought, okay, so there is that in it as well. There is that sort of inherited Jewish trauma, and there's the new Jewish trauma of looking at what's happening in Israel and feeling, oh my God, how can this be us? How can we, you know, be doing this? Even though I don't identify as Israeli in any way, but that's also very traumatic. So yeah, it's a complicated world at the moment.
Well, let's, I think, meet your heroine, Elizabeth, known as Daisy. And would you read, Meg Rosoff, from the point in How I Live Now where Daisy is just arriving in London from New York?
Okay. I'm coming off this plane, and I'll tell you why that is later, and landing at London Airport, and I'm looking around for a middle-aged kind of woman who I've seen in pictures, who's my Aunt Pen. Anyway, I'm looking, and everyone's leaving, and there's no signal on my phone, and I'm thinking, oh, great. I'm going to be abandoned at the airport, so that's 2 countries they don't want me in. When I notice everyone's gone except this kid, who comes up to me and says, you must be Daisy. And when I look relieved, he does too, and says, I'm Edmund. Hello, Edmund, I said. Nice to meet you. And I look at him hard to try to get a feel for what my new life with my cousins might be like. Now, let me tell you what he looks like before I forget, because it's not exactly what you'd expect from your average 14-year-old, what with the cigarette and hair that looks like he cut it himself with a hatchet in the dead of night. But aside from that, he's exactly like some kind of mutt. You know, the ones you see in the dog shelters who are kind of hopeful and sweet and put their nose straight into your hand when they meet you with a certain kind of dignity. And you know from that second that you're going to take him home. Well, that's him. Only he took me home. I'll take your bag, he said, and even though he's about half a mile shorter than me and has arms about as thick as a dog leg, he grabs my bag and I grab it back and say, where's your mom? Is she in the car? And he smiles and takes a drag on his cigarette, which, even though I know smoking kills and all that, I think is a little bit cool, but maybe all the kids in England smoke cigarettes? Anyway, he says Mum couldn't come to the airport because she's working and it's not worth anyone's life to interrupt her while she's working, and everyone else was somewhere else, so I drove here myself. I looked at him funny then. You drove here yourself? You drove here yourself? Yeah, well, and I'm the Duchess of Panama's private secretary. And then he gave a little shrug and a little dog shelter dog kind of tilt of his head, and he pointed at a falling-apart black Jeep, and he opened the door by reaching in through the window, which was open, and pulling the handle up and yanking. He threw my bag in the back, though more like pushed it in because it was pretty heavy, and then said, "Get in, Cousin Daisy." And there was nothing else I could think of to do, so I got in. I'm still trying to get my head around all this when instead of following the signs that say exit, he turns the car up and drives across to a sign that says do not enter. And of course he enters, and then suddenly we're out on the highway. "Can you believe what they charge just to park there for an hour?" he says to me. Well, to be fair, there's no way I'm believing any of this, being driven along on the wrong side of the road by a skinny kid dragging on a cigarette. And let's face it, who wouldn't be thinking what a weird place England is? And then he looked at me again in his funny doggy way, and he said, "You'll get used to it." Which was strange, too, because I hadn't said anything out loud.
I love that. I love the fact that she just, as one does, you arrive in a foreign country and you see a kid of 14 smoking and you just think, oh, hey, maybe that's what happens right over here. We've got a question for you, in fact, which relates to that. This is from a one-time producer of World Book Club, in fact, a long-time one-time producer, Karen Holden.
Hello, Meg. When you were writing How I Live Now, did you draw on your own experience of the culture shock of coming over from America to live in the UK and finding the country initially more foreign than you anticipated?
Yeah, that's a great question. And of course, I mean, I always think that it's mainly male writers who, when you say, was there anything autobiographical about your book? And they go, no, nothing of that. It all came from my wonderful imagination. But of course, I think that's pretty much untrue all the time. And in my case, I came over to England when I was 20. I left university because I hated it. And I came to London to go to art school, which I didn't really understand at all. But I fell absolutely desperately madly in love with London. This was 1977, and it was grey and dirty and miserable, and I thought, I have come home. Because I'd grown up in the suburbs and never felt comfortable. I always refused to pledge allegiance to the flag. I never felt very American. And here I was in this big, dirty, exciting, wonderful city where everybody smoked, and I had to find a room to live in, and my landlord turned out to be my first true love. I mean, it really couldn't have been done better if it had been scripted. So yes, a huge amount of it is based on my own experience.
And Maggie Mitchell, who we heard from earlier, has had a second question for you.
Hi, it's Maggie again. For me, Daisy's anorexia is a key theme of the book. It propels Daisy to England and towards the life she lives now, but takes a back seat to the events that then unfold. And then it resolves itself in the war-torn world. What can you tell us about Daisy's eating disorder and the role it plays in her story?
Yes, we learned quite early on, we just realise that Daisy has an eating disorder. She has a problem with food. Why?
I didn't feel that eating disorders, I still don't feel that eating disorders are talked about very much in novels. I suppose they are probably now in lots of YA fiction. There's probably a lot of conversation.
Young adult fiction.
Yeah, young adult. But I sort of think that this whole business of women, the way women look at themselves and the way women starve themselves, not stopping when they're 16 and not stopping when they're 25 or when they're 30, is kind of underexplored. And I didn't want to make it an issue book in that sense. I didn't want that to be the main thing, but it seemed like the sort of thing that a neurotic, difficult girl from New York would suffer from. And I had also been thinking, I think in terms of the former Yugoslavia, it had come into my head at one point, what happens to someone with an eating disorder when there's not enough food? And Daisy does address that towards the very end of the book. She said, "Oh, what an irony! Everyone else is starving, and I finally have found my appetite." I've just been thinking recently, as I've been writing for adults a bit more, that no one talks about. Women are always getting up and going out, on a date or to a restaurant. People don't talk about the 17 outfits that you pull out of your closet. Nothing looks good on you because it's not a good week, or your hair's wrong, or you've gained 3 pounds. And it feels like one of those basic dishonesties in women's stories.
And now we've got a couple of questions that were posted on Instagram by Carly, and here's her first one.
Hello, Meg. My name is Carly, and I live in Shrewsbury in the UK. My question is, how important is family, including found family, to the characters of Daisy and Edmund? Thank you.
Yeah, found family. I mean, I had a difficult family growing up. What writer didn't? What person didn't? And, I'm still close to what's left of it in a way, but there was a lot of shouting and a lot of, what we would now call neurodiversity. In those days, we just called it madness. And the idea of found family has always been really important to me. That you find friends, you find people who become your passionate companions in life. And I'm 68, so I'm not that young, but I have had friends for 65 years, almost 64 years. My oldest friend I met when I was 4. So yeah, the passion of friendship, I think, as a replacement family in a way.
I mean, Daisy has reasons to want a found family, a new family, because her father is remarried. Her mother died giving birth to her.
That's right.
Her father's remarried, and the new wife is about to have a baby, and she feels totally excluded and pushed away by that.
Exactly. And Daisy is a very unreliable narrator as well. I mean, I've had people complain to me that I'm just perpetuating the, the stereotype of the terrible stepmother because she calls her Davina the diabolical. But we're looking at it through her eyes. We're looking at everything through her eyes. In this kind of galloping, slightly stream of consciousness prose. And I have said to people, we actually don't know. She might be quite nice, but
the stepmother.
The stepmother, but Daisy has set her mind against her and doesn't want that to be her family. And obviously, now we would say unrealized trauma from her mother dying when she was born. Obviously, that's quite a difficult thing, and somebody coming and taking her place. That all those sort of difficult issues kind of bubbling up inside of a person that start to come out more and more as they get older.
Well, the second question from Carly is this.
Daisy and Edmund have an unconventional relationship. Can you talk a little about your reasons for choosing cousins as the love interest?
And before you answer that, can I just read on the same subject? We had an email from Sadhu Sader in London, who is rather more explicit. He says, the relationship between Daisy and Edmund includes a sexual relationship with a cousin. Did that portray love or simple infatuation? Now, this is quite a controversial subject, cousins having sex.
Yeah, I think I was a bit simple-minded about it. I could easily have had it not be cousins, but it didn't really occur to me that it would be problematic, partly because falling in love with your first cousin isn't such a rare thing. Again, I mean, back to the Eastern European Jews, they all were marrying their cousins because they weren't allowed to marry out, which is why there are all these, kind of genetic problems with these enclosed populations. They had never met each other. They hadn't grown up together. And I think I also remember reading a story at the time, which is the kind of thing that sticks in a writer's head, of two people who fell madly in love, they had both been adopted, I think, and they turned out, as they went for their marriage certificate or their marriage to post the banns or whatever they do, they discovered that they were in fact brother and sister who had been adopted into different families. And so, writer's brain, what do you think about? Why do people fall in love? Is it sameness? Is it different? Is it genetic? Is it a recognition of somebody who is like you? I think that why do people fall in love is a question that obsesses me anyway, because so often it happens across a crowded room and people say, oh, I saw him standing there and I knew he was one I was going to marry. And you think, well, how did you know? What do you mean you knew? But there are, I don't know, there are these mysterious elements that that bring people together. And I thought, yeah, cousins, that might be mysterious.
One thing that's very interesting about the relationship between the two is that there's an element of telepathic communication that goes on. And I wasn't sure, it kind of slips almost into a fantasy at that point.
Yeah, well, think way back, all of us people, into when you were madly, madly in love. And, one of the things that happens is you feel, oh my God, they understand all my thoughts. They can read my thoughts. They know what I'm, what's going on in my head. And the intensity of a new love affair, particularly, makes that true. I think there is a lot of truth in the idea that when you are madly, intensely in a relationship with someone, there is a sense that you are reading their thoughts and they are reading your thoughts. And I pushed it a little bit because I'm interested in the edges of things, so I pushed it a little bit over towards the cliff, okay, so he actually is anticipating what she wants. He can actually hear her thoughts. But, it's not that far from what's real.
Meg Rosoff, thank you. And we're going to find out more about Daisy and Edmund after a quick break for the news. Don't go away. We're back very shortly.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Show me your friend, tell you how. Oh, my friend, I know fit deny. It was the good times we shared, never ever ever forend. I will never forget. Good times are always good. Lately, I have been so cold, and I wanna be with you, my friend. Good times are always good. Lately, I have been so cold, and I wanna be with you, my friend.
They say blood is thicker than water. Some friends are loyal than brothers. True. It's who I run to when life sometimes gets hard. I know you'll never talk behind my back. I pray that I live long with you, my friend. Forgive every wrong I do. I may not have money, but with you I am rich, my friend. Some family, they will judge and condemn you, but you never leave me, no, you'll never ever leave me. Gaga music. Yeah, yeah. Big up on this. Super. Yeah. Whoa, yeah, whoa, yes, yeah. All of my blessings they show. I'm never walking alone. Oluwa down for me 10 toes. He never letting me go. Now the whole world wanting for more. I go they give them they go.
First name Jaga, last name Abaga with Larry Gaga. Now tell me who wants drama. I'ma keep giving them hits like a hammer. Mama dreadlocks looking like a bandana. My grandnana said I'm bringing the best grammar. The flow, yes, is fresh panorama. Sunshine make a man taking the dama. Rhyme and Jaga like 8 banana. Oh nana, sip champagne and parlay, and then we get irie after party.
All of my blessings they show. I'm never walking alone. Oluwa down for me 10 toes. He never letting me go. Now the whole world wanting for more. I go they give them they go.
First name Jaga, last name Abaga with Larry Gaga. Them niggas don't want nada.
I be on my Billy. Money I go they control. Yeah, all the love we be getting. And that's what my God I know. Yeah. I thank God for me life. I thank God for me life. Oh no, oh say we go there alright. Say me go there alright.
One shot for Jaga, another shot for Gaga. I roll with men who take shot for them brother. One for the road, one shot for the bladder. We got harder, niggas don't want
there are tendencies of lightning strikes happening. There is the sort of weather you see in the US this period of the year, summer in certain parts of the year, not all parts. And you don't want a situation whereby you put the life of the players and the fans at risk. People usually go inside and don't come out over there when these sort of storms are happening. So there's no need to continue playing football because you want to continue playing football. It's like here, when the rain starts falling so heavily, there's no need to play because you know the ball will be so soaked and everybody will start slipping and falling on the floor or the pitch. So it is what it is. FIFA is using this to also help because the World Cup will be next year. It will be more of it'll be much bigger stage than this, and you're trying to probably look at ways to correct or make sure such doesn't repeat itself again. But the venues have been set, so it is what it is. And sadly, in the US, with all the money they spend in building stadiums, 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, they know they put retractable roof. They don't even like putting roof over their stadiums. That is the funny thing. It has to be of recent. The new ones like the SoFi. So far you'll be hosting, and some of the very new ones, the one that was built in Las Vegas, now the name skips my head. Those are some of the few, but most of those other big stadiums or those other big stadia don't have roofings over them. So I think FIFA will definitely be looking at this and looking for a way around this. At least they have 1 year to plan going into the World Cup next year. But I mean, we're still enjoying the Club World Cup, whether Enzo Maresca likes it or not. That felt like overtime that felt like timeout in basketball.
In basketball,
where you're losing and you just call that quick timeout and say, let's see, this is one last play, let's give it a go. But I mean, Chelsea are lucky they went through Benfica, and there are some things happening also as regards other sports. So it's great to be here this afternoon.
Okay, let's also hear the voice of Benjamin Mina. Good afternoon to you, Benjamin.
Good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to Henry and Ovier. It's good to be here to talk sports. Over the weekend, we saw the President Federations Cup finals between Abakaliki, the Rice Boys. They are fondly called the Rice Boys. They couldn't, they were served couple of rice, but it's not the Arsenal rice. But they didn't come to the party. Well, I think they gave a good account of themselves, ended goalless, and they lost 4-2 to the penalty shootout. And then we saw the female side of things, Rivers Angels, showing how big they are, coming from a goal down.
2 goals down.
Yeah, 2 goals down, rather, to actually draw that game 2-2 and then beat, what's it called? The Amazons.
Yeah, Nazara Amazons.
Yeah, the Nazara Amazons on the penalty. Same way, then that's what the Federations Cup is all about. Lots of drama there, suspension, heartbeats here and there. But at the end of the day, they're here. They've got the trophy. They've defended their trophy successfully. And for the England under-21, they defended their trophy too. Harvey Elliott, the best player in that tournament, and not forgetting about what Henry said, the Club World Cup. I think we need to brace ourselves for more of this because it's still the same time that the World Cup is going to, be taking center stage. We have to brace ourselves because lots of these. And Jurgen Klopp is on the menu today.
Jurgen Klopp. Yeah, so is in the line. Is in the same school of thought with Enzo Maresca. This shouldn't be happening.
Well, if you want to hear more of that, you have to. There's the football segment of this side, 3 o'clock. We get to talk about football. But on that note, come on, sit down, take a chill pill, and enjoy the show.
All right, Viet Wallace is here as well. Viet, good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to Benjamin and Henry. Good afternoon to listeners in Port Harcourt, in the state, and also in and around the country. As usual, Sunday afternoon, right here, talking sports with you guys. Everything that's happening in the world of sports. We have athletics on the menu, Formula 1 on the menu, boxing on the menu, the FIBA Eurobasket currently going on for the women, the Afrobasket for the women, the list, Nigeria has released the list. Trades have been going on lately, some shocking trades I know. In football aspect, we saw what happened last night, Chelsea against Benfica, 4-1 in extra time. Palmeiras against Botafogo, Palmeiras beating Botafogo to advance and will be facing Chelsea in the quarterfinals. But let's talk about in the world of sports. So let me not dilly-dally and let's just carry on with the show.
Surely that's what we are here to do. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there for your reactions. 0701933996. So that is 0701933996. Again, 0701933996. So that's our SMS and our WhatsApp portal. Hooray! our primary YouTube page is back in active, streaming live. Thanks for your patience. Watch and listen live via YouTube at Today951FM. At Today951FM. We are back stronger, better, and more committed to serve you via our YouTube page. So at Today951FM, you go there and see, be part of the conversation here, not just by listening, but by also seeing what's going on right here in the studio. Because sometimes you need to look at Benjamin's face when he's dropping some analysis, when he's talking about certain clubs, and then you're like, okay, Benjamin, I know where this is coming from. Or is it Henry's face when he wants to be very serious? Henry can be very serious, trust me, when he wants to emphasize on a point and he comes at you and I'll be like, bro, calm down now. Analysis will still they do, stuff like that. And then Ovie can be so indifferent. Ovie will just be there and, okay, yeah, it's true. That your usual cool daddy. Okay, I understand. I don't understand. No, but it's not like that now. And stuff like that. So you need to look at these guys for real, while we're talking. And the only way to do that is via our YouTube page at Today951FM, at Today951FM. That also gives you the opportunity, or make that a privilege, to see behind the scenes, because radio these days is audio visual. Back in the days it used to be just about audio alone. So audio was like the primary point of service for radio, but these days, due to advancements in technology, we are now doing audio visual. So maybe I'll be technically wrong to say behind the scene is watching us on YouTube, but I can also be technically correct when you look at what radio is about these days. But then again, the major thing is that at Today951FM is back. So, want to get started with athletics. Let's talk about the fear that so many other athletes might join Favour Ofili. Yes, for Favour Ofili, nothing official just yet, right? The only thing that World Athletics confirmed is that they have received international alliance switches from 4 athletes to Turkey. So Turkey have sent them a list of athletes, about 4 of them, who have decided to switch from their different countries to Turkey. And in the statements that World Athletics sent to the Punch when they inquired, they said, we cannot reveal the names of these athletes for privacy purposes, to protect the athlete. We cannot release the names, but we can confirm to you that we've received such notions from Turkey, but nothing has been confirmed. Their NRP nationality review panel will have to sit on it, make a decision based on the prevalent conditions, and also decide whether they will have to go through the mandatory 3 years wait, or they will have to waive it for them due to some conditions, especially when it affects the welfare and the career of such athletes. But right now there are fears that more athletes could be switching allegiance from Nigeria to other countries. While speaking to Sunday Independent, a sports stakeholder revealed that apart from the poor welfare of the country's athletes, there is more to Favour Ofili, the latest Nigerian sportswoman to change nationality, rejecting Nigeria, albeit yet to be officially confirmed by World Athletics. The source, a very dependable voice, according to this report in the Sports Corridor, said Ofili's decision was mainly influenced by her fears of witch hunt following her experience in both Tokyo and Paralympics Games, particularly the latter where she was regrettably omitted from her race. After the mission, there was an investigative committee set up by then Minister of Sport John Owaneno. Till today, the report is yet to see the light of the day, while those who ensured that she missed her race are still walking free. It was a national embarrassment, and efforts would have been made to get them punished for that show of shame. So I have been told that that is the main reason. She's afraid that those who cause her pain are still in the system and may come back to complete their job, the source told Independent correspondent. Recall that Philly last week communicated to the Athletics Integrity Unit expressing her desire to jump Nigeria for Turkey, explaining that her decision was not as a result of financial benefit but caused by the inclement and poor attitudes of Athletics Federation of Nigeria to athletes. Meanwhile, Ofele is the latest reflection of how poor and inconsistent Nigerian sports have been managed, which dates back to years. There have been gales of nationality switches involving Nigerian athletes who had to go on to make successes of their decision with their new nation. For example, Annette Echukunwoke, a hammer thrower who won silver at the 2024 Olympics, became the first American woman to win a medal in the event. Imagine if she competed for Nigeria. She holds the African record with a throw of 75.49 meters while she was in Nigeria and was the former NCAA champion at the University of Cincinnati. Let me leave her. There are so many records linked to her name, but let me leave her. Ebelechukwu Akpaponwu is another athlete that dumps Nigeria and teamed up with another country. She left and pledged allegiance to Bahrain, where she took the name Sawa Eid Nassar. Born in Indonesia to a Nigerian mother and a Bahraini father, she switched allegiance to Bahrain, citing an inclement environment in Nigeria. She went on to achieve successes in Bahrain for her records. In 2019, she was the fastest world 400 meters champion with third fastest time in history. Championship. She also won bronze. She also won World Championship bronze in the mixed 4x400 meters relay and was the 2017 World 400 meters silver medalist. There are so many records to her name, so I'm going to have to leave her. Well, there is also Femi Ogunode, who switched allegiance to Qatar. I'm going to leave all of them. But one thing that can be certain is that each time they leave, they go to their next country, they perform. That's one thing that is common among those who have decided to switch. Yeah, Nigeria also has those who have performed for the country, doesn't it? Okay, Henry, I don't know where that come from. But that's the more reason why she watches on YouTube. Should have seen Henry's reaction. There's also Florence Ekpo Umo, while advancing reasons for her decision to represent Germany. She said, I switched allegiance to Germany because I had this feeling that if I stayed one more year in Nigeria, my career would end. I saw athletes begging to make the team. It was a big shame. Let me leave our records. Gloria Lozier. Then plenty. I want to leave their records and their reactions. Yeah, I already mentioned Francis Ebikwelu. Okay, so this is a lengthy read. Well, let me start from here. So let me start from here. Regrettably, Nigeria has tended to see athletes as cannon foders and special purpose vehicles who are only good for championships without commensurate compensations. For example, the system in Nigeria is known to promise everything to athletes and only to renege once the competition is over. Years back, news emerged how Paralympians who represented Nigeria in the 2000 Paralympic Games reportedly went back to beg on the streets, as the National Daily reported. Saw a number of them under the National Stadium Lagos Bridge begging up for arms. Precisely, Nigerian athletes face significant challenges, including inadequate sports facilities, equipment, and the lack of motivation stemming from systemic issues within sports administration. These issues hinder athletes' ability to train effectively and perform at their best. Also, there's lack of adequate facilities in the primary and secondary schools to train and build young talent, and it is one of the major challenges impeding the advancement of sports. A structured grassroots-focused approach to discover and develop athletes is pivotal in the process of producing and retaining athletes. Chief Adegbo Yonegbin, the veteran football administrator, said, until Nigeria has its clear-cut approach towards grassroots development in sport, nothing would work as establishment look for quality talent to identify with any country. We don't have any sports policy. I mean, one that recognizes the place of grassroots sport development whereby athletes will be discovered and trained early. He told the media in the past, as seen by independent correspondents. If Nigeria is serious, we should have a structured a structured sports development policy and then follow it religiously, because when we have very good athletes every now and then, it won't be hard for sponsors to chase them. He, however, said if passionately people can run the system while government pays huge attention to sports with adequate financial injection through provision of facilities, training grants, things can change. Honestly, Nigeria is not ready to develop sports going by what happened at the last AFN election, said the sport administrator from Lagos. Do you know that those at the National Sports Commission were responsible for whoever gets what? And that was why they placed a blanket ceiling on certain individuals through their criteria. I can count 1 or 2 persons at the NSC who are primarily milking athletics dry, and they are the ones who liaise to place people where they want them to be, people they can easily use. Ask yourself, what has been the template for the development of athletics in the last couple of years? None, because their interest is in the money and not to take Nigerian sports to the next level. Today it is a filly. Who knows who it would be tomorrow, because the conditions that made her and others to dump Nigeria haven't changed, he said. However, people with passion can change the system. Also, sports in Nigeria needs big investment, and this is where I think the government is not doing enough. So there are that fear, or more fears, that there could be further athletes switching allegiances to other countries. Henry, let's talk about the reports or the committee that was put together to investigate the issues surrounding Fivofili at the Olympics. It was set by the then Sports Minister John Owaneno, and now we have the National Sports Commission led by Malam Shehu Diko. Can there be continuity between these two? Yes, these are two different franchises or two different parastatals, although it is still seen as a sports commission. You know, when the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, came on board, he decided to first off, what's the word? Disassociate or dismember or disassemble. I don't know what word comes in, but Ministry of Sport and Ministry of Youth, make them independent. And afterward, it was not still comfortable. And now say, okay, let's remove anything Ministry of Sport and then let's go back to National Sports Commission. There's also Harris Njala stating that even the Ministry of Sport, the National Sports Commission, isn't fully structured. That according to the Constitution, it's supposed to have so many other members. But these days, just like it looks like the only thing we have in that National Sports Commission, they are not just 2 persons. The DG. Olopade and the chairman. So you're now thinking National Sports Commission, now only 2 people they run the commission. So two folds now. Isn't it possible for them to have inherited whatever happened and see that people who were involved in whatever happened to Philly don't go unpunished?
First of all, we're not a serious country. I think that's where I start from. We are not serious at all in every walk or aspect of life. We are not serious, and sports is it looks like sports is like one of the worst when you look at it. Why would you expect continuity to happen when the man who came, why Owaneno was actually Senator John Owaneno was actually, we used to say, unhappy about that. This is a man, yes, he's a politician, a former senator, but he's not really in the sports system. You're bringing Shehu Diko that has been in this system for long, and most of these people are in part. Sorry to sound like I'm not trying to, it's not, but most of these people are people he knows and relates with. Am I lying or am I? I mean, the way I relate with, okay, I might know somebody in a different sector, and I can maybe get to know the person, but the way I relate with the person will probably be the same way I relate with you, Reliance, or any other person I know in this, because there's that familiarity and there's that camaraderie that is already there existent at the end of the day. So I technically in Nigeria, one thing we've always dealt with is continuity when switching administrations or switching or moving from one hand to the other. Let's ask ourselves, has there actually been continuity from what Pinnick did, although we ask ourselves what did Pinnick do, to what Ibrahim Gusso did? No. And that's one thing. So look, if Senator John Eno was still there, probably we would have had something happen. Maybe not the sort of punishment we are hoping for, but definitely something would have happened. Something would have to give. Last, even if it's one scapegoat, we get to see that scapegoat and the whole issue is trashed. But at the end of the day, that whole thing was swept under the carpet. It was swept under the carpet, and we all know that it was shortly after the Olympic Games that the sports ministry was Olympic and Paralympic Games, that the sports ministry was disbanded and the NSC was now put in charge. And the funny thing is that the NSC doesn't even still have a structure. We all felt maybe it's just changing the whole name of the whole parastatal and everything, then putting Shehu Diko there, but somehow still the people working in the Ministry of Sport still get to handle the affairs of the NSC, or maybe that's still the case, but we don't still understand the structure of the NSC up to now at this point in time, because like we say, everything we're saying as regards NSC is either Shehu Diko or Lokbade. We don't know who are in charge of documentation and a lot of other things in the NSC, so, and that's a problem. Reliance, we have no structure. I mean, you said it well in your in what you read out and everything. We have no structure as regards sports. Be it, let's leave the grassroots first. At the top, there's no structure. So how do you expect the grassroots to be sane and to have a structure if the people at the top cannot get things right at the end of the day? So it's one problem we're struggling with now. Normally, with the Ministry of Sports, we have a lot of question marks over them. How they organize the federation elections and all that. And with the NSC, we're not seeing anything different. At the end of the day, okay, they said there are powers in the NSC that are putting who and who there. What are the powers? Because we only know 2 people in the NSC at the end of the day. So what's going on, or what's playing out behind the scene? I think Favour has every right to be scared.
That these people could come back
because she came. I mean, we all remember the African Championship before the Olympic Games in Douala. That was in Douala, right? In Cameroon, a lot of them came out to castigate the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, and Favour was one of the people in the middle of in the heat of that and in the middle of that. And we also were talking about the fact that they are not patriotic, blah blah blah, this that, and all that stuff. So they are looking at all these things that are happening. I missed my shot in Tokyo. I missed my shot in Paris. I'm not getting any younger. By the next Olympic Games, Favour will be about 28, 29. I have to do something. I have to get a medal. I have to put something on the table. I have to show that at least I got something. We all celebrate Daniel Igali for a gold medal today. It's not with Nigeria, it's for Canada. But he has the gold medal. It's to Daniel. Yes, Canada won it, but Daniel Igali won a gold medal for Canada. That's what will be there in the record book. So Favour wants to do that for herself. And she's seen how this whole thing is run. Her name being left out because of the series of issues she has been having with them for a while. Miraculously, her name was left out for an event she qualified for the Olympics. I think that should have been the breaking point. That was what broke the camel's back. And that was simply it. If I were Favour, I would do the same thing. And even other athletes looking at what Favour is going through are probably looking at and saying, there's no need to stand up and talk or fight. They want to put you through hell, or through, it's not a conducive environment. Unconducive environment, and you expect me to go and win a medal. I can't even win a medal. People I'm competing with are already preparing. I can't win a medal, so I have to do myself a favor, give myself a chance at putting my name in the history books, making sure my name is never forgotten. And what's the best option or best way to actually do it at the end of the day? It's to switch nationality. Francis Obikwelu, he had an accident, was abandoned. Man found a way, went to Portugal, went for his rehab, started training with Sporting Lisbon. Then he won the gold medal in the European Athletics Championship. I think was it silver in Athens. Gloria Alozie, who was his girlfriend, I think his wife now currently or thereabout, switched to Spain because of what happened to him. So I mean, we keep on doing this, we keep on repeating the same cycle over and over again, and it will still keep on happening. And we now ask ourselves, the sports development or sort of grassroots program that was put in place in Delta State by the then governor Emmanuel Uduaghan, sort of reviving things that were there during the Ogbemudia regime in Old Bendel State, because Delta and Edo were part of Bendel then, sort of gave us the likes of even Favour herself, Ese Brume, some of the athletes that started making Nigeria proud. We're not even seeing it again. So we're asking ourselves, if these ones leave and start going to represent other nationalities, how do we replace them? Where do we replace them from? Like, nobody's even talking about anything. And somehow these administrators will feel they are right, because it's all about corruption. It's all about embezzling funds. It's all about stealing money for them. It's all about lining their pockets. And that's the simple truth. Nobody cares about sports in this country, because if you do care about sports, a country of over 200 million people, and you're telling me that we cannot compete in any competition, even the All African Games, Reliance, we go to the All African Games and we know that we cannot come first. Best case scenario is second. And that's the simple truth. We're struggling with Egypt. Egypt is about half of our population. Algeria has about 80 million people or thereabouts. And we still cannot compete with them favorably. They still tend to dwarf us at the end of the day. So we have a big problem. We go to the Olympic Games, silver seems like, in fact, not even silver, bronze seems like a gold medal. And that's the reality we are facing in Nigeria today. And it's not because of, or not for the lack of talent, it's for the fact that the administrators are not doing the right thing. These guys are doing so. What's his name? Ezekiel Nathaniel, NCAA Athlete of the Year, right?
Yeah.
This is what this is 2025. The World Athletics Championship will be it's coming up very soon, actually. The World Athletics Championship is coming up very soon. We'll see that man go there, and we'll see the shabby preparations, probably because of his own personal effort and what he has been doing for his college over there in the US. He might come up with a medal, but you know that he has the ability to do better. I mean, people move from NCAA to the world stage, and Ben Shelton was an NCAA champion. Tommy Paul was in the NCAA. Mondo Duplantis, the pole vaulter, the man has broken the world record 9 times. He sets it and breaks it. He goes to the same school in favor of Philly, LSU. Shakari Richardson, LSU. With that same athletes, and they are performing with these guys and going toe to toe with these guys. But when they come to the national scene, they cannot do anything. But these guys are still doing it, and I've gone to the international scene and are breaking records, and are athletes to and are the main athletes to look out for. But ours are struggling to compete because the preparations from the AFN and other federations are so shabby. So how will you feel if you are an athlete or put yourself in that athlete? You definitely want to leave. You definitely want to go to a place and look for a place whereby you have a chance to actually win a medal and put your name in the history book. So I don't blame Favour Philly. I seriously blame the administrators at the end of the day, because they are the ones responsible for all this.
All right. So obviously, when you consider that, Favour will be about 28 years or thereabouts in the next Olympics, and you're thinking it's obviously a win case for her, but are you also foreseeing the possibility of maybe some other athletes joining Favour Philly? I think they might want to step with.
I don't think I'll be surprised if I see other athletes just want to toe the paths that Favour Philly has already set. Henry has already called it out. You've already read out everything that's happening when it comes to the athletics scene. And it's not just, as Henry said, it's not just athletics. It's our sports in general. And it's not giving that much attention. The people in power, the people at the top, just do not want to do the right thing. But there are those that want to stay, that still feel that they can do their best and still feel that, okay, those ones that are going out, they can go. I have an opportunity to step into their next step, because not all men are equal. So you're looking at it that, yes, Favour might be going, but yes, I couldn't compete with her, I couldn't get that main spot, but now I have a time to shine. So those ones that are looking at it, yes, I might stay. The ones that know that, okay, they are far better, they can do better, they deserve better, they will feel that, okay, that they should follow in suit and do what Favour Philly does, and follow her and represent another country. But the ones that don't feel that they are up to par, don't feel that they are that good, are going to stay. And that is what Nigeria, you see, is suffering as a whole when we're talking about our talents, and because we are talented when it comes to athletes, when it comes to footballers, basketballers, we are talented. But at the end of the day, our talent is being stolen by the foreigners, is being stolen by the people elsewhere, because we are still not able to give the people that have talent what they need or what they deserve to be able to outshine other people elsewhere, to be able to outshine other athletes, because we are not giving them priority that they should be given. We are not treating them right. And then again, we're now left with what you say medical, people that are medical in performance, or people that are mid in performance, so or mid talented as I'll call them. So that's what, or that we say that's how our talent keeps decreasing. And then you're wondering, don't we have this person to come up? You now start comparing this set with this set, these runners with these runners, not knowing that we are just, or the whole Nigerian sports setup just keeps on dropping in quality because we just don't do the right thing. But as I've said, some will follow her and some will still stay. But the people that are following her are going to be people that they believe they deserve better and they can actually give more or give what up to favor of Filican. And the what will be left with will be the bones.
Maybe one will just come up and try to survive, because I think in this country what we do most is surviving than living. So one will just pop up and come and survive.
Reliance, the funny thing is that there's no even grassroots structure. We look at a lot of these athletes. Let's look at the United States. You look at what they're. It's high schools. They started. You look at baseball, the little leagues. Then you graduate. You're not playing baseball in high school before you get the NCAA scholarship. Or you look at American football, the Pee Wee fields. That's what they call it. Or in basketball, there are parks. Rocker Park, one of the most popular ones. A lot of top NBA stars came through and played in Rocker Park and all those sort of stuff. You have this courts and all these things all over the place. Then on their free time, they go to play. In their schools, there's organized setting whereby they are coaches, they have teams, there's state championships. I mean, a lot of people would have heard of All-Americans. The All-American cuts across all sports, basketball, American football. Like, you're talking about the best 100 athletes in the United States for any sports. Even football, they have them. There's what you even call combines. They bring them together, they compete against each other. They're doing all this, putting everything. And these guys are getting world and good class and good enough coaching from a young age to help them get to the level. You think LeBron got to where he is just by only just playing on the streets? No, he didn't. There was more. There was investment in coaching. I think the major thing, it's not really the facilities as such. Facilities are important. But I think if we have 50-60% compared to what they have here, but we invest heavily into coaching in the grassroots, making sure the coaches are good enough to impact this knowledge into these athletes and players, we will go a long way. We will be surprised at what Nigeria will start churning out in every sport. I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon grew up in Nigeria, left Nigeria as a 70-year-old. I mean, the man is regarded as one of the best players the NBA has ever seen. His daughter plays in the NBA now, if memory serves me right. Yeah, but he grew up in Nigeria. Hakeem left Nigeria when he was 17. Okay, look at Precious Achiuwa. There's even one that got drafted like 2 seasons back that from what is that his name? I'm forgetting his name. Edo State. He lived in Nigeria, grew up in Nigeria. So what are we saying? Like, the talent is there. The talent is there. Okay, we talk about we've never seen a JJ or Kocha before. Let me use football. A lot of people can relate to it easily. But are we telling me that we don't see boys on the streets that show some mad, incredible skills? You're not like, if still play on the, still maintain that sort of street element because it still helps you. That's what gives you the guts to do those sort of things you do, or sort of things JJ can do. All of those guys will love to do or want to do on the ball. That willingness to take on and dribble, but formalize it to some extent, refine these players, give them good coaching to help improve them technically and tactically. Same goes for athletics. Are you telling me you carry a 6-year-old and teach the 6-year-old how to run for most of his life? You're working on his gait, because people think it's just you just wake up and start running. They work on their gaits, they work on their posture, they do a lot of things to actually get the optimum out of you to become a very good runner. It's not just about you just carry and start running. No, then literally almost everybody will go and start running at the end of the day. There's a lot of work that goes into that, but people don't realize this, or maybe they do, but they just don't want to because the system benefits them as much as it is. Maybe if they invest, there won't be enough money for them to embezzle. I don't know if that's the case, or maybe that's probably the case. But the truth is that if you put in the effort, realize if you put in the effort, let's even narrate, let's leave the federations in a way, let's look at the state governments. If you put in the effort, realize it's doable. I'll give you a typical example. There's a club in Czech Republic, Sigma Olomouc. Maybe people who play white paper might know them because of where they will go to fight games. But Sigma Olomouc is a team that brings out predominantly 95% of their squad is players from the Czech Republic. Now, Czech Republic, it's not really a large country. Now, Sigma spends about 750,000 euros a year to run their academy. That's for football alone. If you bring that sort of organization and setup, let's use Rivers State as an example, and Rivers State government decides we want to have an academy like Sigma, but our aim is to scout just Rivers State. Rivers State is a population of about 7 to 8 million people. So that means there's a population. Croatia has how many million? 4 or thereabout. There's a population for it. You won't even spend up to that 750,000 here in Nigeria because you have to look at the cost of a lot of things. I'm saying this thing isn't as expensive as they make it look, or isn't as difficult as they make it look, but they just make it look like it's rocket science because the way the system is benefits them. Nigeria has the talent for all this, and it's just to invest in coaching and right enough facilities, and we will get there. So it's quite pitiful we are not there, but it is what it is, and you don't blame the athletes for switching allegiances or looking to switch at the end of the day.
Okay, so remember to be part of the discussion via the SMS and the WhatsApp port. So do you also entertain fears that more athletes could follow? 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. There's more to this, and we're going to continue this conversation in the coming days because right now we have to switch to weightlifting, and that's the reason why we cannot continue. But of course, there's more to this. We'll start getting stakeholders' reactions to this and the way forward for the country. Especially, there are 3 things now. I'll make that 2 things to consider. The first one is the assembling of the board of the National Sports Commission. According to Section 2, subsection 1, it is understood that of their constitution, it is understood that there's supposed to be more persons there. But right now we have 2 figureheads. Not 2 figureheads, please. We have 2 figures who are mostly recognized, which is the Sports Commission chairman and the Director General of that commission as well. What's going on there? And it's also the part of Gara Gombe, who's threatening to take the FN to court for the election that was done because he believed that they are parts of the constitutions that were not followed during the process, especially holding the Congress, the one that went down in Asaba and Bayelsa State. These things are just, for instance, in the case of that Congress, it's a case of send out materials, documents ahead of the Congress 30 days before that Congress is held. That's what is there in the Constitution. So why wasn't that done? Why is that difficult to do? We're having a meeting, and I have to send the documents for that meeting or the agendas for that meeting 2 hours before time, and there's somebody who is started with that responsibility. Why is that not done? And if you didn't do that, you breach the constitution. So why did the election went ahead? So many other issues that we need to unveil and review what's going on there. But right now we have to move on to where there is positivity. It looks like if we dwell on that, there'll be a lot of negativity, but way in what's the way forward. And do you also entertain that fears that there could be more athletes switching from Nigeria? Let's move on to weightlifting, because in just about a couple of months ago, Nigeria closed out a sensational run at the African Senior Weightlifting Championship in Mocha, Mauritius, with a massive statement: 18 medals, including a jaw-dropping 13 gold. So Nigeria went to Mauritius for the African Senior Weightlifting Championship and dominated. 13 gold medals. Yeah, there's positivity here. There's positivity here. Let's talk some positive, right? So 13 gold medals out of 18 medals in total. That's what Nigeria achieved in Mauritius. At least something to cheer, right? And then onward, they've been doing quite a lot of things. You know, the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation have been doing quite some stuff. You probably don't get to hear it because it's like, it's just about sports like this are not given priority that they are supposed to be given, despite when they go out there to perform. We are being joined on the line by the PRO, the Public Relations Officer or the Media Officer of the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation. Amechi Agbo joins us on the line. Can you hear us? Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Happy Sunday, sir.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank God.
All right. So we're just talking about athletics a couple of minutes ago. I mentioned, there's a lot going on in athletics in Nigeria. I know your focus is weightlifting, but I want to draw a connection to weightlifting, which is your domain, right? So there's a lot going on in athletics, right?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Especially with the report of Philly wanting to switch and so many other reactions from stakeholders, the elections that went down in Abuja. There's a lot going on. Gara Gombe threatening to take the FN to court for breaching some of the There's a lot going on. So we had to leave that. We talked about that for a couple of minutes because the show started by about 1 o'clock. So we've been on that conversation for about 30 minutes or thereabouts. So we had to move on to where we find positivity. Because that side felt like there's a lot of negativity. And we found positivity in weightlifting. Okay. And that has to do with the performance of the team in Mauritius. Just couple of months ago, it had to do with the performance of the team in Mauritius. So talk to us regarding the African Senior Weightlifting Championship. What would you say was key to that performance? 18 medals in total, 13 gold out of 18.
Yeah, I think that Mauritius 2025 Senior Africa Weightlifting Championship was historic. It was historic because it is the first time that Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge, is dominating Africa with that style, and not just amassing medals, but amassing many gold. 13 of them, as you just said, and then bronze and then 3 silver medals. So it was a massive one, and talking about how it came about. Well, Nigerians naturally we are endowed with the spirit. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can read you. I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
And the athletes, we are well motivated. They were in camp for a couple of months, and their welfare taken care of, their nutrition absolutely taken. The results we saw in Mauritius was expected, but not to that large quantum of medals, because previously we've not been able to overtake the North Africans, particularly Egypt. In weightlifting, Egypt is regarded as Africa's China, because in the world, China is a dominant force in weightlifting. So for us to make champions, it was historic, and everything is attributed to, I think, the commitment of the federation under Dr. Ibrahim Abdul, and as well as the commitment and passion of the athletes who believe that through sports they can propel the image of this country to the global community.
Okay, so let's go into the details of the preparations for that team. Could you tell us some more regarding how that team prepared? Now, we are very emphatical about this so that lessons could be learned, because you just mentioned Egypt, and Egypt will go back. And that's one thing about Nigeria and some other countries. In fact, in most of the times, that is the difference between Nigeria and some other countries, right? So they will come, get blown away by Nigeria in this particular edition, and they will go back and recharge, re-energize, come back better. And Nigeria will be like they were nowhere in the past edition. So that's why we are very emphatical and particular about the preparations that was put in place for the team to ensure this, so that that step can be followed in the next edition and probably improve upon to ensure that Nigeria sustained that level of dominance. So talk to us. Give us some details about the preparations, the camping, the welfare, and all of that.
Let me make a remark. The president of the federation did say yesterday that the intention of the federation is no longer within the African atmosphere, is no longer within dominating Africa, that he wants the athletes to dominate the world. So there is a target, there's an ambition. So, but talking about their camping, first and foremost, the federation has to, through the secretariat, invite athletes that they feel that are within the elite level and they have the capacity and capability to deliver, they will send letters to their various state sports councils and then a request for the availability for camping. Normally, under this the leadership of Abdul, they normally start camping 3 months ahead of competition. But even at that, their respective states or even at individual times, the athletes also train and prepare on their own. But camping also starts most times 3 months ahead of time. Like the Commonwealth Games.
Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. You went
So,
dark a little bit. Go ahead.
When you keep them in camp, it's not just keeping them in camp and then for them to start lifting the iron and the bubbles, but you need to look at their nutrition. For instance, in ahead of Olympic Games, the federation had the contact with USA. They get the nutrition guideline, this nutrition take, and then they implemented it here in Abuja with the athletes. And when they were camping, their results were very, very excellent. Unfortunately, there was the ministry ahead of the Olympics requested for the athletes to be moved on to their that's the ministry's own camp ahead of the Olympics. An appeal by the federation that they should allow the athletes to be, under the tutelage of the federation, didn't make headway. Unfortunately, when they went to the national camp, then the nutritional schedule they were meant to follow were not strictly followed. And unfortunately, we got the result we had. So apart from that, there are also other mechanisms in camp. You restrict their movement. You also restrict their access to phone sometimes because they need to be attentive at all times. And of course, you pay them camp allowances. You provide the best facilities they can, the hotels or hostels where they can stay, and then you make their life at least comfortable.
Okay.
But when you talk about the North Africans or China, for instance, these people start their camping. If they are preparing for Olympics, my brother, for instance, the Los Angeles Olympics in 2028, if you go to Egypt or go to China right now, the athletes have been in camp since Paris Olympic 2024.
You see?
So they don't leave camp, they don't go out of camp because they have the facilities, they have the resources to go about it. But here, we face the challenge of resources, facilities, the wherewithal, the money to get the supplements, because there are supplements they need to take, not the ones that are banned. And then at the end of it all, you notice that the sports needs a huge investment for you to get massive return. There was an athlete at the Olympics last year that won gold from China. She won gold in weightlifting. And a journalist asked her what do you want the government of China to do for you? And she made only a simple request. I want to go home and see my parents. That was all the athlete could say. Meaning that since 2000, she has been in camp preparing for Olympics. So it's a massive investment. So an athlete telling you that she just needs to go and see her parents, nothing else. So she had everything. And we are hoping that sometime we are going to reach to that level. We are going to reach to that level where we have separate facilities. For instance, weightlifting facility, we have a wrestling facility, we have boxing facilities, so that at the end of the day, each federation and each sport will be able to harness their potentials and then give Nigeria what it deserves at the global podium.
Amechi, has the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation written a proposal to the National Sport Commission requesting that the federation wants to start its campaign ahead of the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics now? It's just about 2+ years left. Has anything like that been done?
Yes and no. No, because I am not privy to that. Yes, because there are qualifiers ahead of the, for instance, Commonwealth Games and the Olympics. For instance, in August, the athletes will be going to India for Commonwealth qualifiers, and in the same August there will be a youth championship in Ghana, international youth championship in Ghana, and of course Nigeria is going to qualify. And thereafter, in November, there will be an I think Islamic weightlifting competition in Saudi Arabia. Nigeria, of course, is going to participate in that tournament, and there are other qualifiers lined up along the line. So, in as much as the athletes are not camped permanently per se, they are on and off the camp, because once there are qualifiers, they will come into camp and prepare for the next competition. For instance,
this cannot be. We just talked about, or you just made reference to what happened in China, and when we're talking about camping ahead of the Olympics, these are just regulars, right? These are just regulars of what is required, or basically what is required of these athletes. But I'm sure you agree that this is not compared to, let's say, the China you made reference to. How correct I am, or how wrong am I?
Well, we are not there. We are not where China is, because China started decades of years ago, and we are trying to start from the scratch. But it's not, as they said, that Rome is not built in a day. It's a gradual process, and I believe we are going to get there someday. The kind of support we have seen from the National Sports Commission, we've not seen it before when the sports management in the country was under Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. So there has been a trajectory shift from the normal narrative we used to have previously. And right now we are seeing a glimmer of hope that the Nigerian Sports Commission is trying to reposition sports in Nigeria. Do not forget that if you look at the history of this country with regards to sports, we have done marvelously, excellently well when sports is under National Sports Commission than when it is under ministry. So I believe, and we have two gentlemen at the commission are good enough and are doing a wonderful job in terms of revolutionizing sports in Nigeria. So it's a gradual thing. Rome was not built in a day. Somehow along the line, we are going to get there. But for now, we have to make do with what we have, because the commission is not up to a year in office. So they are trying to re-strategize, restructure, and see how they can take off as quick as possible in terms of ensuring that the right things are done and we have the right structure to develop sports in the country.
Okay, that's sound. Now, when you say that you've not received this kind of support from the Sports Commission or from anybody regulating sport in the country compared to what you've received now, can you elaborate more on that? Can you give us some details about the kind of support that the Nigeria wrestling, weightlifting, please, not wrestling, has received from the current NSC that is unprecedented? So much so, because I want to believe that also aided their performance in Mauritius. So give us some details regarding that support.
Yeah, what is key in sports, every sports is not majorly the financial incentive part of it. To me, and what we've seen in the players most times is the moral support. Ahead of the Mauritius 2025 Senior Africa Weightlifting Championship, the Director General of National Sports Commission, Honorable Bukola Olakbade, left Nigeria a day before that competition, arrived Mauritius ahead of time to put things in place before the athletes arrived. He arrived the same day with the Federation's President, Dr. Ibrahim Abdul, in Mauritius, to ensure that things are put in proper shape. And then at the end of the day, we had the results we had. For instance, when they arrived, they ensured the booking of hotels and rest of them, which of course are normal. And then before the competition started, Bukola held a meeting with them, discussed with them, and charged them that every gold medal, I'm not sure of the amount, but it's not less than $2,000 for a gold medal. You understand? So there was a massive boost in terms of how much they are going to earn as a reward. And apart from that, two of the earliest athletes, Edidono Mofia and one other lady, I can't remember her name right now,
is it Sarah?
Are on a grant. Not Sarah. Okay, yeah, Sarah are on a grant of receiving $1,000 annually to support their sports development. And also there are three athletes currently that will be receiving from this month $200 every month to support their development. And apart from that, after the competition in Mauritius, their allowances were promptly paid. And just to let you know that the DG stayed at the competition from day one till the closing date. He even returned to the country with the athletes. So we have not had that in the previously. I can't even remember when the ministers at then visited the athletes in the competition venue, like what we saw in Mauritius with the DG. So most times when you see them visiting is when either most times is Olympics, which of course is a global thing. So it has been massive, and there is this collaboration. There's this collaboration. We had a 10-day training for athletes and coaches that just ended today. It's ending today.
All right.
And the commission sent the special assistants on media down to come and see what is going on. And the caller came there, he was impressed with what is going on. So it's the collaboration, the partnership, the support has been massive, as I said earlier.
Okay.
Since I've been with the federation for the past 4 years, I have not seen this. That's why I use the word unprecedented.
Okay. So the DG traveling with the team, being with the team has been big for you guys. Well, if that helps, the athletes to perform, why not? Moral support is also important. But trust me, the athletes will tell you that financial support is more important. And the administrators, I'm sure Dr. Abdul, who happens to be the president of the federation, will tell you that support in terms of facilities to help his administration will be even more important. But that's okay. So you talked about two athletes being on grant. On grant, one is $2,000 for a year. That's about 3-point-something million for a year.
$1,000 per year.
Sorry?
$1,000 per year.
Okay, $1,000 per year.
Yes.
Okay, that's about 1.6 million per year. The other one is $200 per month.
Please do your calculation well. It can be 1-point-something at $1,500 per year per dollar.
What's your 1,000? If you even do 1,500, you go reduce it.
Abi?
And if you use exchange rate as 1,000, because what we use is 1,600. So if you now use 1,500, you go reduce now.
It's okay. Go ahead. It's okay.
So two athletes on grant. Can't Dr. Abdul become Oliver Twist? Can't he ask for more? I don't know no more athlete worthy of being on grant.
Well, I think asking for more at this point will be insensitive of him, because is an initiative that just started, and that initiative, of course, is one has just to get started along the line. Maybe because it's not just about weightlifting alone. Remember, we have about 35 federations in the sports federations in the country. So all the federations are considered, and the weightlifting we have to in the beginning. So maybe along the line we may have more athletes, but for now we have to.
Okay, that's interesting. Now let's go back to this question would have been probably well answered by Dr. Abdul. Hopefully we'll be able to have him one of these days, to join our show. The target right now for the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation is to conquer the world. They've conquered Africa, and like I mentioned earlier on, if you remember, other federations in Africa will go back to the likes of Egypt. I'm very sure of Egypt. I know Egypt very well. They'll go and recharge for the next edition. All right. Hopefully Nigeria, with the target now being to conquer the world, will also recharge to become even better to topple Egypt the next time, because you need to topple Egypt again to even topple China, who is like the reference point when it comes to weightlifting globally. So what has the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation done that gives them that confidence that we are making steps to conquer the world, which is the next target?
Yeah, I love that question. And as I told you informally earlier, the federation has been is currently conducting a 10-day training for athletes and coaches in Abuja, right here where I am now. And
that's in collaboration. I think that's in collaboration with the Nigeria Olympics Commission. Yeah.
No, it is. This is done wholly by the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation, sponsored by the president.
Okay.
Sponsored by the president.
Okay.
And the training started on Friday last week and is ending today. Departure is tomorrow. 22 athletes and 8 coaches. We are assembled in Abuja here for the training. And a former Olympic gold medalist and a highly rated, sought after global weightlifting coach from Austria, Coach Maged Salama, was here on Friday, has been in Nigeria rather since Friday to coordinate this training. And on the day one of the training, the man expressed a surprise because when the athletes were called out, they told him their personal records, what they do, personal records in training, personal records in competitions, and he was like, wow. And he made a statement that with the talent this country has, we can challenge China in the world dominance in weightlifting.
Okay.
And interestingly, also yesterday, when he had a chat with the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation media team, he reiterated that statement and said that Nigeria has a brighter future. But he pointed out something that facilities need to be provided.
Mm-hmm.
The athletes must be in camp 24/7. Their nutrition must be looked into, what they take in, what they do. Everything that will warrant to their distraction should be reduced to the barest minimum.
Okay.
And when they visited the National Commission's chairman, the National Sports Commission's chairman, Alhaji Shehu Diko, in his office on Friday, there were robust engagements and interface on how Salama can come in to help the country to improve on what we've had already. Salama understood and also confessed the fact that Nigeria has rich history in weightlifting, and that's a fact. And he only said, and while assessing the athletes, he said Nigeria has the talent, Nigerian athletes have the strength to come from, but there are some details that needs to be included, that needs to be looked into, particularly mobility. Mobility, according to him, is critical in weightlifting. And he said, China doesn't have strength, but China has flexibility and techniques. Nigeria has strength, which is very key in weightlifting. Then if we can improve on mobility, that is movement of the body, how you position the body when you're lifting the weight, and then add 1 or 2 techniques, camp the players for a longer period of time for competitions, we are going to dominate the world. These are his statements. And of course, I'm working on a press statement on this. So there is preparation on ground. I told you it is a 10-day program that is ending today at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium here in Abuja.
Okay.
And the coaches, the athletes are in super mood.
So
for instance,
is there anything done to elevate the area? So this is just a recent development, I want to believe, coming in from the person you just mentioned. So is there anything that NWF is doing to elevate Nigeria's flexibility, mobility, techniques? Or what is the foresight like?
No, the Coach Maged Salama did not just come to Nigeria as he is not a tourist. He is a first time. This is his first time in Nigeria, but he has struck a partnership, a collaborative arrangement with the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation to continuously come to the country to train the athletes.
Okay.
The federation president told the NWF media that they are looking at quarterly training with the Austrian coming into the country to train the athletes quarterly. That's every 3 months. So what it means is that we are looking forward having him again in the country between now and October or even before. And then maybe next year we can have him 4 times in the country at least. Okay. Even the man expressed optimism to come as frequently as he can, but he said that he has other engagement because, as I said earlier, he is a highly sought out, globally recommended coach. So he travels here and there in terms of coaching.
Yeah. I mentioned that suffices. We're going to have to move on to other matters, but just we have to update our listeners on Formula One because the Austrian Grand Prix is currently ongoing. Formation lap is about to take place. They attempted the first formation lap that did not work. So stay on the line. In just about a minute or two, get back to you so that we can continue the conversation and then wrap it up. All right? So stay on the line, please.
Thank you.
Okay. So Austrian Grand Prix ongoing. We saw a fire incident. It took the firefighters, so to speak, to come to the rescue of, I think that was Carlos Sainz, yeah?
Yeah, that was Carlos Sainz.
So take us through, VA. What exactly happened? We are now in lap 1 out of 70.
Okay,
what went down?
Carlos Sainz was coming out of P19 for the formation lap. He couldn't get out. He was stranded in the formation lap, and he said it was a braking issue. Talking with his engineers in the radio, they were able to pull the car to the pit lane, and then he was still complaining about the braking issue. It was a dragging brake, and then the thing caught fire. He said everything, and we've already started chaos already in Austin, the Austrian Grand Prix. We already see it in F2. So the thing caught fire, and now we are starting with only 19 cars in the Austrian Grand Prix, and Williams only have 1 driver so far. So Carlos Sainz is out. A bad one for him. He could have at least gotten a point so far, but bad race, bad start for him.
Okay, so there's currently a track hazard, so yellow flag is out, and we've just been notified that safety car could be out because just about in the first lap of this particular race, we've seen situations where, we can see yellow flags everywhere. We've seen situations, and this is involving who?
That should be Yuki Tsunoda.
Is that Max Verstappen? That's Max Verstappen car. There was a clash between Max Verstappen and one of Kimi Antonelli of Mercedes. Whoa. Max Verstappen is out. There is just no way. There is just no way Max Verstappen continues like this. The incident that is involving Kimi Antonelli it looks even very tense.
And the home of Red Bull.
Yeah, this is Red Bull.
The home of Red Bull, the Austria.
Sonoda is going to be able to, because Sonoda had a bad Q3.
Yeah.
So it is not Sonoda is going to get a point for them.
So Max is out.
Max is out. Kimi Antonelli out.
So Mercedes and Red Bull out. McLaren are licking their lips and smiling.
And you're forgetting that Lewis Hamilton is getting close to the podium.
Probably Lewis Hamilton could also take a chance here.
Yeah,
his fault just behind Charles Leclerc, his teammate. So he's a McLaren, Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4, so to speak, with Russell just behind at 5th, Pierre Gasly at 6th, Albon at 7th. Number 8 we have Bortoleto. Number 9 we have William Lawson. I'm going to stop at 10. Alonso makes the top 10. Okay, so that's the situation at the Austrian Grand Prix. We are now in lap 2 out of 70 laps, and the safety car is still on it. We are seeing the replay of the start of the race, and trust me, it took chaos again for the race to continue. Here's me thinking that they just decided to allow it to continue because of what happened. They couldn't even have a formation lap, the very first one, but it's quite an unfortunate incident. So that's the update. So we're going to have to move back to our guest who's still on the line. Thank you very much, Amechi, for staying right there with us. We are looking at wrapping this conversation in just a couple of minutes, and we've gotten some insights from you regarding what's going on at the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation and how they are preparing to conquer the world, because that's where the emphasis of today's discussion has been. You've done what you've done in Mauritius. Nigerians need assurance that this can happen next year, upper year, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years to come. Nigerians need assurance that when it comes to the World Wrestling Weightlifting Championship, Nigeria can go toe-to-toe with China. Nigeria can put up stronger competition with world dominoes in weightlifting. And for this to succeed, It goes back to the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation. It goes back to the table of the federation. What are they doing? What they are not doing, to ensure that this happens? That's me just more or less summarizing the expectations of Nigeria. Nigerians applaud you guys for what you guys have done in Mauritius. I mean, having 13 out of 18 is no mean feat in terms of gold medals won. So, funding is a key part. I know there are some part of what you wanted to complete, but I'll let you complete that probably when you are giving us your last statement on this interview. But let's talk about one key part of what will help the federation to succeed. Funding is a key part. It's very, very important. Even the facilities you're talking about, monies will need to be secured to get that done. So here is me asking Amechi, does the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation has sponsors of their own? Is there a marketing department in that federation that publicizes this sport to attract investors, or the federation is only dependent on what comes from the NSC, which, as you said earlier, there are about 35 federations, might not be enough?
Well, right now there is no official sponsor with the federation, but plans are on motion. Yesterday, the president spoke with a foremost marketing. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's not as loud and clear as it was before. I don't know whether you changed location or something. Nigeria network can be very funny.
I didn't check location, stay where I am.
Okay, it's better off now. Go ahead, please.
I think I'm getting echo from your end.
You're getting what?
I am getting echo from your end. I can hear myself after talking.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can sort that out. Just hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can sort that out. If I can't, then my engineers will have to come in here as quickly as possible. But just hold on. Give me like 10 or 5 seconds. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to have to re-establish connection. He probably ended the call, or the call ended due to the network situation. Let's see how we will have him back on the line. So we've been talking to Amechi Agbo, the media officer of the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation. He's back on the line. Is it better off now?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So please come.
Hello there. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, rephrase your question, please. I can't remember that again.
Okay, so we were talking about sponsors for the Weightlifting Federation.
Yeah, okay. Okay, it's okay. As I was saying earlier, plans plans are on to ensure that we get a sponsor. The federation president was with a highly rated marketing expert yesterday, Jacob Ono, during the Olympic Day run in Abuja, and they had the discussions. And even prior to this, the federation also engaged a marketer in this regard some few months ago to help us look out for sponsors. And apart from that, he was also getting one or two sponsors from private individuals from within the country who are coming in to lay their own support, no matter how small. The federation is aware of this, and we believe that with the performance of our athletes, particularly at Mauritius, should be an incentive to corporate bodies to come in and see how they are going to help us in moving the weightlifting forward in the country.
Okay.
In terms of, as you said, the target of challenging China, it is doable. It's not a rocket science. And let me also inform you that the National Sports Commission Chairman, Shehu Diko, when the president and some of his board members with the Austrian coach Maget Salama visited him on Friday, he commended the federation for the wonderful job they are doing and made a request for the federation to furnish him with their timeline of activities and so that the commission will see where they are coming in to sponsor and support the federation.
Okay.
For instance, he disclosed that the federation, the commission will help support the federation in terms of the Commonwealth qualifiers in Mauritius, in India, as well as the Olympic qualifiers that will be coming up as well. So there is huge commitment from the commission, and we believe that it is a gradual process, and we hope that in the coming week, if not months, we are going to attract sponsors for the athletes.
Okay, that's promising. That's promising. Hopefully, we see implementation because we've been here before in several occasions. You're not new to Nigerian sports ecosystem. We've been here before. Where we're gonna come at you, we're gonna support you, we're gonna do this and all of that, but implementation is always a problem. So hopefully this one gets implemented and the way forward will always remain forward. But how do you market your athlete? For instance, let me give you. I've talked to several. There are about 30 or thereabout federations, right? 30, 35 there. But I've talked to quite a number of them, the presidents of these federations, on this show. How do you market your athlete? How do you make sure they are known? For instance, in athletics, it could be a little bit easier because what's her name? Toby Omoson is a name. Let me not even mention football because Nigeria is a footballing country. Toby Omoson is a name that even people on the street can identify with, especially with what happened at the World Athletics Championship, the record and all. If you go to where do I go to again to find a name? Maybe in basketball. The Tigers, If you go to wrestling, probably it could be Blessing Noboro Dudu. There are names there that makes marketability a bit relatively easier for these federations, even though some of them are not doing enough as they should. So, for Nigeria Weightlifting Federation, how do you, because they are like the gold that will attract, that will make a corporate company A, company B, they want to come in and invest in the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation because they know that they're going to get dividends of their investment. So they have to know more. For instance, Sarah Ovayosa has to be on the faces of people. Rafia to Folashade have to be on the faces of. So how do you market this athlete, which will in turn help attract sponsors?
Well, when we studied journalism back then in school, we were told that any event that happens but the media didn't report it, didn't happen. Are you with me?
Say that again.
I said when we were back in the school, we were told that any event that happened but was not reported by the media didn't happen.
Okay. I get that. Yeah.
So the athletes or even the superstars we celebrate today may not have been superstars without the media. The football legends, weightlifters, all of them we have in the global community sporting arena today will not be whom they are today without the media. So when you talk about what we do in terms of promoting our athletes, number one key thing is what we are doing now, the interview you're having with me and the conversation. And
kudos. That's
remember
that's kudos to Today FM, right, for inviting you.
Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. Yes, we really appreciate this, and of course, do not forget. I am going to communicate this to the president, of course. So the key thing we are doing is media publicity. If you recall, athletes appear to be seasonal in terms of media attention. They are not like football that the players are always in the field of play every week or almost every day. Weightlifting, for instance, we just finished Mauritius. During the time they were in Mauritius, it was all about the athletes, all the media, the activities. But when they came back from Mauritius, there was a break. Now, attention is going to be on them again when they go to India and their performances and the rest of them. So we are engaging in media advocacy. We are engaging in media publicity to help us to take to the wider society the activities of these athletes. Then we are also collaborating with other marketing firms to see how they are going to help us in terms of reaching out to sponsors.
Okay.
Remember, one key thing that sponsors look out for is the visibility of the athletes. How rich are they? What is the media saying about them and the rest of them?
Yes.
And we're also telling the athletes to be more visible on their social media so that when before marketers can come to you, sponsors can come to you, they will do their underground check to see how visible you are. You will remember that even in Nigerian football, for instance, Nigerian football, NFL, NPFL, some players do not have up to 5,000 followers.
True.
You understand? But
True.
when, as an athlete, you have massive followers, 50,000, 100,000 followers, they will consider it a reach for them to come in because they are looking out for how you can help them to promote what they are doing.
True
so
that.
we also reaching out to them. In the course of this training, I had a conversation with them and told them on the need for them to be active on social media, but not in such a way they are going to trivialize things and become jokers. They need to be serious, post their daily activities, their lifting, training, and the rest of them, so that they can engage their fans. So we are doing that, and we are hoping that in no distant time is going to fetch us results.
Okay, all right. So they have to be there. They have to be on social media because that has been the bridge recently compared to maybe some years back. Very important. And the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation, I must add, needs to also be active on social media as a federation. You are part of the media department, and social media is a unit in the media department. So I'm communicating this to you so they can also communicate it to the president that the federation needs to also be active on social media.
Just to add, we are certainly active on social media. The 10-day training program we are having all over our social media platforms. You can check us on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for now. Those are the three major
what's the handle?
social media
What's the handle? Tell us the handle.
Yeah, handle. Social media, Nigeria Weightlifting Federation on Facebook. Forgetting about Twitter and YouTube handle, but I'll send it to you later.
You send it to me. I just send it to me later before I will be done with the show, so that I can announce it so that people can follow up with what the federation are also doing, and sometimes they also need to collaborate with influencers, people who have thousands and millions of followers, who also help showcase what the federation is doing. At the long run, this thing will come to pay for the federation. It's advice I give every federation I get to talk to, because I am an expert in the field. If your athletes do not know how to strategize their social media platform, let them come and hire me. I'm available. I've seen the dividends.
Well, maybe we can take up the conversation off air.
Nah, that one day. That one day. So I've seen the dividends of what social media has done. So that's why I always advocate for this to happen. So just so that we wrap this up and move on to talk about other matters. By the way, I want to believe that you are aware that Deontay Wilder is back. Deontay Wilder is back. That one right-handed man puncher in boxing is back. So we're going to be talking about Deontay Wilder in a bit. We still have the Australian Open ongoing. 14 laps completed out of 70 thus far. Despite the chaos that we've seen, 3 drivers are out of the race. So we need to move on to wrap it up for us, Amechi, what to expect, the progress the federation has made and going forward, and then probably your conclusive statement on this discussion.
Yeah, before my concluding statement, I want to thank your station for the marvelous opportunity. It's almost more than 30 minutes of conversation with you. This dedication and this interaction is highly valued from the federation, and we will not take it for granted. We will hope to discuss with you offline on this. so far so good. The federation has been undergoing a transformative process since Dr. Ibrahim Abdul took over on 30th of September 2021. Of course, do not forget, and I am sure you are aware, that it is election period across all the federations between now and September.
Yeah.
So, well, the president is looking at should I go, should I not go? So he is consulting. And well, personally, I have told him, sir, you don't have option. Oh. You don't have option. You have laid the foundation, and it is necessary for you to start building the structure that will help us to challenge China in weightlifting. Because, as he said, the target is no longer Africa, but to challenge the world best in weightlifting.
Okay.
So we are hoping by this time, by the end of September, he may be returned, or he will be returned for his second term in office, and by then it is going to be continuity in terms of what he has done. He has been able to leverage on other actors in the industry. Remember, he is a member of the Africa Weightlifting Federation. A board member.
Yeah.
He is also a board member of the International Weightlifting Federation. So he has been able to put himself in continental and global positioning to promote and protect the interests of Nigeria where weightlifting is concerned. We have currently 3 members in the Africa Weightlifting Federation. We have Lawrence Ikwaibom, who is a member of the referee committee in Africa.
Yeah.
We have the past president of Nigeria Weightlifting Federation, Chimdi Ejogu, who is the vice president of the Africa Weightlifting Federation.
All
and
right.
then we have the president himself, Dr. Ibrahim Abdul, who is a member of the board. At the international level, we have Lawrence and Abdul in that board as well. So,
all right.
When he returns between now September, it is our firm faith that he's going to consolidate on what he has done.
Thank you very
much.
much.
And it will be for everyone.
Thank you very much, Amechi Agbo, the media director. I've used so many nominations to describe you. Is the word nominations? I've called you media officer, I've called you PRO, I've called you media director. I don't know which one is which. You know, in Nigeria we like title too much. Which one is which?
I'm not bothered about title. Just call me media officer. But
Okay.
all of them are all about publicity. So you are correct.
Okay. All right. So the media officer of the Nigeria Wrestling Federation, thank you very much for joining us on the show this afternoon.
I really appreciate this opportunity, sir. God bless you.
Okay, do enjoy the rest of your stay in Abuja. Okay, so we move on now. That was it. Henry, let's reflect through the discussion we've had. You know, when he told me that they've not received the kind of support that they've received from the current NSC before, it's unprecedented. And then he started talking about moral support. You know, it is financial support. You know, there's now moral. It becomes like he won't begin, you know, play politics there. But I don't know what you think, whether it's unprecedented. I don't know why you're laughing. I don't know whether that is unprecedented report.
I don't see this as support. I see this as your duty. These are basic things which better should be done.
But if they've not received this before, shouldn't that be unprecedented for them?
I think this one
because according to him,
I think this is one of those cases where Nigerians say we celebrate mediocrity because we're not used to seeing better. Give people better leadership, and they will not want to see what they are seeing now in a lot of sports. Imagine an NFF president comes in now. The Nigerian league can generate over $1 billion per year in TV money and sponsorship. The Super Eagles have gone on to win like 6 in 10 AFCONs and have a World Cup trophy. Then you don't come and tell somebody you come and bring the NFF back to what it is today when that person leaves. Nigerians will shout. Like you cannot do less because the people are used to seeing better. But that's the thing, mediocrity.
But Henry,
what stops the AFN? Like you said, yes, we did talk about the whole social media thing and all stuff. What stops the AFN from also canvassing itself canvassing on its own for sponsorship to
Not
enable
the
its
NWF.
athletes. I said NFF, the Weightlifting Federation, canvassing on its own for sponsorship to make sure its athletes, it can even give grants to itself. You're not waiting for the NSC. It's like everybody's waiting for the NSC. Everybody's waiting for the federal government to do everything. Then why are you the federation president?
To draw schedule, draw roster, and do election.
We're not even serious. Even the federations, they are not even serious. They are not serious.
Well,
A lot of them are not
Henry, I
serious.
put it to you that if we have an NFF president that comes in and Nigeria generates $1 billion in revenue in a year, you will still come to this studio and say, this is normal thing. This is basic thing. Henry, you will not see it as unprecedented.
I said the league. I said the league.
In the league now, you will still say it's normal thing. It's not unprecedented. It's what's supposed to be done.
It's fantastic because which country on the African continent actually do? You look at the French Ligue 1. How much the French Ligue 1, even because of the financial issues, they had to reduce from 20 to 18 teams. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
So even France. No.
He just say you go agree this year.
I will agree. If they would do, relax. If they do 100, 200, 300 million, I will agree. At least that's progress. That's when I say progress is being made. Not with what I'm saying. Oh, so you're waiting for the NSC. I'm not saying that you go and meet one of the big telecom companies in this country and you tell them they should give you 10 million like that. No. Relax. $300,000, $500,000 a year. I know that's a lot of money, but it goes a long way. It goes a long way. It seriously goes a long way. And it just shows how lackluster a lot of them can be. You have a media team and your social media handles aren't as
buzzing.
It doesn't mean every content has to be about weightlifting. It doesn't mean every content has to be. I can call. Okay, let me use a sport that people know. Okay, AFN social media handle. I call. Okay, let me list favor affiliate out of it. I call SA Brume. And is that like 1 minute or 10 seconds with SA Brume? Your favorite meal growing up, your favorite moments in your childhood, funniest moments in camp, just things like that. What was the movie you watched last night? Those are the things, sort of things you see Premier League TV do for content, and those are the things you post around on social media, TikTok, Instagram, all of them. Even you can have extended interviews on your YouTube page. People go and watch.
Eventually, they get to make money.
And you get to make money.
They get paid.
YouTube pay you. Sponsors key into your page, and money is strictly in. And you can actually give these athletes grants and also put more into grassroots development. But nobody does that. Everybody's waiting for may president release money, then NSC will tell you that bureaucratic process, it takes time. Then you come and tell us that
how do they speak that English? Money approved is not money disbursed.
Yes, that's the next thing. The next thing you come and tell me, they're giving $1,000 a year. Trying. They are not trying anything. They are not doing it's nothing. Okay. If you look at how much other people spend in sports to get the results they get, that China you say you want to catch up with, Reliance, is it by giving $1,000 a year? Do you know how much China spends? Do you know how much the Chinese spend to make sure these things are possible? We're not ready. Okay. I don't think we're ready, but I think our federation presidents need to do better. They need to do more. It's not just about. I don't know if they even have advisors around them or teams that are working and trying their best to see how to improve. Because if you're trying to improve, we will see the efforts gradually. Wrestling, yes, Daniel Igali has left, but wrestling, we also the strides made by Daniel Igali in wrestling, and he also got sponsors. Yes, maybe not as much as he would have loved to get, but we saw the strides that the man was able to make because of he put in the effort. More need to put in the effort. We should stop waiting for the NSC. We should stop waiting for Malam Shehu Diko and the rest to disburse money for you to do what you're meant to do, or for them to give small stipends as grants. Okay, in Nigeria today, you're giving somebody $200 a month. That is about 300,000 naira a day, a month. It's not even enough for an individual that will still train, that will still feed, because nutrition, you have to keep to that. Nutrition is very key for an athlete.
Yeah.
How much is food today in this country? Then 300. Then the athlete still has to take care of other personal.
Sometimes they have personal trainers that they pay,
and the athlete still has to take care of other personal things. So it just doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay, so do you think that is unprecedented support for the Nigeria Weightlifting Federation? What you've heard, we just finished talking to the media officer of the federation. There's an athlete at $1,000 grant every Yeah. There's one at $200 every month. Sarah Ovayosa. Hope I did get the pronunciation of that name correct. Anybody that can correct me, please. Sarah Ovayosa Matthew. She won a hat trick of gold medals at the Mauritius African Weightlifting Championship. And then there's also Fola Shadi Lawal, Rafiatu Fola Shadi Lawal, who is an internationally recognized name, by the way. She did set a record. I think that was it the Olympics? No. Was it the Paralympics that she set I think it was the Paralympics that she set a record. She broke a record, same day, set another one. More like it. So, do you think it's enough? Let's have your thoughts. 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. Be part of the conversation. So we now have 4 drivers out. Alex Albon just confirmed out. I saw the stewards pushing away his car from the tracks. What's going on over here?
There's just been lots of chaos since Kimi crashing into Max Verstappen. Now we have the 2 Williams cars. They are now out. So Williams chaos Grand Prix. But same thing like the Williams, they were having difficulty, and we didn't see this from Q1 to Q3. So I'm surprised that we are not having technical issues starting of the race for Williams. They'll have to look at that for the next race, which is going to be the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. But for now, it's Piastri and Lando Norris that's still running the show. Lando Norris has already pitted, so we are sure that he's still going to get his position. Piastri is already pitting now, so it's a very good strategy from them, because you know that the 2 Ferraris haven't pitted, so they are on. I think Lando Norris should be on a soft tire right now. They both started with medium tires. They'll go on a soft tire probably, or both hard tires, then maybe finish off with
if
a
they
soft.
go soft tires right now at lap 25, I think that should be counterproductive.
It will be counterproductive because we know it's not going to last, and they're just on lap 25. I think maybe the soft tires can take them to maybe lap 40, which is not going to be actually viable, because when they started with the medium tires, I was expecting lap 20 to pit, and Lando pitted by lap 20, so they are all on hard tires.
They changed to hard tires.
Yes, and the thing that McLaren, they have the advantage gap. You can already see the gap when both of them were both in P1 and P2. Yeah. Almost 5 seconds. They were leading both Ferrari, so they have the gap advantage. They already know that. They've already pitted. They've already had the first pit stop advantage against both Ferrari and Mercedes. So the ball is still in their courts. For me, I still believe they are still the people in front, unless Ferrari say they don't want to pit, which is going to be impossible. Yeah, no Max Verstappen.
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at the strategy right now for Ferrari. They are on medium tires, and you know what hard tires does is bring the longevity, but reduce its speed. Now, if Charles Leclerc just pitted, Charles Leclerc has been told to pit, so they are more or less trying to counter the pit stop strategy of what is it called now, McLaren, and that was quite fast, 2.3 milliseconds wasted.
The fastest pit stop when it comes to the history of, at least for the past 3, 4, 5 years, when it comes to pit stop speed. Ferrari are the fastest, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. I think the slowest they've ever been is maybe 4-point-something seconds. So when it comes to pit stop, you can't beat them. You can't beat Ferrari in pit stops.
So they've not pitted Lewis Hamilton yet. Probably they want to allow Hamilton to run off and then have some time to regroup and then call him into the pit to stop. So hard tires right now for Charles Leclerc is now number 6, and Piastri and Norris are also on hard tires, 2-3 for the McLaren drivers, and then there's also a place for Lawson. I almost said Liam Delap. Liam Lawson in 4th with also medium tires. I was thinking that if the medium tires can last them on up to lap 50, okay, Hamilton has just pitted. Hamilton is going to pit right now, but I doubt if medium tires can take you 30 laps. I doubt, or 20-something laps. So Hamilton has just pitted and 2.2 seconds stop time within the pit, and is now going out of pit. Lewis Hamilton to join the race. So it's going to be quite interesting, because it now depends on who decides well on when to change to soft tires to see off the race. Because in as much as hard tires can run you, there are 27 laps completed, meaning there are still about 43 laps to go, right? Still about 43 laps to go. So hard tires can run 30
Yeah.
Out of that 43.
Yes.
So it's not a question of who's going to decide to run on hard tires till the end or who's going to change to soft tire.
Yeah.
To decide who wins it. But from what you've seen so far, you want to believe that Ferrari have more or less countered McLaren very well.
Before this race, Ferrari had upgrades to the car, and we could see it from the practice and the qualifiers that they've been very happy. Lewis Hamilton were happy, Charles Leclerc were happy. We've not seen them at least at the front row since Monaco, so it's a very good one for them. The upgrades are actually working, which knows that from this race, this race is going to maybe determine what they're going to or how they're going to drive for the remainder of the season. Maybe they're still going to do more upgrades, but for now, good strategy from McLaren and Ferrari. It's going to be a battle of strategies from both teams. We know that the people that have had the best strategy and the best car so far for the past races we've seen is going to be McLaren. They've had the best strategy and they have the fastest car. Ferrari, you could see they have the second fastest car. The strategy has been not so good so far for the season, for the last race of the season. But for now, we can say that they are doing okay. So, as you said, is who is going to pit first, or maybe you're going to take the hard tire and run the rest of the laps, which I don't think is actually viable for both teams.
So they'll just be watching themselves.
Point, yeah. At a point, they are going to switch to soft tires. But we'll see who switches first. I think it's still going to be the McLaren, because as if I'm almost having the same strategy with McLaren. I'm expecting them around lap maybe 35-40, they switch to soft tires and then run the rest
Wouldn't
of
that
the
be too
rest
early?
of the
35-40.
I don't think it's too early. I think
soft tire cannot take you that long.
I think
if you send 35, that's about 35 more laps waiting. Soft tires cannot last you that long. I'm even thinking, let's say maybe something at lap 55 or thereabout, somebody changes to soft tire and then to the end of the race.
Well, they do have that gap advantage, and even with the hard tires on, we can still see they have the gap advantage. The gap between Piastri and Charles Leclerc, 10 seconds. That is going to be a lot of gap or a lot of space to be able to catch up. Even Piastri and Lando Norris, 6 seconds, and both of them are on hard tires. Yeah. Although the battle between both of them, I think this has been the best battle between both drivers throughout the whole series. Lando Norris has not really been himself this season, but so far so good. He has been able to defend from Piastri's attacks, and he has been keeping that lead. I feel that this might actually end in a McLaren 1-2, and then maybe either Charles or Hamilton will finish.
So you're not seeing Hamilton getting this one?
If they are going to prioritize Hamilton, that is if Ferrari are going to prioritize Hamilton
they will prioritize Hamilton
getting in position, because from both of them, for what I've seen, is Charles Leclerc, because you know the person that they're prioritizing is the person that they're going to let to pit first. Yeah, and they know that Lando was in the lead. They needed Lando to keep that lead. That's why they let Lando pit first, and then Piastri to hold that lead for him till he comes back. And now we've seen the strategy work. Now Lando has taken the lead. Orlando is currently in the lead. Piastri following right behind him. They know that Charles Leclerc and Hamilton. Charles Leclerc is faster of both drivers right now, so they are going to prioritize him.
Charles Leclerc,
so far. Hamilton is still trying to fit in with the upgrades and everything. So he might not be able to give you what is the Hamilton that we've been able to give. What normal Hamilton will be able to give you. So for now, Charles Leclerc is the person that if me, I would want to prioritize Charles Leclerc. Let him get that. Let's get that third podium. Or if maybe something does happen to the McLarens and maybe they crash or anything, it's good for us. We can get the 2-3. We can get the one.
But for what you've said, do you think McLaren outsmarted Ferrari in their pit stop strategy, or they've just been equal?
I won't say they outsmarted. I think they were I'll say they outsmarted during the first pit stop, letting Lando Norris. And now I was looking at it, I was like, it's either for Piastri, it's either they let one of the McLaren's pit first before they let Piastri pit. But I expected them to at least let Piastri pit before one of the Ferraris, and they did that knowing that they needed to protect their 1-2, and they've done it. And that was when Ferraris felt okay, maybe we needed to pit, and they let 2-3 laps more to go, and then decided to keep their 3-4, and then they've done it. And now we are going to see who now has the strategy to be able to say, okay, we can go the mile, and then why is Yuki crashing into everybody? Yuki crashed into Lance Stroll. Now it's crashing into is that Colapinto? Yeah, that should be Colapinto. So I don't know why Yuki is trying to destroy everybody. He's trying to destroy everybody. See, That should have been Colapinto. Yeah, but I don't know what's wrong with the Red Bulls. It's already over for them. It's already over for them. But I say McLaren have actually outsmarted Ferrari as they've been doing from the past races, outsmarting almost everybody.
All right, from what I'm saying so far, Charles Leclerc is losing speed while Lewis Hamilton is gaining. He's losing speed as compared to his chase against Piastri. Piastri is gaining some speed, chasing Lando Norris, in between losing and gaining, while Hamilton is constantly gaining pace over Charles Leclerc, who is in front of him. It was about 10 seconds before. It's now about 12.575 seconds behind Oscar Piastri, while Hamilton was about 3 seconds before, which is now about 2.947 seconds behind Charles Leclerc. So there could be a turn of direction, a turn of instruction, a turn of priority if Lewis Hamilton gets to look more stable than Charles Leclerc. But that's the update regarding the ongoing Austrian Grand Prix. Still Lando Norris leading. Fastest lap has been set so far by Oscar Piastri, who is in second position. Charles Leclerc in third. Lewis Hamilton in fourth. Liam Lawson in fifth. Fernando Alonso in sixth. Josh Russell in seventh. And that's Botif. How do you pronounce that his name? Botoleto in seventh. Hülkenberg, I guess, in ninth, and then Pierre Gasly comes in 10th. All right, while the likes of Ocon and other drivers are just behind the top 10. So who do you think is going to get this one from this explanation and the description we've given you? Lawson is going to pit now. Who do you think is going to get the Austrian Grand Prix? We are at lap 33 after 70 laps to go. Let's talk tennis now. And the person on the focal point before we talk about boxing is when we're done talking boxing, we'll open the phone lines. I know we've not opened the phone line for you to talk to us, all right? And I'm pretty certain that you want to be part of the conversation. That's why we are here for you. So just pardon us. We're going to open the phone line in a bit, and then you'll have you talk to us in a couple of minutes from now after we're done talking boxing. But the person hogging the headline these days in tennis is Jack Draper. He's the British player and is the Britain's highest seeded man at Wimbledon since Andy Murray in 2017. And he was asked about stepping into Murray's shoes, and he said, when Andy retired, they said I was the next in line. I've improved so much to put myself in this position. It's big shoes to fill. I'm confident in myself that I can inspire people like Andy has done. Henry, Jack Draper, to fill in Andy Murray's shoes.
Anything is possible. It's doable, but will he do it? That's another thing. Draper has had a fantastic 2025 so far. He's had a fantastic year. Although you won't say he fell short in Roland Garros, we expected him to defeat Alexander Bublik and make it into the quarterfinals of the French Open, but he didn't do that. And maybe if he had, he would have faced Novak and probably might have gotten one over Novak with how well he's been playing this year and gotten to face Sinner in the semi-finals. But I think it's the early days. I need to see consistency from Draper, and not just this year, but subsequent years. Murray has 4 Grand Slams. No disrespect or no fault of his when you look at the fact that he was competing against Roger, Novak and Rafa when those three were dominant, reached multiple finals, but lost a lot of. I think he lost about 3 or 4 finals to Novak Djokovic. So I mean, if you are just dash a 1 or 2 on those, it would have been like 6 or 7. But you're looking at Draper. Draper is about 21. And you're looking at the people he has to compete with currently or within his age bracket or gap. You're saying maybe in the next 10 years they'll still be doing it. You're looking at Yannick Sinner, you're looking at Carlos Alcaraz. Can Draper go toe-to-toe with these guys? And probably we could see someone pop up at the end of the day and also make it a quartet. Instead of it being a trident, like we're seeing with those 3 looking like the most promising young guys. But somebody could come in and make it a quartet. But I'm asking, can Draper show that consistency? We've not seen a lot of consistency for the British guys a lot. And the Murray was the most consistent in recent years. And trust me, I don't know if he can or he will be able to fight. I think first things first, try and equal the 4 Grand Slams and the Murray was able to achieve. Equal it, win an Olympic gold medal. then we can start having this conversation. But till then, I don't think Draper, nah, I don't. Frankly, he's having a good year, but somehow, in one place in my head, I still don't rate Draper well enough. I don't know why. I am yet to come to the terms or come with. Oh, was it before Roland Garros we were talking, and it just didn't occur to me, and he was like, Draper is like Draper is world number 5. I was looking at it's obvious that Draper is world number. I was like, wait, what do you say? Like Draper is. It didn't occur to me that in the rankings that Draper was number 5, because it hadn't just registered well enough. Like, yeah, he might be having a good 2025. It's not so, but that has been seen. But it hasn't really struck. It hadn't really struck me that this man
is
has
on
really
the rise like that.
Is on the rise like that. Really does on that. But it's still possible. Sorry, Murray has 3 Grand Slams, so it's still possible he can reach 4 Grand Slams in a year. 10 years, that's 40 Grand Slams. If he does 4, at least that's something. But I still think there's a long way to go before he can fill Andy Murray's shoes, because I mean, let's see if he can compete with the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz first before we can start bringing up this conversation or talk.
Do you think Andy Murray has... Scratch that. Do you think Jack Draper has what it takes to fill in the shoes of Andy Murray? 3 Grand Slams to his name, Andy Murray, and Jack Draper is yet to win any. Do you think he has the ability, the potentials to match up Andy Murray? He's the highest seeded British player in the yet to come Wimbledon since Andy Murray in 2017. Dan Evans at some point mentioned that he could win. He has the ability to win Wimbledon for the first time in a very long while. A British player has won Wimbledon, and he's also displayed confidence that he can fill in the boots of Andy Murray. Do you think that can happen? He has the ability, from what you've seen from Jack Draper, or from how you've heard us talk about Jack Draper. You think so? 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Alex Kabari is in the studio. So that's the SMS and the WhatsApp portal for you to be part of the conversation. And for the Nigeria Wrestling Federation, you can check them out on socials. They are on X at Nigeria Weight L1. WEIGHTL1. That is on X at Nigeria Weight L1 as one word. On Facebook, Nigeria Weightlifting Federation. On YouTube at Nigeria Weightlifting Federa 2774. As Nigeria Weightlifting Federa, FEDERA as one word, 2774. You can check them out. So let's talk about boxing. Let's talk about Deontay Wilder. He made his return in Wichita, Kansas, fighting Journeyman Tyrell Hendon at Charles Koch Arena. No shocker, as Wilder recorded a 7th round TKO, marking his first win since October 2022, taking his record to 44 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw with 43 knockouts. He dropped Hendon in round 2, left hook, and again in round 6 before referee Ray Corona intervened in round 7. Benjamin, is Wilder back?
Well, everybody's back as long as you announce your comeback to the sports. You're back, but the thing is, the question will be answered when you get to fight a bigger fighter, and then you get knocked. It's either you're being beaten or you beat your opponent. That's when the question will be answered. For me, I could announce my comeback to professional football and say I'm back. But can you last in our local parlance? You go feel last for field. That's the thing. I think for Deontay Wilder, the man has announced that he's back. Had good fights. That was a good fight for him. He won the fights. but the thing is, like I said, it depends on the pedigree of your opponent that you fight. That's when we know that you are back. You can just beat a lesser opponent and you feel that you are back. But when you get to get to meet the big boys. We were here in this studio still talking about Anthony Joshua's comeback, where he fought this, he fought that, trying to go. But that fight against Daniel Dubois, that was where the question was answered. Is Anthony Joshua really back? And the man is not. Since then, he has not started fighting. He hasn't even started training. Eddie Han said we might not be seeing him anytime soon because he hasn't. The training camp is not open. Blah 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 and all that. So that's what it is. One fight can spring you to that point where you feel that you're back, and reality sets in when the bigger fighter comes, beat you mercilessly and then knock you out. Can you wake up and say you're back? So for Deontay Wilder, yeah, the man said he's back. Got it, like I said earlier, nice fights, good victory. Victory is one of those things that spurs you up in the sports. But again, when it gets to the bigger fighters, can he boldly hit his chest and say he's back?
So should he take on fighters at level above Hendon, or he still needs to maintain fighters at that level to gather further momentum? Should he start thinking of bigger fighters?
I think he needs to remain in the level that he is for now. That's the truth, because you look at the heavyweight division. Yeah, you could say if you want to eat a fish, you need to eat the bigger one. Yeah, but you look at the heavyweight division. Can Deontay Wilder right now, as it stands, go toe-to-toe with what's his name, the defending champion, Alexander Usyk? No, I don't think he could. Can he go toe-to-toe with Deontay Wilder? I said Deontay Wilder, Daniel Dubois. I look at it and say no for now. I think he should just.
What about Anthony Joshua?
He should just keep fighting. I had to skip that one. It was coming to my head. I had to skip it. But the truth is, right now, you look at it. You look at both fighters, Anthony Joshua and what's his name? What's his name now?
Usyk. Dubois.
Dubois. No. Wilder. You look at Anthony Joshua and Wilder. I think Anthony Joshua is a bit above him. That's the truth, because you look at the category, the kind of fighter that Anthony Joshua fought his last fight. Daniel Dubois, a champion. We know what Daniel Dubois stands for, yeah. So I think, then you look at Wilder, the person he fought is not really up to the standard, up to the standard of Anthony Joshua. So for me, I think the man should still remain where he is. Keep fighting, keep doing it. Then you could do, let's say, 3-4 fights in that division, and you say, okay, let me step up a bit, and then you go for a bit of an opponent that is not really at the top. That's how you gather momentum, and then you start coming. You cannot just win that kind of fight and you say you're back, and then you go meet Daniel Dubois, what's his name, Usyk, and you get knocked out, and the next day you look at it and say you're done. So for me, even you should just remain where he is for now. Just keep fighting, and hopefully with time you get better and stronger. Then you up your opponent a bit, step by step. You get to the bigger boys.
0701-9339-962. That is 0701-9339-962. Our SMS and WhatsApp portal for your reaction. The phone line is 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. We started the conversation talking about athletics, where there are fears that more athletes could switch allegiance to other countries. Yes, you heard it right. There are fears that more athletes could switch allegiance from Nigeria to other countries. Fili is the one at the front burner right now, and World Athletics says they've received offers for such from Turkey. 4 athletes they mentioned, but they refuse to give us the name or the names of those athletes to protect their privacy, according to them. But there are fears that more could switch, and it has been revealed by a stakeholder who spoke to The Independent that Ufili's switch is not just about where she's going to have maybe majority of welfare and stuff, but it's more about those who more or less which haunted her, so to speak, are still part of the Athletic Federation of Nigeria. So she fears that they could come for her again, and so she had to make that move, because she was very vocal within that period. She took to social media, and many of the things that happened there, she made it available. She made it available to us because even maybe she did, maybe for no know some of the things that happened at the Olympics and stuff. So she was very vocal. Hence the fear that she could be witch hunted further because those guys are still there. Since the committee that was put together by John Owaneno, the then sports minister, started working, we've not heard the last of it. We don't even know whether that committee is existing again regarding investigating why her name was omitted and all that stuff. So that's where we started off. Then we move on to talk about weightlifting. Nigeria's performance at the recently concluded Mauritius African Weightlifting Championship, where they won 18 medals in total, with 13 of them being gold medals. We had the media officer of the federation, Amechi Egbo, who talked to us on how they were able to do that, the plans going forward. They want to conquer the world now, not just Africa. The target is now to conquer the world, where they have China to battle, and maybe some other countries before China, because it's not like Nigeria is second only to China in the global map of weightlifting. So maybe they have to go through other countries. But are you satisfied with what they've done, the preparations that they've put together according to the media officer of the federation? Are you satisfied? Do you think they have enough? They have what it takes to go out there and conquer the world? And then Jack Draper has been tipped as a person to fill Andy Murray's shoes. 3 Grand Slams to Andy Murray, Sir Andy Murray, knighted. Is Jack Draper good enough to be able to fill the shoes of Andy Murray? And just about a couple of minutes ago, we talked about Deontay Wilder's 7-round TKO win of Tyrell Hendon. Do you think he should step up now, or still take fighters within that region to build momentum and go ahead? Do you still want to see Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder fight? So these are the questions, the talking points, maybe not questions, but these are the talking points so far from the sports that we've touched: weightlifting, athletics, tennis, boxing. There is Formula One on our screens. Lap 46 out of 70 completed. And the powerhouses for the Austrian Grand Prix have been McLaren and Ferrari. And it still stays that way. Looks like the Ferraris are losing lots of pace compared to Piastri, who is speeding closer to race leader Lando Norris. And Yuki Tsunoda is not sure whether he will complete this race because he has been involved in so many crashes, and looks like there is an issue regarding the health of his car. But we'll keep monitoring proceedings at the ongoing Austrian Grand Prix, and then we'll bring you in. So 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is doubled at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. We're switching over to football, and okay, that's not for us. So we're switching over to football now. Okay, just wanted to make sure that that portal is, the messages I saw are for us, but definitely they are not for us, probably for the previous show that held before now. So 0810-9510-951 and 0701-9339-962. The latter is our SMS and WhatsApp portal. That's where we are taking your reactions. Our main YouTube account is back at Today951 FM, please. At Today951 FM is back to see live into the studio. You can go there to watch us, all right? So at Today951 FM, and we're taking your feedbacks as we switch things now to discuss football on the show. There's a bit of WBC President Mauricio Suleiman saying that despite what's his name, Tyson Fury, saying he's happy retired with his wife, the Gypsy King remains very bitter and upset about the unanimous 116-112 scorecard in the Usyk rematch this past December. In his words, Fury still think he won the fight too. Well, Fury thinks he won the fight. I don't see any difference between him thinking he won the fight and Reliance thinking that he actually lost to Pianita. Not Pianita. He lost to, what's this guy's name? No, not Nausik. This guy that Anthony Joshua fought before Dubois. Otto Wallin. So I don't think there's any difference, because I personally see tomorrow, I believe Fury lost that fight. He lost that fight by that. The referee should have declared that fight won by Otto Wallin on TKO grounds. So I don't think there's any difference between him thinking he won that fight and me thinking that he lost that one. So we'll move on. Officially is that the Fury Usyk won, Fury won the other one. So that's why we're moving on from that. Let's update you some stuff on basketball. Trade so far this season. June 28th, the OKC are trading guard Dillon Jones and a second round pick to the Washington Wizards. The Wizards will send guard Kobe Jones to the Thunder, who will then waive him. The Chicago Bulls are trading Lonzo Ball to Cleveland Cavaliers for Isaac Okoro. And then on June 26th, the New York Knicks traded Kobe Sanders to Los Angeles Clippers. 25th, the Charlotte Hornets traded center Mark Williams to Phoenix Suns in exchange for number 29 pick in the 2025 draft, Liam McNeely, guard Vasily Jemichik, and a 2029 first round pick. On 24th, we saw the New Orleans Pelicans trading guard CJ McCollum, center Kelly Olynyk, and a future second round pick to the Washington Wizards for guard Jordan Poole, wing Sadiq Bey, and number 40 pick for 2025. Interesting. Jordan Poole. Okay. The Boston Celtics, Atlanta Hawks, and Brooklyn Nets we're looking to finalize a 3-team trade that sends Kristaps Porzingis and a second-round pick to the Hawks, Terrence Mann and Atlanta's number 22 pick for 2025 to the Nets, and Josh Niang and a second-rounder to the Celtics. And then the Boston Celtics traded guard Drew Holiday to Portland Trail Blazers in exchange for Anthony Simmons and 2 future second-round picks. I look at some trades and I'm just like, okay, I just hope that you guys know what you're doing. The Phoenix Suns traded 15-time All-Star Kevin Durant to Houston Rockets for guards Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. Probably that could be in the interest of the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant has been a journeyman for the past couple of seasons, so one could look at it and be like, just like they say when Ronaldo left Real Madrid, say Real Madrid don't drain everything that what Juventus were getting a sharp. Some could say anything anybody get from Kevin Durant now a sharp. So I don't know. That's just an opinion, anyways. Then Memphis Grizzlies agreed to trade Desmond Bain to Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and 1 first-round pick swap. Now, what we call trades in basketball is what you call transfers in football. Just that in basketball is a little bit more complicated. Okay, let me not say complicated, a little bit more interesting than just saying, Arsenal want to buy Benjamin Sesko. They are offering £20 million. What's it be the club name? Leipzig don't reject them. Or Man U want to buy Mbeumo. They don't improve bid to £60 million. Brentford are looking for. By the way, I hear Brentford are looking for £65 million. That's a recent development regarding that. So, but in basketball, it's a little bit interesting because you get to trade future picks like when they are doing draft, because there's a draft where they bring young stars into the league, right? And these guys are placed on ranking. So some clubs get to go into the draft and have first pick, second pick. So it's just like this, just like saying the top 10 best. Now you get the chance to choose who's your to pick among the best in the draft and all of that stuff, you know. So but some could decide to trade that chance and say, okay, give me this player, but so year draft, collect that chance, that slot, you collect the younger ones into the league and stuff. So it's a little bit more interesting when it comes to basketball. So for followers of basketball, I urge you to also follow basketball, by the way. That's the latest regarding the trades that we've seen for the past couple of days in the NBA. By the way, so Cristiano Ronaldo has extended his contract at Al Nassr for 2 more years. And the major reason he said is he wants to win a major trophy for Al Nassr, Alex. The only trophy he has now is the Arab Champions Cup he won in 2023. Would you call his stints thus far successful at Al Nassr for Cristiano Ronaldo?
Individually, we can definitely say it has been very successful. How many players, how many strikers, how many forwards put up the numbers that he does put up? So we can say his stint there individually has been very successful. It's the same thing as saying, would you compare, Arsenal as a team, as how they've played? They have progressed so much over the past couple of years, 5-6 years, from when they lost Wenger and Unai Emery to how they are playing now. It is much better. There were times when you could not watch them, so they are playing better. But the main question is always going to be about the team. Do they have the trophies to show for it? And no, they don't. And that's the exact same thing that Cristiano has. He's lacking that final touch. And they will definitely hope that with the appointment of Jorge Jesus, who is set to become the new coach of Al Nassr, that he could bring the trophy. He won a couple with Al Hilal when he was their head coach, and now he's set to bring that experience. So he's looking at it, but then at the same time, they are yet to bolster their squad, and there are reports of some of their members leaving too. John Duran has been said to he's said to part ways with the club. They say,
I hear he's not happy at the club.
He's not happy, and
they are set to
let him go. Why did he move in the first place?
Now money now, waiting be.
And then how long did he stay there?
He never reached 1 year. Don't they complain? Say now they ask you now, waiting college enjoy, waiting make him not happy.
Well, we cannot say for sure what made him not happy.
But you look at where he stays. He stays outside Saudi Arabia. Every day he gets to drive for more than 20-30 kilometers just to get to training.
But he knew this well ahead of time.
He's well understood on
these conditions.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure, and he's well compensated.
That's because in Saudi you don't get to sleep with your partner. You don't get to share the same house with your partner when you're not married, right? So those are the conditions.
These are the things he agreed to before he made that move.
It shows that man is an exception.
No. I just wanted to understand something, because as I heard not married, I was like,
yeah, in Saudi you don't go out if you're not married. You don't go out like.
I remember
with your
when he signed. I read an article that said they tweaked that for him. Yes, he's a senior man, yeah, so of course some rules will have to be.
You have to bend some rules
for him. So it is.
But my point is, John Duran knew all of this, and he accepted these things before he made that move. I've been nothing can way.
He did accept it, but now I think he's having a rethink. Barely 6 months after joining the club in January. So I mean, for him, if he can go somewhere
the god
else,
of Victor Boniface, where they walk.
If he can go somewhere else now and try and revive his career, he should go ahead and do so. I remember him being on the short list of Bayern Munich, who needed a backup striker as Muller is set to leave. And clubs around Europe were looking at him and saying this guy has promise with Villa. And then the next thing you know, a 23, 24-year-old is being shipped to Saudi. I am not in support of the young players moving there, particularly when they are at the peak of their career. Like Gabriel Vega has just returned back to Porto. When he moved to Al Ahly, he was 22. He finished La Liga as the second highest chance creator. He was only behind Alex Baena. He was very good going forward. So everybody's like, who is this attacking sensation? And then the next season, Saudi have snapped him. I'm not saying there's no football there, but I mean, at the peak of your careers, even Toni Kroos came out to say that was a disgraceful move. Yes, football is being played there, but I don't think at the peak of your careers, come on now, Victor Osimhen has already shown us. Even if he does decide to go there, we can see his intent. We already know what he was after. He wants to keep playing in the big competitions in the world, which is precisely the Champions League. You should always aspire to play in the big competitions in the world. No matter what it is, that is the dream of everybody. When every player steps out onto the Champions League and hear that anthem, they always come back to say they have dreamed about this their whole life. There is nothing more fulfilling as a footballer than playing in the biggest competitions in the world, which is why I'm always against the young players moving to Saudi. But back to Cristiano, it is definitely, I would say, based on individually, the goals, the assists, the numbers he puts up, how much of an attacking threat he is always going to be standout. He's always going to be one of the best forwards in the entire game, in the history of the game. But as Al Nassr collectively, as a team, they have not taking enough trophies to back him. Cristiano is, one of the top 10 most decorated footballers of all time in terms of trophies. And going to Al Nassr, and he has just picked up just one. We cannot particularly say they've been in the title race too well, because even when they finished second, they finished a considerable distance behind Al Hilal.
Yeah.
They have gotten to the AFC Champions League, which is the Asian Champions League semi-finals, if I'm not wrong. Got knocked out by Kawasaki Frontale this year, and then 2 years ago, were knocked out by Al Ain of United Arab Emirates. So in terms of trophy, he's lacking that final touch. And I just reported now that Duran is set to leave. Laporte is being looked at by La Liga clubs. He has shown serious quality. He could probably return. And we have not seen the signings. There's still time, obviously. But we've not seen the signings that he needs to propel. So, I mean, he's also going to be thinking, for me to stay, first of all, the coach's plan, it was even said when they appointed that Jorge Jesus, who is about to become their coach, it was said Cristiano has approved the manager to join the club. He is that big. We understand what that name means. He's an influence. So for him to say something like that, he has approved of the coach's project, the plan. He is ready to work under him. He's prepared to work under him. Where is the backing or the money you're going to use to get those players needed to support him in his aim, his ambition to win the titles? If you look at the squads right now, even Al Ahly is a better team than them squad-wise. Al Qadisi are making moves, looking like, okay, next season they want to take even a bigger step forward. Al Ittihad just won the league. They are going to do even better next season. Al Hilal are unstoppable. So
they are fostering their squad.
He definitely needs new signings. He needs people to aid him in his quest to win a title with Al Nassr. I think
so far you consider, because you said that the reason of extension, the major reason is want to win a major trophy, right?
Yeah.
Want to win something major for.
Yeah.
But you consider the stint so far successful?
Yes, very definitely. Without the trophies, it's been very, very successful.
Okay, Benjamin. Now, Ronaldo, part of the new contract, as I've been told, is that he will later become a part manager, a part owner, a minority stake of Al Nassr somewhere in the future. But it has been widely reported that Ronaldo decides a lot of things. Let me not say a lot of things, that would be exaggerating. It's majorly who comes in as a player and who comes in as a coach. I recall when what's his name? I don't know whether he has that kind of powers now. LeBron James was such figure at why are you laughing?
No, it wasn't a lie now. It was not a lie.
No, now LeBron was practically
those players can
LeBron was practically telling who comes into Lakers and who doesn't come in. In fact, it was that bad. It was a bit so bad that, well, we consider it bad from this part of the planet or from this part of the profession, because I mean, a player should not be deciding who plays, who starts games. So was that concerning for LeBron in Lakers or for Lakers with LeBron?
I think it's still going on. Reliance is actually still going on, because everybody is saying his son was not meant to be drafted. His son got drafted.
Yeah, he played
so
a major role.
At 41. At 41.
No, see, the thing is that, okay, let's using LeBron as an example. It's like, it's even you are taking this in a way like the Lakers hierarchy still makes decision, because it's headline. It's a headline, and everybody wants a headline to be, or wants to be associated with a headline, even whether it's bad or it's good. I mean, P.T. Bowman said good press is bad news is actually good publicity, or bad press is actually good publicity. So anyhow, headline, everybody wants to be associated with a headline. And maybe even this Ronaldo thing, they just asked Ronaldo, what do you think of Jorge Jesus? That's just probably it. And it's probably bro. And there's no Portuguese player that will hear the name Jorge Jesus that won't want Jorge Jesus to be their coach. The man is actually one of the best legendary Portuguese coaches that has ever been there. His Benfica side were a force to reckon with. Did fantastic things with Flamengo. I mean, even with Sporting Lisbon and everything. So the man is a legendary Portuguese coach. So definitely, just like, what do you think of Jorge Jesus? Is the person one for? Yeah, bring him. Fine. I'm okay with it.
I'm not okay, but you know that if he says I'm not okay with it, it will inflame the decision.
But that's the thing. It's hard for a Portuguese player not to say he's not okay.
No, this is beyond.
Okay.
This coach, If Ronaldo say
no, okay, let's look at the Boniface John Duran situation. Not be me they go for the two strikers. Now the club hierarchy. I'm the player. They don't come and meet me. Who do you feel you play better with when you look at?
And he said John Duran.
He said. To me, with what I look at, the way I see them play, I feel playing with John or John Duran will suit me better. The club now decides, okay, let's go. They just ask for my opinion.
Now you they go, who be you?
They ask
now
for
be coach. No be coach. Go say you will combine well.
Some players and athletes are that influential. Whether you are you telling me that Curry is not consulted in Golden State today? He is consulted. Lionel Messi is consulted. Wait, we think Busquets, Suarez, and Alba played in Inter Miami. Messi
and all of them. Now they talk about. Wait, go consult.
No, we understand. It was Sabella. It was Tata Martino before. Messi was the one that seriously
Henry. Now why Inter Miami gets people they feel wrong for the team again because they consult Messi. now them now they talk about now. Them Lionel Messi, them Cristiano LeBron. Now them they talk about
they are too influential because of the sort of figures they are, the sort of Ronaldo is the most followed person on social media.
Isn't it too bad if he gets to the point where a player decides who starts a game?
I don't think he decides. No. In the literal sense.
I don't think
he decides a person's career path.
We saw reports, Henry, just quickly. We saw reports when he was at United, right before he left. He did not like the Hag's approach. He did not like his formation. He did not like his midfield. That there was not enough ball movement. What does that say? It means you don't like the players that are currently in the United starting lineup.
You don't like the coach,
and the dressing room at Old Trafford immediately tore into two.
See, the thing is that players like that are influential. Messi, Ronaldo, LeBron, which other sports is there? They are influential. They are so influential. Okay, in American football, like the sort of figure Tom Brady was. They are so influential that you cannot like they just have to have a say. That's why at some point when players become that big, certain clubs or certain presidents, such as the likes of Florentino Perez, bye go get
Harry, now let me ask you, right? Let's look at the case studies we've mentioned. LeBron James, Messi, Inter Miami. Because I'm very certain Messi had less decisions when he was in Barca and maybe a bit in Barca, but Paris Saint-Germain, I'm sure. The figures were just too big for him to have that overwhelming in kind of influence.
He had influence in Barcelona.
I mean in Barcelona, but Paris Saint-Germain figures been come too plenty. Figures we get their own ego. Sergio Ramos, Neymar, even the little Kylian Mbappe then and stuff. So come out Paris Saint-Germain. So let's look at Barca at the point where Messi begin get that influence. So Inter Miami. Let's go to let's go to Lakers. LeBron James. Let's go to you mentioned Steve Curry in
Golden State.
Tell me what's one thing that let's go with Cristiano Ronaldo. Tell me one thing that is common among these people, these clubs or this franchise we've mentioned.
They are not winning anything.
They are top 10 most paid athletes. They are top 10 most paid athletes.
I don't come out. My work is done. Benjamin, take over. Continue because you have to look closely. And that's why we're having this conversation. You have to look closely what's going down in this club when players are given this kind of power and this kind of influence.
At the end of the day, you don't get anything.
And then you are thinking, what are they, getting? What's the outcome? What are they being able to assemble? I mean, Messi practically told. Yes, I'm on the analysis side of things now, so I can say a lot of things I want to say. Messi practically told Barcelona that he was going to win them the Champions League. I think it was one end of the season like that he had the mic. He talked about it. That's why when Lamine Yamal said something similar, people had comparing like when Messi made that statement. One of the end of the season, their last match at home, they will do a little bit of jamboree, come out, talk and stuff. Say the next one we're going to bring the Champions League and stuff. Where that Champions League day? Where are they? player will come out. Only you by yourself will come out. Can't say you will bring Champions League to the team.
Just to counter what you said, to say what Lionel Messi said word for word, he said, next season we are going to do everything possible to bring that trophy, the most desired trophy,
my brother,
back to He did not say we are going to win it.
There is no.
He did not say we are going to win it.
There is no painting it.
We understand what his intention means. I think what was
the most
it is UCL. Wait, you're missing my point. You're missing my point. It is the UCL. He said we will do everything to bring it back. In terms of effort from Lionel Messi as an individual, he did everything. His team let him down. The next year, he got knocked out after beating Liverpool 3-0 in the semi-finals. No, seriously.
You're making excuses for Lionel Messi.
It's not an excuse.
He said we.
Yes.
We'll
Collectively,
everything.
I think so. At some point, we have to say effort can be appreciated.
At that point,
effort can be appreciated. At some point,
at that point, he forgot that there are 10 other players in the team.
No, he is not. That is not his point. His point is.
What was his point?
We will
do everything.
Yes, we will do everything.
Now they speak for the
and
team.
You can say that effort at some point can be appreciated.
So
we cannot say he did not do enough. That year he still won the Ballon d'Or.
Appreciate the effort when no bring Champions League. Where the Champions League?
Okay, good afternoon, football lovers. You're still tuned to Today 95.1 FM. This is the football segment of Today Sports Live. I am Benjamin Minawachuku. You can call me the Dollar of Sports. Or on the analysis side, we've got Alex, Henry, Reliance, and OVA. Okay, on the menu today, we've got the impact of Club World Cup on players to talk about. Okay, let's dive into action proper. Former Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp has labeled the Club World Cup the worst idea ever implemented in football because of serious fears over player welfare. The German is now a Red Bull head of global soccer and one of their team, Red Bull Salzburg, qualified for this summer tournament in the United States. Klopp has often complained about players' workload and fixture congestion and delays before the Club World Cup. Global Players Union FIFPro released a report saying players should be allowed at least 4 weeks off-season break. This year's Club World Cup is the first to feature 32 players and 48 games. And that saw Salzburg knock out in the group stage of the competition. During an exclusive interview with German newspaper Welt am Sonntag, Klopp talked about the expanded format and players' development. Let me quote Jurgen Klopp: "It's all about the game and not the surrounding events. And that's why the Club World Cup is the worst idea ever implemented in football in this regard," he said. People who have never had or do not have anything to do with day-to-day business anymore are coming up with something. There's insane money for participating, but it is also not for every club. Last year, it was the Copa America and the European Championship. This year is the Club World Cup. And next year is the World Cup. That means no real recovery for players involved, neither physically nor mentally. Now, in September, a week prior to suffering an ACL injury, Man City midfielder Rodri said players were close to going on strike because of the increase in games, while teammate Manuel Akanji suggested that he would have to retire at age 30 as a result of the lack of break in the calendar. Now, fast forward to October. In October, FIFPro filed a legal complaint with the European Commission over what is said was FIFA abuse of dominance, especially related to the Club World Cup. And FIFPro representatives met with FIFA over the fixture calendar in January. Club added, I have serious fears. The players will suffer injuries they've never had before next season. If not, next season, it will happen at the World Cup or afterwards. We constantly expect the players to go into every game as if it were their last. We tell them that 70 or 75 times a year, but it can't go on like this. We have to make sure they have breaks, because if they don't get them, they won't be able to deliver top performances. And if they can't achieve that anymore, the entire product loses value. It's quite a lengthy one, but let's just go into what we have for you today. The question, I'll start with you, Henry. Now, I've read out what Jurgen Klopp talked about, the FIFA Club World Cup, the fixture congestion, what's the impact it has or it will have on the players in the long run. You know, now, you look at the players. Example, for the Premier League side, we've got Chelsea and Manchester City in the competition, still in the competition. Last night, Chelsea were 4-1 winners over Benfica of Portugal. And we saw how the players have been complaining. Jude Bellingham coming out to say the pitch is hard, the weather this, the weather that, and they are even more tired before the kickoff. They are actually tired, you know, because of what they had in Europe. And most of these players have played close to 50 games already last season, this season that just ended. And you look at Chelsea and Manchester City. For them, the season have not ended, whether you like it or not. And the Premier League is scheduled to start by August, and we are in June. The competition is yet to finish. Let's say Manchester City and Chelsea get to play in the final. That's another extension of fixture for them. So now, the question I have for you here is, what are the long-term physical and mental impacts of the increasing congested football calendar on players?
I mean, there is a lot actually, and you have to say, or we have to tell ourselves the truth. No one gets to play 50 to 65 games in a season. Is a lot of games already. These players need to rest. I mean, Klopp talked about the fact that NBA players are paid huge amounts of money, and they still get to yes, they play about 81 regular season matches, but they still get about 4 months of rest at the end of the day. But you have to look at footballers. You finish in May, by the first week of July, you're back in for pre-season, and you get to play a lot of games back to back, and maybe not as much as NBA games, but maybe you have to say maybe NBA beats as regards intensity. But football is played with a huge or large intensity this time around. But you have to look at the fact that these players don't get enough rest. Now their rest will be cut short with the Club World Cup. The Club World Cup finishes in July, right? Let's say Chelsea maybe makes it to the semi-final of the Club World Cup. That means they'll play into July, and their first preseason friendly, they still have about 3 or 4 preseason friendlies lined up, and the first is in the last week of July. So you're telling me these players, well, most of them will only get about 2 or 3 weeks break at the end of the day before they come back. Look, we're bound to have player fatigue play a major role in this thing. We're bound to have players get tired. We're bound to have players get injured. And somehow there's that course of the World Cup year. The season before the World Cup, we get to see certain big name players get injured and tend to miss the World Cup at the end of the day. And with the congested fixtures coming out, or with the fixture congestion as it is now, you're bound to see such happen again. Let's not forget the Champions League has also been increased as well. So there are 2 extra games in the league phase, and potentially for sides like PSG or Man City that went through what they went through last season, 2 more games with the playoff round. So that could potentially be 4 more games at the end of the day. It takes its toll on the players' body. But I mean, the money that is on play or at display, you don't blame the clubs for wanting to actually take it, because you're also demanding huge wages at the end of the day. And truth be told, these clubs aren't making as much as NBA teams do. And NBA teams don't have large rosters. They have the average NBA team has about 15 players in his main roster. Then you're looking at players in the G League that about the same amount on your roster in the G League, which isn't quote unquote that much. G League players, yes, they earn decently, but compared to what they actually make in a year, it isn't much. What they are paying. But you look at football teams, you have about a 25-man squad. You still have the under 23 players you're catering for. You have the under 19 players you're catering for. You have to pay them decent enough wages, especially for the big team. So there are a lot of factors that you have to look at. You have to put into place. The money is good, so you don't expect club directors or owners to actually turn down the amount of money when you're actually demanding more money or pay as a footballer at the end of the day. But truth be told, I think we will see a lot of fatigue and injury setting. You have to ask yourself, Pep has been managing Rodri this Club World Cup. The man hasn't really played more because he knows that Rodri is coming back from an ACL. If you don't handle it properly and you put him or throw him into the mix,
he goes back
again with another ACL. And will he be able to recover and get to that level again that we knew Rodri to be? So there are a lot of games players are playing, and the sad truth is that next season we'll see the effects, injuries, fatigue. Like Liverpool and Arsenal, if Arsenal can get their act right next season, both still have a sort of clear running to the title. Although some of these clubs can also take this as an advantage as regards that this could be your preseason. But you're not asking yourself, how much rest do you have? Because even at the start of preseason, it's like people aren't really in competitive mood yet. First, it's just
more or less like a friendly game, taking it easy.
Easy. Yes, you're trying to get yourself back to that prime fitness, season fitness. But even at the start of the season, you're not really there. Maybe these guys will get to be there, but maybe when the pressure and intensity gets higher and more towards the tail end of the season, they tend to burn out or tend to have burnt out, and they would have worn off by then. So I think those are the two major issues. But it also has its own advantage, like I said, financially, and also the fact that it could be an early preseason. But like I said, how much rest are you having? Your mates went on holidays, you didn't, you continue training, and you went to the Club World Cup. They have about 6 weeks off. They will be back some, depending on the player. Maybe like in Liverpool, a player like Salah might not come back the first week of July. It might be the second week of July. So that sort of thing. So like these guys will have, and if they now start boom like a house on fire on their feet, can you continue with that momentum, knowing that they have about those amount of weeks or games on you? That's a big problem. I doubt if a lot of clubs. That's why I'm looking at the City are going through a rebuild. They will be in the title race next season,
definitely.
But I just feel that fatigue might set in and might not, and they might just fall off a bit. I don't even want to talk about it. I know in the Club World Cup, but I'm not even impressed with their transfer market activities.
So far.
You look at Chelsea. Chelsea would have been looking. We qualified for the Champions League this season because technically we're still in this season, and to go into next season, the aim is to let's not try and qualify and let it wait for the last 2 or 3 days. Let's try and cement our place in that Champions League place first before we can think of that. I don't want to talk about the title for Chelsea. Let's try and cement ourselves in that Champions League place. Let's be in a comfortable situation. Like you're looking at the table, 10 games to go, and you're like, definitely Chelsea are going to the Champions League. You're not now questioning whether Chelsea will be in the Champions League or not. Let's be at that stage next season. Would they be able to play at that? Because the Premier League, every game is played at a very high intensity.
Definitely.
You're going into the Champions League qualification next season. You're looking at Newcastle being there. Like the regulars, Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal. You're looking at Chelsea themselves. You look at Newcastle. You look at Aston Villa. Coming up, let's say United and Tottenham, you want to put them into the mix because technically they are big teams, whether you like it or not. They'll have that at the back of your mind that they want to qualify for the Champions League. You don't know the surprise. The Premier League usually springs up for us.
Then that's one season. Exactly. That one team, 2 team surprises
that could come up. So it's going to be a long and intense race. Even for the title, even Liverpool that are champions, they know that Man City will come for them next season. Arsenal will come for them next season. Even to some extent, Chelsea could be, the players and the coach could be looking at saying, we can go for the title. Even if they don't come out openly say it within themselves and in the dressing room, they could actually have that belief within themselves. So they'll be going at you, although you just want to say Liverpool, Arsenal and Chelsea could be the main. So they could be going out, they will be going at you with that high level of intensity. How do you cope? Or look at Real Madrid. Barcelona were frightening last season. Now they get to rest. Madrid don't get to rest and they're trying to rebuild. So Alonso is trying to get his right in a competitive setting. His players haven't had enough rest. Okay, you say you brought in new players. The Hudson played games last season, didn't he? Trent, he did. Liverpool side. He played games last season. So he needs to rest also. And you're not playing up again or going up against a Barcelona side. Young blood. Flick side can press and run till that kick don't come, and they didn't look like slowing down. Even when we felt they would slow down towards the tail end of last season, they didn't look like slowing down. So they can go at that for 38 plus games. How do you expect Real Madrid to cope with that? Especially when fatigue starts setting in. Bellingham played over 50 games the previous season, went to the Euros. By the knockout stage of the Euros, you could see Bellingham was spent.
Yeah.
Last season, he still, he got injured a bit, came back, but still played a lot of games. And he looks spent, but he's still trying to run. Luckily, he will be out for about the first 2 months of the season because of the shoulder surgery goes off. So maybe he gives him a rest. Not maybe, definitely gives him that rest, and that's like his own holiday. He will probably be begging for it. He will be probably begging for those 2 months out, definitely, because he needs to rest, and that's the simple truth. So I mean, and sadly, if it wasn't for the Club World Cup, that man would have had that surgery off season, after the season, rested well enough, even returned for pre-season or towards the end of pre-season, and be part of the Real Madrid squad at the beginning of the season. And that tells you that Real Madrid will miss someone big earlier in the season, or a important player earlier in the season. So it affects a lot of the clubs when you're looking at it. Atleti will say, thank God we got kicked out in the, because Atleti looked
very tired. Their players were
Atleti
very
looked
tired.
So tired. I was looking at PSG player, looking at PSG, you're looking at, but you can see these PSG boys are drained. They look drained. They look tired.
Yeah.
They've put a lot into the season, so they look tired. So I think it's going to play a major role. Next season could be one of those seasons where we see Monaco go and win the league, or it could or Marseille go and win the league. It could sound funny, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
When people are gassed and tired, or gassed out and tired, we tend to see funny things happen because they are struggling to keep up with the pace.
Yeah.
And that's the simple truth. But let's wait and see how it plays out. And injuries, like I say, when you're looking at the World Cup here, we tend to see some funny injuries the season before the World Cup. Talk more of now when there are more games. Well, I'm not praying for any serious injuries or any injuries, but I mean, it's part of football, and
Something
it will happen.
that comes with the sport.
It will happen. It will definitely happen. 1 or 2 big names will miss the World Cup next year. That their countries will qualify, will miss the World Cup next year. It's bound to happen. So I think these 2 factors are things you have to look at. But like I said, the money is one thing that a lot of the owners or people at the top cannot ignore when you look at the whole setting and what is on display at the end of the day.
Okay, that's the thoughts of Henry. Talking about we are currently talking about the FIFA Club World Cup and the impact it's having on players, especially using the what the former Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp actually said. You know, the man talked about the Club World Cup being a bad idea. What's the idea when it comes to football? The calendar is choky. The players are playing more games. The even if there are more monies in the competition. So what are the impacts of these plenty games when it comes to the footballers? What are the impacts that these games tend to give footballers? For most teams, their clubs are currently on holidays. Players are on holidays, and for the likes of Chelsea and Manchester City, other teams, they are actually Real Madrid. They are actually their season is still on, and they are struggling it out in the Club World Cup. What is the impact? What impact does it have on the players and the club when it comes to competing next season? Alex, I'll come to you on this one. So, what the question here is: should there be a mandatory global off-season break for all professional footballers, as suggested by FIFPro?
I mean, when we come to this, at this point, it is very, very necessary. With the inclusion of rules, we are seeing rules being tweaked in different ways. Football is changing, it's evolving. There should definitely be a point where they all collectively come together and say we need to take a break. I would just piece off from what Henry has said, because he has dissected it very well and laid out all the facts. He did very well on that one. But I just want to pick out the fact that he said basketball players, and I wanted to remind you, Henry, that basketball players get 4 months off.
I say 4 months.
as soon as they are done with their regular 82-game season, footballers do not get that. We don't. And I think
footballers if you get 3 weeks. 3 weeks
at most 4 to 6 weeks,
and return immediately. And if you actually maybe engage with football clubs or teams, you'd find out how much rest is important in regrouping and rebuilding. You think that this person looks like he has the energy to run for for 20 games straight and looks like he will never pause until you get to that point where either an injury or a very telling game against a well-rested opponent, and then it will just turn you up and inside down. There was something we said about the intensity of the Premier League when compared with the other leagues. We said that when you're playing Champions League, you're playing other competitions, you've gotten to the latter stages, you're trying to rest your players. You cannot do that in the Premier League. Someone like Brentford will give you a very tough afternoon. Somebody like Bournemouth will ruin your season altogether with one very embarrassing performance. Whereas in the other league, you might be well situated to handle it better. But now we are seeing that everybody is coming out to compete. The only solution is a rest, is a mandatory rest. I would have commended the Club World Cup, first of all, on being a competition that is being played every 4 years. But then at the same time, this first edition is coming at the worst possible time. The back of the Euros, the Club World Cup is near, and then the World Cup next year. So how there is no period, there is no time for rest. We still have those from Africa going for the AFCON, by I think it's December or thereabout. So there is no what particular time is situated there for rest. You have to start thinking of these Africans, especially the likes of the Egyptians, the Moroccans, who have almost secured their World Cup place. They know that they are going to play AFCON. They are returning to their club side, and they are going back again to the World Cup. And some of them are currently still playing in the Club World Cup. So I mean, if we have to look at these players, we have to consider them, and at some point we have to also help them out. But then at the same time, just like Henry said, Henry also raised the issue of their wages. I saw a news from Uli Hoyneb of Bayern Munich, where he was saying that at the same time, the players have raised wages higher than it has ever been. A structure, a deal of 3 to 4 years on a contract that you'd sign, and then per week, as of, let's say 10 years ago, as of per weekly, you are a top player. You're about to earn 80 to 100k. But now they are setting it at 250, 350, 400. They are making the club respond to that demand, and they are also trying to generate more revenue. It is a round game. So I mean, at some point, everybody attacked Rodri when he did say they needed rest. They were like, why not take some pay cuts? Why not include your academy players into the squad to make them max? But then at the same time, it is also the money involved. Look at the Club World Cup. I think everybody threatened to come 1 billion prize money. I was coming to that. Everybody threatened to come with their under 21s. They said they'll come with their fringe players. Gianni Infantino heard it, and then the next thing we found out what the cash prize of the Club World Cup would be. See everybody packing their full team onto the plane. So you cannot even blame them. Everybody is returning with their full roster. And I mean, the man who has droned on and on about this Jurgen Klopp, Arsene Wenger, they are making a whole lot of sense, but it's a cycle. It's going round. You start from somewhere.
There needs to be a balance.
Yes, there needs to be a balance. You've just put it. There needs to be a balance between all things. I mean, balance is key, like we all know. So you have to start somewhere in terms of their rest, their preparation, their wages too. The transfer fee that is being paid. I can't. Okay, like these Liverpool fans now. Sorry, I said not Liverpool fans. Opponents that are going to be watching Florian Wirtz next season. They have seen his transfer cap about 160 million. Reportedly, plus add-ons, reportedly the British transfer record holder, reportedly. So, what are you about to expect? I saw tweets where, as funny as it is, some people said if he does not record at least 5 goals and assists in his first 2 games, he's in trouble because of his transfer cap. Now, imagine telling that kind of person that Florian Wirtz might not play all games next season. Let's say if Liverpool play a total of 58 to 60 games in all competitions, that Florian Wirtz will play about 35. They'll be like, why? Is this not 100 and something million signing? That is exactly what I'm saying. But they will not want to listen. I'm actually trying to just tell you that, not only is the whole game unreasonable, but even the fans are unreasonable too. We are complaining about rest, and we are asking them why they won't play more football. So you get it's a whole cycle, and we need to first tackle it from one end to the other. Like you just said, balance is definitely key, and once we can find a balance between how they play and the time they rest, that is the only way we can move forward. But supporting what you said about their mandatory rest, it is very compulsory. They absolutely have to have a period. I don't even know if I can say if it is yearly or something, but they need a period where they will regroup. Okay, look at Arsenal. Arsenal goes to Saudi Arabia, I think, yearly. They go for a 1 week, 2 week trip or something like that. When they come back, they look a different side. For the past 3 to 4 seasons, we've seen them improve. Maybe they look gassed. They go for that trip. They return, and then they are playing much better football. So there has to be a balance between them. There has to be wages. We don't have to expect too much. Look at the way they wanted to slaughter every 100 million pound player when they were spent. They went on. They found some wage structure of players that they did not expect. Who would I say? There were instances then which have slipped my mind a couple of years back when they were shocked. They were like, this player is on 200k a week, and this is what he's playing. You understand that feeling when the fans are demanding more of you, asking for you to start more games, for you to be more influential. That is exactly what is going on. And then when you play, you increase your wages. Okay, you as a player, you've gotten to play 55 games this season. You've been handful in trophies. You've been handful in goals and assists and all contributions around the club. As soon as you're done with that season, you're thinking, I deserve more. That's the first thing from a player's point of view. You're thinking, I deserve more. You're beginning to open contract extension talks just so that your wages could go up. And at the same time, the clubs are beginning to think, oh, how do we get the revenue since this guy is asking for 50 to 100k more than what he earned last season? So rest is compulsory, but of course it's a cycle. We have to tackle it from the beginning and find the balance.
Okay, rest is key, but we have to tackle it from within. And the circle has to be circled. That's why it's a circle. So the players are asking for more wages, so the club needs to make money to pay your wages, so they don't go into administration. For Ovie, let me come to you. Can we make excuses going into next season, if Man City gets to let's say they get to give it the kind of performance that they gave last season? Last season they struggled to make the top 4. Now, can we give that same excuse for them this season and Chelsea, because they've had little time to rest, if they don't get to perform next season?
I think we can give them that excuse, because at the end of the day, I'm coming in, I'm not at 100%, and I'm playing a team that is well rested for 4 or 5 months. You don't expect me to be at optimal condition, or to be at my prime condition, to be able to tackle that team. It's not even a minnow team like maybe someone from the championship or someone from the first league or from the League One. I'm playing a top team, the former champions. If it's Liverpool, if it's Newcastle, if it's
let's say let's say Chelsea get to play Sunderland, Leeds United and Burnley, right?
Yeah.
And let's say Chelsea get to play the smaller teams in EPL for their first 5 games.
Then we'll see who
and
they are going to field.
Chelsea gets let's say 3 points out of it.
Yeah.
Or Man City get the same amount of points.
I would say they actually did well. I would say they actually did well. Then again, you have to look at the performance, how they play. Did they struggle to get that win or not? Because they might feel, okay, they might say, okay, we need to rest our players coming back. This is our first match. Okay, the rest, Haaland and the rest, because Haaland does not really be getting those starts. He's been coming off the bench sometimes, so we know that maybe they're trying to keep him fresh for the new season. So Haaland might get a start at the week. We can see with Reinders, with Cherky, many of them sometimes are not getting starts. So maybe Rodri coming to the season might start something that they are managing him during the Club World Cup. So coming to next season, look at people that are going to give those starts. Then you know that okay, they are trying to rest. They're trying to give those players that are coming off the Club World Cup a little rest. Maybe the people that have not really had much playing time in the Club World Cup, you people just have at least 70% energy to be able to handle these guys, and they get that Club World Cup. I'll say, and they get that 3 pointers. Okay, that is why I was thinking from Pep Guardiola and the rest, but they are not. But if they do get that, or even if they do field their big boys and the rest against them, I'll say maybe he's trying to see how much he can get from these boys, even though they are still fatigued, even though they are at 40-30%. He still believes that they can still handle Sunderland, which I would think maybe that might actually be a big mistake.
Ovie, I just wanted to paint a scenario, and also this one is like trying to explain even extensively what I mean. Now, in those situations where your league is going smoothly, where you're still playing weekly matches, you play only on weekends, and then maybe you're playing Champions League group stage, but then at the later parts of the season, let's say for a team that is on course to win all 4 trophies, from a Premier League perspective. You are Liverpool, you are Man City. This on Saturday, you have a game versus Newcastle. On Wednesday, you have a Carabao Cup first leg in the semi-final versus maybe Chelsea away from home.
Yeah.
And then that Saturday again, you're going to fight for the title at Emirates. That is a title showdown.
Yeah.
And then the week after that, you're playing your Champions League, maybe semi-final first leg. That is when it really begins to show. Because how do you start to rotate? Every manager is beginning to think, what do I do in this? And you know at that point, with those 4 games, every one of them is tough.
Yeah, definitely.
Every one of them is definitely possible to happen. And then at the same time, you are already beginning to resign to defeat mentally. You're like, I have to lose some and prioritize others.
Yes.
And the gap in between is so small. We saw Barca play 5 games in 3 days. We saw Madrid play 3 games in 5 days.
5
sorry.
days, yeah.
Madrid, I think, was 3 games in 6. We saw United 5 in 11. That is like an average of 2 days or less. I mean, when it gets to that point is when it actually begins to show. Because I'm trying to see if we really understand. Imagine a team that says they want to go for all trophies. We saw, who would I give an example? I think Liverpool now. Yes, I can use Liverpool. Liverpool got knocked out of only the UCL.
Yeah.
But then in the Carabao Cup, they made the quarterfinals, if I'm not wrong. They made
Carabao Cup, they played in the final with Newcastle.
Okay, yes. They did play in the final.
Yeah.
It was a FA Cup that they lost to Plymouth Argyle, I think, in the round of 16. So you can see that during the later stages, it began to crash. That Plymouth Argyle's loss, if you look at their starting lineup, it tells you that Slot was like, let's gamble with this one. His bench, he did not even bring his players.
No.
He has begun to prioritize 1, the Premier League, 2, the Champions League, as his favorite options. And then at the same time, they are telling you, you can only have a 26-man squad, because if you leave this thing, Chelsea will go and carry 40 players and put in their team. They will pack as many as possible and sign as many so that they can rotate as often as possible. So at the end of the day, we are the ones doing ourselves. The quality of football is not going to be the same. You'd watch a quarterfinals, you'd expect quality. Let's say in the FA Cup, let's say in the Carabao. I can remember Pep being really good for years. Why are you always looking down on the Carabao Cup or the FA Cup? Pep will start a very rubbish lineup. Players that have been shipped off or are not even currently playing for the team is what Pep will start as a roster. So you see Fernandinho then was no longer first midfielder. Yeah. He was well behind Rodri. Fernandinho, you see Cancelo before he became part of the team.
Paulo Zabaleta.
The guy we shipped to Barca, Eric Garcia that was moved to Barca. And all those players will begin to start those games. We know they don't start. It is a semi-final of an FA Cup. We expect quality. We don't get quality. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when it gets to those later points of the season, is when we actually realize the need for rest. And the need for, I can't stress this one enough, space between games. Space between games. If there's any way you can give your players the maximum amount of time to rest, recuperate, and go again, you need to have that space in between games. I just hope at the end of the day that these players, I mean, we already saw injuries, but we are hoping that it does not get worse than how it already was.
Okay, the show is meant to be interactive. You can send your messages across to our WhatsApp and SMS portal on 0701 933 9962. I take that slowly. 0701 933 9962. That's our WhatsApp and SMS portal. While the phone lines are officially open, 0810 9510 951. I take that slowly. 081 09 510 951. 0810 9510 951. Okay, so the phone lines are open 0810 9510 951. We have a caller on the line. Hello, good afternoon. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. I'm the first caller. My name is Mr. Ike Uchi.
Okay,
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Ike Uchi, please go on with your comments.
Okay, I think it's very wrong for FIFA to schedule all those Club World Cup matches. It's very, very wrong. Please, I'm begging FIFA to, reduce their activities in terms of football. Football is getting down. We see a lot of injuries last time during the World Cup, we are still seeing injuries now. Please, I'm urging you people to talk about Man United also. I've not been hearing about Man United, my club.
There's nothing. There's nothing currently happening in Manchester United aside. They've been linking up with players, but they've not signed any player apart from the man from Wolves, Matheus Cunha. Apart from that, I don't think United have actually have any signing. If anything comes up, we'll let you know.
Okay, keep it on. You people are trying. You are the number one in the whole Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are grateful. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Samuel. I'm calling from Rumusi.
Okay, go on with your contribution,
I
Samuel.
I greet your colleague in the studio too.
They greet you too.
I think I blame the club owners and the footballers for all this. Because I think this FIFA club work for self is not even the problem. There are a lot of unnecessary competition coming in. I was asking when they extend the Champions League to group stage and extend it to eight match in the group stage. I was asking that now if you are getting to the final, you are not playing not less than 16 or 17 games. If you went to the playoff and everything like PSG did. So I was why can't you just leave it even though it's the group stage, you can still play six games. Why extending it to 8 games? Nations League. I didn't even see the list of bringing Nations League. And the club owners were not talking. They were keeping quiet
that's because they are making more money from it.
When they want to bring Super League, Super League not bringing money, but a lot of people kick against Super League, and the Super League did not come to life. So all this competition, they could have kicked against it and say, no. Why are you extending this one? Why are you extending this one? Let it remain the way it's supposed to be. Okay, if you are making it to, if you want to make it a group stage in the Champions League, why making it 8 games instead of the 6 games that it was before? So they are just extending the competition, bringing this one. So they say they are making money. Are they not making money before?
They are making more money now. More money.
Even without all this competition, they can still make more money. You can't tell me because they increase the Champions League to 8 games. That's why more money. They can still make more money. That's why, because they are making more money, the players are also demanding for more money. Because if they are not making more money, players will not demand for more money. So you can't tell me you are making more money and you are telling the players not to demand for more money. So that's what is causing all this unnecessary. Because I didn't even see it now. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Go on.
Now look at what is happening in the Club World Cup. Real Madrid, no rest. I even thank God that my team Barcelona did not qualify. Chelsea now, before you see now, coach will now use that as an excuse. Because of the Club World Cup, we are tired. That's why we didn't do well. And this will now become an excuse for some coaches. And you will see, when season starts, you will see Enzo Maresca will now come in if they lose 1 or 2 matches. Say because of the player did not have a rest. And you can't blame me for that. Because it's a good excuse for somebody to make. So, all this competition, they are killing football. That's why we are not even seeing the football is dying day by day. We are just going there we are just making money, no entertainment again. I don't even know what is going on in football these days. Even this Club World Cup, I just watching it based on, let me just watch. I don't have anything to watch because normally, I know the competition is good, money is coming in, but the timing is very, very wrong. The timing is not okay with me. So that's my contribution.
Okay, thank you for your contribution there. Meanwhile, the phone lines are still open. 0810-9510951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is there for your taking on 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That's for the WhatsApp and SMS portal. For the phone lines, it's 0810-9510950. 951 rather. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, Kelechi from Port Harcourt.
Kelechi from Port Harcourt. Go on with your contribution.
Yes, this is why I love my favorite sports. And no matter how you complain about time choke and competition, tournament choking here and there, we will still end up having a nice and wonderful time watching tennis. Yeah, concerning the World Club Cup, all I can say is what we saw happen to Chelsea, Benfica is just a tip of what's going to happen in the World Cup come next year. Because this almost 2 hours stoppage, water break is going to happen by next World Cup. Canada, US, and Mexico.
Yeah, similar weather conditions and
exactly. Just that's all I can say. All I can say is let me wait for the World Cup and see how it will all unfold by next year. Some of us we're gonna have when you cannot sleep anymore at night. I can't whatever it is. A lot of persons are gonna have that
insomnia.
Because, yeah, exactly. You're gonna stay awake to work, country, and I mean it's crazy. Whatever has happened, let's see how next year will turn up. Please, could you give me update on Arsenal women's transfer, please? Is it possible?
Before we leave the studio, we'll do that for you.
Please, I would love to know Arsenal women's update transfer.
All right, thank you.
Update on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, phone lines are still open. 0810-9510951. SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you, big guy.
Good evening. Your name and your location.
My name is Irene Gift. Location Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel in Port Harcourt.
The one with the faculty.
Wonderful.
The one waiting for Bible, I beg.
It is saying I don't read the Bible and they call us so that location. I did from the
that one. Even if I go track, I don't reach.
All right, go with your contribution. All right, they greet you too.
All right. You see, we are told in my community that if you put the thing for the soup where you cook, this blind man, I say begin eat them. Ain't gonna say the thing ain't inside that soup, not the crayfish inside. And that is the same of the Club World Cup, expanded edition. Now we are talking about, look at the prize money. At the end of the day, we are talking about players fatigue and what have you. Of course, what do you expect? Like it's popular saying, so much is given, much is expected. Is it not? And then when they make transfer fees as high as 150 million and what have you, wages, we are talking about 200 and something thousand. Where do you expect the club to go get the money from? If not for entering competitions like this. You know, I told you also in my community that when you blame a rat for eating up your fish, you also blame your fish for allowing the aroma to attack the rat. When they demand high wages, definitely the clubs will look for areas to get the money to pay. Because don't forget now, right now, football is big business. Every time one of the world is aware of that. So, for the clubs there, they should use it as receiving tickets for themselves and then collect that cash. Because normally during pre-season, nobody dash you money now, is it not?
Definitely.
Of course. So for me, I think it will lead to players retiring early. I would not be surprised if after next year's World Cup, you see players of 32, 35, they retire from active football. Because when you put every pressure they go through, definitely it's affecting their health. And on the other hand, football is dying slowly. You know why? They will give us the skills.
Yeah.
But it won't be long. They go on the table of the doctor to treat one injury or another. And so their skills, we don't enjoy it. Because, for example, somebody plays for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, dazzles us, and then it goes back to the doctor's table or the doctor's room for another 5 weeks. I want to enjoy the skills of that player. Don't forget that when you're coming back from injury, there's no way you tell me that you hit the ground running. So for me, if we want to balance it up, then players themselves should also look at the amount they collect as wages and sign-on fees. And agents also, player agents, they also look at the amount of money they collect as
agents 10%.
Exactly. So these are also part of the pressures because player will won't go normally, won't go a club for 10 kobo. Agent go say, if you go for 10 kobo, how much will be my own? Don't forget you have to pay other person, the lawyers and what have you. So unfortunately, ball is sweet to watch, but in the long run, the durability of the players on the pitch. So lots of people like Roger Miller or the likes of, what is this guy's name now? Ibrahimovic. It was difficult to get them because they took more into football than for the head. Thank you very much, the Big Ben.
All right. Thank you so much for your contributions there. For the person that asked about Arsenal women transfer, there's nothing. It's just one transfer. Liverpool women's captain will join Arsenal for free. That's just the news that is there for the person that asked of Arsenal women's transfer. For the SMS and WhatsApp, I think we've got a WhatsApp message here. This one says, good evening. The players earning huge amounts, hence the work they need to do. George from Aba. George, we've seen your message and we've read it duly. This one is not for us. Agamo Festival. It's not for us. Okay, the phone lines are still open. 0810-9510-951. That's the phone line. For SMS and WhatsApp portal is 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, it's Samuel. I call back.
Okay.
I want to ask a question. This is like the club workshop that is going on. The polling, this is polling break. Can't they play the match in the evening? The stadium does not have a floodlight because the sun is, when I watch the match, I see that the sun is too much. I was asking, can they play the match in the evening? That's my question. And another thing is that these players are demanding more. I think it's other way. I think the club are making more. That's why the players demand more. For me, because okay, let me say you are paying me 15 naira when you are making 200, and now you are making 500. You are expecting me to collect 200. I think it's the club that are making more, so the player also demand more, not the other way around. I know.
Thank you for your contributions and questions. For the question, you were asking if they can't play that game in the evening or night rather. There are several factors you have to consider before playing a football game. First, the weather, the timing, and the time here in Nigeria is quite different from that of the US. So most of those games, like the one we have around midnight, that's 9 o'clock. It's more or less like afternoon, different times and all that. So I think there are different factors why that game or these games are being played at this time of at that time of the day. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling. Your name and where you're calling from.
I don't know my name. Hello.
Please, what's your name and where you're calling from?
I don't know my name and I don't know where I'm calling from.
All right. The phone lines are still open, 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. 9962. Victor, let me. Okay, before I ask you that question, there's a call on the line. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. Ike is back. Ike is back.
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask a question. Those stadium, those pitches, are they the same? Are they going to be the pitches that will host the next World Cup? Because many of them are bad.
Definitely. Not all of them. Not all of them, though. But a few of them will have to be hosting the FIFA World Cup next year.
Yeah, we are seeing poor pitches, ball do bounce, 3 times before. When you play a pass, you see the ball will just be bouncing. Football is more superior than those things that we are seeing there. So that's my question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Your name and your location.
Yeah, Michael from Aba.
Michael from Aba, go on with the contribution.
I want to hear about Arsenal and Party. Are there any headway or is given out of the club?
Thomas Partey will be leaving Arsenal exactly tomorrow, 30th of June, when his contract expires.
What a disaster! A player has been tested and proven. It could have been better to return him, add up a little thing to him. They say the demon you understand is better than the angel you do not know. You see, I don't know why Atata and his men are treating us like this. Instead of him to go out and find players, good players, the ones that he has already that he should use to fortify the club, he allowed them to go. Anyway, Arsenal, we already have our faith. Every year we'll be postponing to the next year. We are going to do better. Up to now, he has not made any good signing. Is there any signing? Is there any more signing to Arsenal?
Yes, Arsenal have signed Norgard, Christian Norgard from Brentford, 30 years of age.
Is it a done deal?
Yes.
Is it a done deal?
This is a done deal. Arsenal have signed Martin Zubimendi from the La Liga to Arsenal.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So these
are only 2 players.
Yes, for now.
While Chelsea has already gotten up to 5 players and they are ready to hit the ground running. Well,
Chelsea or Liverpool?
Liverpool. Yes, Liverpool. And they are finding top players. Those that can give them the numbers. I pray that Arsenal will certainly get, real number 9, even 2. If you go to see to other clubs, they are having competition in any of the wing, You better to Arsenal, if anybody have injury now, you see that they will be struggling. And we know that right now in football, there are many competitions. We are complaining now, and more may even come up. So there should be players that will be rotating, in case if there is any injury. But Arsenal, I don't even know that if we have a second 11 that can be proven, that can be relied on. So Arsenal better do something. All this while God have been helping us. Let me just put it like that. There are more competition in the Premiership. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution there. Okay. Victor Israel, I was coming to you before the call came. So the increase, we were talking about Jurgen Klopp's comments on the Club World Cup in fixture conjunction, how it's going to tell on players' injury and all that. Could the increased demand on players diminish the quality of football and footballers in terms of the amount of games they play? Will it diminish the quality of football that we are going to be seeing, or we are seeing, or the quality of the players?
First off, greetings to the house and greetings to the fans out there, the listeners out there. It's always
Okay, before you answer, let me take this call. Sorry. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, your name and your location.
I am Enoch, calling from Elelewon.
Enoch from Elelewon, go on with your contribution.
Okay, I think I agree with what Yagan was saying. Because looking at the competition right now, maybe after the World Club World Cup, after this one, players, they will still be going into the season. And maybe some of them, they may be injured while they are still playing the World Club World Cup, the Club World Cup. So, and if it is happened that it's a top player and the player doesn't have a very tight backup in the player, and the player now got injured before the season starts, it will get the club into the problem. Because there is no any other player to replace for that particular position which the player is playing. So I think Klopp is right for what he says. Thank you.
All right, thank you there for your contributions. Okay, Victor Israel, over to you.
Just as I was saying, we know Jurgen Klopp is a man that complains a lot about too much fixtures. When he was in the Premier League, he normally talked about the EPL not having enough time for players to rest. And to an extent, he was right, because some of these players, not even some of these players, all these players are humans, and as such, they need time to rest. And we know that this is supposed to be the resting time, even if it's maybe a month break. Some of the players that couldn't make it to the Club World Cup are already resting. And let's take the Chelsea players, for instance. Now, they concluded the Conference League, then flew to America for the Club World Cup, and maybe they get to the finals. They will be coming back and not even having up to 3 weeks to rest, and they'll be diving in straight to the return of the English Premier League. And this on the long run will go on to cause lots of injuries, because there will be fatigue and all that. These players, some of them that are not, should I say, the fitness level is not that top notch, might get injured. We might get to see some of them rupturing their anterior cruciate ligaments and getting injured for lots of months and all that. But on the other hand, let's look at it. Football has gone past that stage where we just sit and enjoy the beauty of the game. It's now a case of business. If you ask any of these teams that made it to the Club World Cup if they want to play there, they will tell you yes, they want to play there. Because we know at this point, Chelsea, the board of Chelsea knows what they've made from just qualifying to the quarterfinal stages, and they've made about 40 million. So if you look at the body language of Pep Guardiola, he's not the same man that we saw in the English Premier League. The man looked devastated, he looked depressed. But if you look at him now, he has that bit of fresh air. So this is business. They don't really care about the resting and all that. It's just a matter of business. So these players, the welfare of these players are no longer the priority. It is now a case of how much can we get from this. It is now a case of how do we make more money from it. So that's why when we saw at some point years ago when the Super League wanted to come in and people were saying they are getting to lose the beauty of the game, but they don't care again. They don't care about the beauty of the game. They don't care about how the game intrigues the fans. It is a case of how much are we going to make from this? How much revenue is coming out of this? So irrespective of the fact that it will cause injuries in the long run, it is still something that has come to stay. We might even get to see cases where players get to play 70 to 80 games in a season. Because if you put if a team, let's say Paris Saint-Germain, completed the treble in their league and also went on to clinch the Champions League, that's about 64 games a season. And they're adding the Club World Cup to it. If they can maybe prosecute 7 to 8 games in the Club World Cup, that's getting to almost 80 games in a season. Not forgetting the fact that some of these players do play international games. In a season, we might get to see a particular player clock 90 plus games. So in the long run, it will cause injuries, but football is about business.
Okay, football is about business. Victor said football is about business, so there needs to be a balance between the club owners and their finances, because the players get to ask for more wages. You have to pay the players' wage, you have to pay the agent, you have to pay this and that. So all those things are money, so they need to be a balance. So at this point, I think the players are actually the one losing, while the it's again gains. If you look at it from the other ways, it's a win-win situation at this point in time. So we have Osas in the building to talk about Nigerian football. Osas, Federations Cup final. Let's start with the female. Rivers Angels coming from 2 goals down.
Yeah, it was a good one for the jewel of Rivers State. They were able to make it 10. I think that should be the most successful
side in the Federations Cup
when
history.
it has to do with in the history of the Federations Cup, when it has to do with the female side of things. They were able to do it back to back. They were the defending champions, or they are still the defending champions. They were able to keep it. It goes a long way to tell you how much has been invested in female football in the state here, and how well the state has been doing when it has to do with female football. You know, you can count back in the days, most of the greats right now in Nigerian female football did pass through the ranks right here at Rivers Angels, the likes of Sizato Shola, the likes of Chiamaka Nadozie. You called who? Tochukwu Luehi. Also, that Messi Akide at some point in time. These are the trademarks that you can see when it has to do with female football right here in Nigeria. So, a big congratulations to the jewel of Rivers State and everybody within that setup. They've done pretty well, both in the NWFL. They did fight to the last, even if they did lose winning it at the end of the day. But it's been good. It's been a beautiful run. It's been an amazing time right here this season for female football in Rivers State.
Okay, lastly, before I let you take the mic one, the Abakaliki KFC, they are relegated, right, from the NNL. Now, they get to play the final of the Federations Cup.
They have done that?
Yes, they've done that. They've played. And we hear that they had an accident while coming back. Now,
Yes.
what do you think about these whole players traveling from, long distance, going back to traveling for games, long distance, coming back with that same, that same route, that's road transport? And what do you think the government needs to do, or these club owners, rather, needs to do to make these players be comfortable? They've just got 20 million, I think, for coming out as runner-up from the FA Cup. So what do you think needs to be done? We in the National Sports the just concluded National Sports Festival, we heard or we saw the Kano State contingents having an accident, and now we are seeing this again. What do you think the club owners really need to do to actually make these players comfortable?
It seems to be a recurring decimal. It's been there continuously. We've been talking about it. We need to understand that the lives of these players and officials matter. You're even going far. Closely was that of the Kano State contingent from the just concluded National Sports Festival. But what about Heartland Football Club of Owerri? Heartland Football Club of Owerri lost their former coach, that is Coach Christian Obi, to the same thing. It was an accident, yes. So I think it's high time we started looking at other ways to ensure that we limit these eventualities happening in our football, our clubs, Nigerian club side football. There is every possibility. The other day we talked about it here. Sometimes these things happen. We've even seen those who fly get into accidents, but when you do that, it's limited. It's best you fly these players. It could limit the occurrences of accidents. You create, even if you're going to go by the road, you create some sort of different scheduling to ensure that they don't just have to go through a rigorous journey and put themselves in harm's way. So we hope, we still pray. As I said, we hope that things will change right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League. A day will come where we see our players go down, do the business, come back safely, just because we have put in the necessary modalities to ensure that they go and come back safely. One too many at times is what has left many of us that's talking about football lovers right here heartbroken. But it is what it is. We just have to continue talking and hope that one day the changes will be effected.
Okay, until that time comes when the changes will be effected, I'm handing you over safe in the safe hands of Osas Ehinwe, the demigod of sports.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to today's Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanwan aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome to the Nigerian side of things, where we get to take you through what's happening right now in the world of Nigerian football. A lot already happening. The NPFL is there. We just saw the President's Federations Cup come and go. The Super Falcons are also on there. The mix, they are also on the list right now. We're going to be looking at them. And as well, the Super Eagles of Nigeria. It's always a great time where we get to look at what's happening right here in the Nigerian football space. My name is Osasa Himin, signing into duty to take you through this amazing ride. And guess what? I've got the guys still here with me in the studio. Some have left, some are still here. And they're going to fight this battle with me until the final time of it. And we've got the one you heard his voice. Yes, just pretty close to this time. That is Victor Israel. He is still here with me, and he will join me on this journey as we move from now up until 6 p.m., where the news updates will be coming your way. So, Victor Israel, just greet the house once more.
Greetings to everyone. Greetings to lovers of Nigerian football. Even if Nigerian football has not been putting the smiles on the faces of Nigerians the way it's supposed to be, we still love Nigerian football. Yesterday we saw beautiful football from Kwara United and Abakaliki FC. Though at some point it was as if it was volleyball, because the ball was
they didn't let the ball rest.
The ball refused to be on the ground. What we were just seeing was katak boom, katak boom, katak boom.
And a certain sports presenter and journalist did say that with that, Kwara United and Abakaliki FC would beat Auckland City.
Yeah, I was there yesterday.
Okay,
he
said it. And
but I think he was expecting too much from these Nigerian teams. We've seen Nigerian teams play football here in Nigeria as if they are going to fight war in Sambisa. And when they are paired out there with even the African teams from Togo, from Zambia and all that, and they get to falter. So let's just enjoy our football, our local football here, and forget about Auckland City.
All right.
We might get there and be trashed.
Okay. All right. There's still also here Ovie Wallace in the house, and he would be here till 6 p.m. also. Ovie. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you, Osas. It's still nice to be on the show. In the second half of the show, we're done with the first half. We entered into halftime, and now we begin the second half, Nigerian football and everything that has to do with Nigerian football.
All right, Alex Kabari joins us again.
Well, good evening to you, Sas, and the guys in the studio, and to all our Nigerian football lovers, as we are set to dissect everything that has been happening in all Nigerian, football and all sports all around. So, welcome and stay tight.
All right, welcome and stay tight as we look to start things off, but this time from the Nigerian Premier Football League. So don't go nowhere as we'll get down to business right after this. All right, get ready to look at what's happening from the Nigerian Premier Football League. But before we do that, let me let you know that our primary YouTube page is back and active. So streaming is live. You can join us. You can see what's going on right here as you watch and listen to us via our YouTube channel, and that is at Today951fm. So go there, join us as we are having a great time right here in the studio. So for the Nigerian Premier Football League, where else do we start but home? As I will be informing you, or I would love to inform you, that Rivers United have confirmed the appointment of Yemi Olariwaju as the new chief coach of Rivers United. Olariwaju takes the place of Evans Ogeyi, who recently left the position following the expiration of his contract. The young tactician that's talking about Yemi Olariwaju was sacked by Eimba midway through last season, and since then he has not been in touch with active coaching or managing, and now he joins or reunites with Finidi George. Remember, both men combined, that was a few seasons back, to give Eimba their 9th MPFL trophy. Yes, they did combine. And Evans Ogeyi is one man that is known very well for his tactical prowess. He's very good with player development and tactical prowess. So that's one of the reasons why Rivers United have got him on their pay list right now, and definitely he's going to be doing the big things there. So guys, let me start with you, Victor Israel. Evans, Yemi Olariwaju joining or coming together with Finidi George again. They both did brilliantly for Eimba Football Club of Aba. That was some 2 seasons back, or call that 3 seasons back, because one season just ended right now with Remo Stars winning. The season before that was Enugu Rangers winning, and that was the season. The 3rd season was the one where he won the league with Yemi Olariwaju as his assistant. That was Eimba winning the league in that particular season. So do you see this same thing coming through? Is that going to be his appointment, going to be an icing on the cake? Remember, Rivers United finished 2nd in the just concluded season. They missed out on an impressive Remo Stars. If Remo Stars had slipped a bit, it would have given Finidi George's Rivers United that chance to clinch this title. At least they gave Remo Stars a chase, a run for their money going forward. Do you think that this combination or marriage between Yemi Olariwaju and Finidi George is going to give birth to great things going forward?
I think that was a missing piece, because when you look at what Rivers United have been doing, let's say at some point last season, from the beginning part of the season, they were in there for the title, giving Remo Stars a push there. But at some point, it's just like bringing in a coach, and the coach, maybe, let's say there is a brain. The man, the assistant coach there is the brain of the team, of the entire play. But since the assistant coach is not there, it's just more of him doing the work without the brain. So I feel that's why Rivers United brought him there. And you could see results is there for all to see. he did it when they were in Eimba, and let's just see, maybe that is why Rivers United went on to bring him to Rivers United. Rivers United do have the players to prosecute Finidi's instructions. They have lots of, even there are lots of wonder kids there. If you take out the big guns, the likes of Ozanwafo is also there. Even if Finidi came in and we could see these young talents come on, because he believes in the tried and trusted system where the big guns must do it. But we know that Rivers United, in terms of finance also, this is a team that has the backing of everyone that needs to back them to do everything. So I just feel this is a missing piece that this team needed, and now they've gotten it. Let's see the result next season.
All right, a missing piece needed, and now it is here. Let's see the result for Rivers United next season. Now, Yemi Olariwaju is expected to start work immediately at the Port Harcourt club, as Rivers United have already started their preseason training. They did start it last week, Monday. So Yemi Olariwaju right here with Finidi George at Rivers United. I believe every lover of football or lover of Rivers United are going to be expecting big things. As I said before, together they led Eimba to a record-breaking 9th MPFL title, and Olariwaju's role in that team was very crucial, as he did focus on players' development and implementing tactical strategy. And here is Rivers United going on the continent next season in the CAF Champions League. Yemi Olariwaju down with Finidi George. He was sacked last season, and it cast a bit of doubt upon what he has done or what he was able to do with Finidi George right there in that season where Eimba clinched their 9th MPFL title. But Yemi Olariwaju right now, he needs to clean that. He needs to erase that from our mindset. And what would be the best way to do that on the continent? So we're going to be looking out for his imprint on the players' development as well as tactical analysis. Now, let me come to you, Alex, on this. We saw cases last season for Rivers United where it was like tactical input was more or less far from the team. But now we're having Yemi Olariwaju. What are we expecting to see when Rivers United goes on the continent?
Well, we could already see what they had to offer when they did pair together at Eimba. We talked about, obviously, their MPFL title, their record-breaking one, the 9th one, I think. And also, well, apart from that, the most important thing right now, or according to both us here, the Port Harcourt-based side, and to all, I would go as far as to say, citizens of Nigeria, they want to see intercontinental success. There is no louder way. Like, I think every review has been based on intercontinental success. We can't stress this enough. We are not doing consistently enough to even worry. We were talking about this the other day when we said somebody that won the league this season, in the next 2 seasons, we are talking about them being a mid-table / relegation battling side. In the league, they are not even consistent enough.
Okay.
And then going forward into the continental scene, it is barely even replicated there. So, or would I go as far as to say it's worse there? So we need a sense of stability, and this appointment of Yemi Olariwaju and Finidi George, which have proven to be a very good partnership, could bring what Rivers United are looking for in terms of coaching and coaching stability and strategy. But what does that do enough for their players going all the way? I don't think so. I think they need a couple more acquisitions. I think I want Rivers United to hold their own against the top sides in Africa. I want them to be able to travel all the way to South Africa on a cold
to Egypt,
Thursday night or Egypt and do something. I know I almost want to set Sundowns as the standard right now because they are playing exceptional football. Although I won't quite see them because even Pyramids beat them in the final. But at the same time, they've been so good. They've been very impressive. So I just want us to at least go. You just have to go and show yourself. Right before you came on, I had a question thrown at me from Reliance, and I was trying to tell him, because he was trying to say something about Messi trying to promise to bring the UCL back to Camp Nou, and he didn't. And I quoted Messi word for word exactly what he said, which is what he said he would do the absolute best he can to bring that trophy back. Sorry, I'm veering off a little bit, but I'm aiming at something.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to say that there is a point where effort is very appreciated. Lionel Messi, we saw that in my claim with him. We saw that after he made that promise to bring the trophy, the Blaugranas wants the most back home, he did his own part. He went up there that season, he won the UCL player of the season, got knocked out by Liverpool in what was the comeback of a century. He did his own part. He set up the most goals, created the most chances, all of that, and he was even the highest goal scorer. So in some point, I had to ask Reliance, in some point, can we also count effort as success? Because there's a tremendous amount of effort you take that everybody knows you're taking it to the next level. That is what we want to see from them. We want to see effort. We want to see a fight when they go out on the continental scene. Because right now you're looking at, okay, maybe I may have slipped up to Remo Stars last season, and I fell second in the table. I did not do enough to win the title. But then at the end of the day, you're looking at intercontinentally, would we be able to go out and challenge the big boys, the likes that are making appearances in this ongoing FIFA Club World Cup? So I mean, at the end of the day, we just want to see effort. The minute I see efforts, the minute I see a fight, I will make sure that I loud that I would cheer them on. I would be fully behind them, and I'll tell you that something is in the working here. It is the same way when maybe you will not see as much. I have been one of the great pioneers of Arsenal Football Club, because I believe that they have come a long way from where they were in like 4-5 seasons back when they were absolutely disastrous. Effort. Sometimes we just want to. Everybody prioritizes results over efforts. Of course, the trophies count. But I mean, your pattern of play has to have improved. The way you play. I'm just taking a note from all these other teams. So I mean, he has the ability to do that. They need just the players to do it. They need the mindset and the structure, and there is nothing that they can achieve in terms of fighting for all the trophies, or at least holding their own against the big boys in Africa.
All right, okay. Lots stated there by Alex Carberry talking about Rivers United. They are going to be on the continent next season playing in the CAF Champions League, and they have acquired the services of Yemi Olariwaju. If you know him, he was the assistant coach to Finidi George right there at Eyimba when Eyimba won the MPFL title for the 9th time. That was 3 seasons back. But what we have on our screen right now is the game between Paris Saint-Germain and Inter Milan about to kick off. Inter Miami, beg your pardon, Inter Miami about to kick off, and it's more or less like the both sides on a very, very attacking lineup. Yes, for Paris Saint-Germain is 4-3-3 as they line up with that traditional back four. There is Gigi Donnarumma in goal, Akraf Hakimi, Marquinhos, Pacho, and Mendes, the four men at the back line. In the midfield, there is João Neves, there's Vitinha, there's Fabian Ruiz. And up front, the 3 men, it's missing there. We're trying to look for Ousmane Dembele, but he's not there. There is Kivicius Kvaratskhelia, there is Desire Duri, and there is Bakoli being the 3 men up front. And for Inter Miami, 4-4-2 is the formation at which they're lined up. Up front, Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. What can the ex-Barcelona men do at the end of this particular one? So we'll be updating you with results coming from that particular center as we have our eyes on it right now. But back to what we were talking about, and that is Rivers United. Yemi Olariwaju joining the side. Let me know your thoughts. What do you think? Do you think that he's coming in, or his input into the Rivers United team, can give them a really, really good performance when they go on the continent next season? Is it a well-deserved addition to the side? Yemi Olariwaju joining Finidi George. So you could let me know your thoughts through the SMS, and the WhatsApp portal is right there for your taking. 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. And for the phone lines, I'll be throwing it open pretty soon. 0810 951 0951. yeah, we're still looking at what happened or what's happening in the Nigerian club football scene. And yesterday, as or earlier reported, the President's Federations Cup came to an end. It was history for clubs like Kwara United, for a club like Kwara United, as the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos served as a good playing ground for them to get or clinch their first trophy. And that was Kwara United dramatically getting that penalty shootout victory over Abakaliki FC. Abakaliki FC, nicknamed the Giant Killers, were not able to kill this particular one. Maybe because Kwara United were not giants and they were just of the same cadre. And that was maybe one of the reasons why that one went that way. The last time Kwara United came pretty close was back in 1976, where the Al Salam Rocks reached the finals of Nigeria's oldest cup competition. That is the President's Federations Cup. It was once called the FA Cup, the Challenge Cup, the ITO Cup, whichever you want to call it, but it's the oldest of Nigeria's cup competition. They got to the finals in 1976, but were not able to win it. They fell short of the glory, but this time they've been able to clinch that one. A KJ encounter it was for 90 minutes, but both teams trying to see if they could get the goals, but it didn't come, and finally it went into a penalty shootout, which goalkeeper Suraju Ayeleso stood so tall for Kwara United to be able to pull them through this one, and they won 4-3 on penalties. So congratulations to Kwara United, winners of the President's Federations Cup for the men. It would have been a sad news, but God Almighty was able to save them, as they were involved in I was talking about Abakaliki FC returning back to Ebonyi State. Were involved in an accident, but I'm reporting to you right here that no life was lost, no injuries. It was just a little wreckage to their traveling bus. So glory to the Almighty that they are safe at this particular time. For the ladies in the President's Federations Cup, it was Rivers Angels who were able to hold their own and win their 10th title, accomplishing great things right here in Rivers State when it has to do with football. They defeated their arch rivals Nasarawa Amazons on penalty. The game did spark up in the 8th minute as Shola Shobowale got the goal for Nasarawa Amazons, and Rivers Angels replied in the 20th minute to restore parity, but Shobowale came up again and made it 2 just before halftime for the Amazons, and then Rivers United in the 57th minute were able to level things up again through Taiwo Ajibade, and that was how it went through until penalties, where Rivers Angels triumphed 4-2 and were able to win their 10th title. But Ovie Wallace, good one there for Rivers Angels. For Kwara United, something for them to remember for a very, very long time.
Yeah, Kwara United, good one for them. The money is something good. 28 years. Either they were Abakaliki FC. We are still in the year of breakthrough, so either one of them was going to get that trophy, and 28 years long, and they get that trophy. But mine is how they're going to improve, or the quality, Kwara United's quality in the continent is going to be questioned. But let them first get to the continent and let's see what they can do. But for me, I believe maybe if we could have done it, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Nigeria Premier Football League could have gone to the continent, would have been better than. As I'm looking at it now, Kwara United or Abakaliki FC in the continent.
Abakaliki FC is not on the continent, it's just Kwara United.
Yeah, I know. I say if either one had won it, just Kwara United is just maybe the better poison than Abakaliki FC, knowing that at least they're just still a step above Abakaliki FC when it comes to quality. So it's still the same quality we'll be getting, just maybe something slightly better on the continent. And they're going to be playing against big people. We don't know how far they're going to be getting into the competition, but we hope that at the money they've earned in the Federation Cup and the money they'll get through in the first stages of the CAF Confederations Cup, they could use it to get at least players that they can use and manage. And PSG almost getting a goal. It will be the same thing. So if you're confusing Inter Milan and Inter Miami, there's no problem. You're not confused. Not the same thing.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
But for Rivers United, I say Rivers Angel. I think they've already shown that why they're such a dominant force in the women's football, in Nigeria women's football, getting the Federation Cup once again, and it shows how well they've improved, shows how well they're organized, and we hope they can keep on doing this, keep on getting more gold, getting more laurels, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. It's a testament of okay, yes, at least you're doing something, you're getting somewhere.
Okay. All right. 0810-951-0951. I'll throw open the phone lines right now to take your reactions. Rivers United getting Yemi Olariwaju to join up with Finidi George. How do you see it? Is it a good one, or how do you see him? He's coming to Rivers United. How do you see it affect their going to the continent next season? Hello, caller. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name, location, submission. Emmanuel, welcome.
Say?
Yeah, Emmanuel, welcome. Go ahead. How do you see Yemi Olariwaju joining Rivers United?
I think it's a great one.
Okay.
The great one of that.
All right.
Joining is very good.
All right. Then how do you also feel about Rivers Angels yesterday? They were able to clinch the President's Federations Cup.
It's also a great step.
Okay. All right. So, would that be all?
Hello?
Would that be all? You have any other thing to say?
I'm not hearing you. Like,
I said, would that be all? You have any other thing to say?
yes,
All right, go ahead.
it's all, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Emmanuel, for joining the show. The phone lines are still open. You could call in and let us know what you feel. Yemi Olariwaju joining Finidi George right there at Rivers United. How do you see his imprint? How do you see his coming in affect Rivers United on the continent? They are going to be on the CAF Champions League next season. Would his coming improve? He's one man that is known so well for his player development and tactical prowess. So do you see this rubbing off on the players and the performance of Rivers United when they go on the continent? And you could also talk about Rivers Angels and maybe send them some congratulatory message. They were able to clinch the President's Federations Cup yesterday, defeating Nasarawa Amazons on penalty 4-2 it was, and making it 10 trophies from the Federations Cup. So you could also call in to drop something nice for Rivers Angels. We're still talking about football right here in Nigeria, and we're on the female side of things. We would also stick to the female side of things as we look at what's happening with the Super Falcons.
You know, there's so many promises that were given to us that when we make the Olympics, this and this will change. And I think once we made it, we were kind of let down.
I just hope he sent a message to the federation and just do better for the team, be there. Everything is not about money.
We have the talents, we have whatever, but it's just some of those little things that are really pulling us backwards.
All right, to the Super Falcons we go, as the Super Falcons of Nigeria are currently up against the Black Queens of Ghana in a test match ahead of the Women's African Cup of Nations. They are there in Morocco already preparing for the WAFCON, which will be commencing pretty soon. So the kickoff time for that match is 4 p.m. But it's not basically being televised because of some tactical reasons. Maybe the Falcons want to hide their legs. They don't want others to see it. But we'll definitely be updating you with results coming from there. One update coming from the Club World Cup is Paris Saint-Germain have taken the lead over Inter Miami. It's 1-0. That goal was scored by who had his eyes on it? João Neves.
It was a beautifully timed goal by what I would say the shortest player on the pitch, maybe barring Messi itself.
Okay.
If you watch the game PSG versus Man City, he scored the last goal of the game, or the third goal of the game to complete their turnaround, 3-2. It was an exact replica, a ball chipped in, free kick at the back post, and he just ran in and headed it past the goalkeeper. So it's 1-0 to PSG in the opening 6 minutes of the game, going 10 minutes now.
All right, 1-0 in favor of Paris Saint-Germain as they lead Inter Miami right there at the quarterfinal stage of the Club World Cup. And we are looking at what's happening with the Super Falcons. I saw some video from them yesterday. They took part in their usual walk around when they get to the host country for any tournament, and they took that walk within Morocco, within Casablanca, and the girls are in high spirit. We've had a lot going through. So many persons have talked about the fact that they've got what it takes to win a 10th title. That's talking about the WAFCON, and this time it's been pretty long for the Super Falcons, but this time we're expecting great things to happen from that side. The players are in high spirit, as I said before. The coaching crew also in high spirit, but with all that you have seen, some of the preparatory games that they've had, let me stick to you this time, of your Wallace. Let me stick with you this time. With all that you've seen, the preparatory games that they've had, talking about the Super Falcons, what's your expectations from these girls when the WAFCON commences?
I'm expecting something good. They'll be playing Ghana soon. They played Portugal, and was it Cameroon they played?
Yeah, they played Cameroon, they played Algeria.
Yeah, they played Algeria. So, and those games, we've not had any defeats from those games. The game against Portugal, maybe something that we should have worked on, but we'll see the improvements when they take on Ghana. Is it today or tomorrow? When they take on Ghana? So,
today. The game is currently up and running.
So when they take on Ghana, I think Henry is on that match right now. So we'll get lots of analysis and see what they've improved on from the Portugal game. But the WAFCON, it's a big competition on its own as we're looking at it, and the other African countries have also improved as we've already seen. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack. It's going to be hard not to crack for us to get our 10th title that we've been looking for. But from the previous games or from the games, I won't say I've seen improvement. Yeah, I'll say it's just kind of medical from what I've seen. I still believe we can still do a lot more. We can still do much more in the squad, the selections, the formations, and all. But let's get to the WAFCON and see how the group stages go at first, and then I think that's when we'll be able to plan or know how everything's going to go. But from the friendlies, I'll say it's been okay from them.
Okay, from the friendly or preparatory games there for the Super Falcons, as the lineup for the game against Ghana is out. We have got Tochukwu Oluehi in goal. There is Ohale, there is Ashley Plumte as she returns to the starting 11 right there for the Super Falcons. There is also Asisa Toshola on that mix. There's the score. So we'll keep you posted as we continue on this journey. But we've got the Super Eagles of Nigeria also to talk about today, as Super Eagles captain Williams Troost-Ekong has sent a note of warning to Nigeria eligible players who want to don the green and white jerseys of the national team. The former FC Watford player or defender warned that the decision has to be won from the hearts of the footballers, as Nigeria should never be a second choice for anyone. Quoting him, he says, "I would never try to pressure anyone into making that decision. Representing Nigeria has to come from the heart. Over the years, I've had conversations with a number of players who were weighing their options when they called me." This was the statement from the one-time Greek champion, who said this in an interview with Punch. He also quoted that, he also stated that, I always tell them the same thing. If you are going to wear the green jerseys, you have to do it because it means something to you, not just because it's an option. It has to come from your heart. In my generation, I believe will help open that door a bit wider. The words of the man Williams Troost Ekong there, talking about players who want to represent Nigeria. I believe this is coming just because of we heard of recent that Tosin Adarabio is weighing his chances to represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We talked about him yesterday, basically from the angle that the man might be looking at maybe if Nigeria could qualify for the World Cup before he would decide to commit to Nigeria. And this is Williams Troost Ekong, a man who has walked down that road. He has this is 10 years right now he has put in for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and it has been a wonderful time for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And here he is saying you must be intentional about representing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Victor Israel, being intentional about representing the Super Eagles of Nigeria or your quality at the point in time? When is being intentional? When does that come into play? Talking about the quality that you bring into the team, being intentional, and if you have much of quality that the team needs, being intentional, should it be something to consider at this point in time?
I think it has to do with ability and the passion for the game. Because when you look at being intentional, you look at these players, the ones that want to play for this, for the Super Eagles, they are passionate about it. These are the players that will give you 120%, not just 100%. And yesterday, just as I pointed out, not players that want to play for Nigeria because they couldn't make it somewhere else, because they don't want to stay at home during the World Cup period. They just want to play football. They don't really care. They don't mind wearing the Super Eagles jersey at that point. So being intentional is Tosin coming out to say, I want to play for the Super Eagles. Whether they qualify for the World Cup or not, this is what I want to do. I want to be a Super Eagles player. I'm willing to maybe wait and work harder and maybe get to qualify Nigeria if another opportunity presents itself. Not giving Nigeria condition that I want to play for the Super Eagles. If they fail to qualify for the World Cup, I might reconsider and all that. So being intentional is one of the criteria that makes you defend, because being patriotic and defending your country is not just on the battlefield, also on the pitch there. So if you're not intentional about it, if you don't hold Nigeria at heart, believe me, you can't just put on the jersey for fun, because there are some Nigerians that are watching this game with the passion. There are some of them that if Nigeria loses, some of them might even have a heart attack because of how passionate they are. There are times when even you sitting down there are times when Nigeria loses match and you refuse to eat. That is you being supporting.
My mom does not watch Nigeria match. It's for that reason.
You see, I know of the time when my dad was watching a Nigeria match, and in the process he kicked the table of food that he was eating, and he had a bad day throughout that day. So these fans are intentional about supporting Nigeria. The players should also show that intention. Play for Nigeria because you want to play for Nigeria. If you are given the opportunity, you can run through a brick wall for the Super Eagles. Don't just play because you see Nigeria as an option.
Okay.
So just as I said yesterday, if maybe a player he has options of representing 3 countries, and they look at Nigeria as maybe a second option, those players are not players. Irrespective of your quality, you might be the Messi, you might be the Ronaldo. Those players are not welcome in Nigeria.
Okay.
Play for Nigeria, even if you cannot trap ball properly. Play for Nigeria because you love it. There are times when ability does not come close to the passion.
All right.
10 players can defend against a team and maybe get one chance and score.
Right.
They don't have the ability, but the team with the ability might not have that passion, might not be willing to put in the extra work. So I just feel passion supersedes ability. If you want to play for Nigeria, let the passion be seen, not just in your speech, but also in your your play style too.
All right.
I think just to add to that, very crucially, is the fact that in the Super Eagles, if I were to ask each and one of us here, the position we need strengthening the most, we can all unanimously agree it's our centre backs. How many more centre backs options do we have apart from our starting two?
All right,
we had to go back down to pick it, so we can definitely see that we will need a player like him. But because of the fact of his decisions and choosing not to pick first, your picking Nigeria as your first choice country and instead holding on for your chance with England and all of that, we cannot, no matter the quality, no matter how we lack that experience or quality in those positions, would find a way about it. I don't know if you understand it. That's how crucial it is to us, for we wanting you to always have us as your first choice. Because when you go out there and we are your first choice, there's a different mentality. You fight to the very end. You carry it in your head. We don't want to see a case where like Victor just said, you already know that we are about to join or qualify for the Club World Cup, then you're doing some Inaki Williams kind of thing and joining almost immediately to play that tournament. That is not what we want.
All right.
So we want people who are dedicated. You play AFCON, you will come back and play even the minors, little less of friendlies. So that is what we want. Commitment all through.
All right. Yeah. Commitment all through is what we want.
I'm going to differ from the guys in the studio. I'm going to differ from the guys too. Yes, the passion. I don't know. What do you mean?
You're not a Nigerian.
Yeah,
you're not a Nigerian. That is why you won't understand what it means.
What do you mean I'm not a Nigerian? Please, I beg. I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian. When you hear my names, they are Nigerian names, so I don't think. I don't know what you're saying. Please. For me, for the guys, I understand where Victor is coming from, but we'll leave that matter when we leave studio. The reason why I don't agree with the guys, yes, I know the passion and everything. For the Super Eagles, we've always complained about the guys don't fight for the they don't fight for the jerseys, don't fight for the badge. But what I watched in the AFCON, I saw that these boys actually fight. The OB they were looking at, all the Yankee boys that we brought, they actually fight for the jersey. Yeah. Many of them they've been linked. We know when we try to get them and everything. They were linked with other countries. The struggle to get them and everything, and they've improved over the years. They've learned that okay, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to fight for, and I feel that we should be looking at the ability right now. We're looking at getting the best of the best. We should look at the best we can get in this position, the best we can get in this position. Tosin, as this person has said, he's one of the best that we can get in centre back role. That we see that he's actually dwindling. Samir Ajayi is getting old. Trist Ekong is getting old. Frederick is still coming up, and the rest. What's the new boy Agu? He's still trying to get incorporated into the whole setup. Tosin, yes, you say he's more of a vet than those two, than Frederick and Agu. He's been in the scene longer than them. He has that ability that we need at that centre back position. So we will not drop him because we want to go for a boy that is playing in Ligue 1.
Fine, abilities as against your commitments. Now,
see. I'm the coach. I get. Let's say we do qualify. He does pick us. There's going to be backlash from the fans. There's going to be backlash from everybody as usual. That he didn't pick us. He didn't do this. He didn't do that one. At the end of the day, he's still going to play that match. He's still going to give his best because what the coach has already given him that instructions. He's already been drilled to do what he needs to do. And when he does not do his job, there's going to be backlash. There's going to be backlash and all. We saw what happened to Alex Iwobi, even though it is unrelated to him playing for Nigeria. And oh boy, he's still going to face that same backlash. If Tosin does play, he's still going to face that same backlash. But when you've already taken that role, it's your job, and I don't think anybody wants to fail at doing their job. Nobody wants to do their job wrong, or nobody wants to do their job with passion. His job is playing football. That is his job to do, and he's in Nigeria setup with the team. He has the ability to take us one step further in defense. So for me, I don't believe we should start looking at he has the ability. He does not want to play for us. Yeah, let's go and take that boy that is playing in Cyprus lower division and take him. He says he wants to play for us. At the end of the day, you now compare those two players and you now see that based on what they've done, based on their stats and everything, Tosin is better. Or maybe Tosin would have had a much more better fit to that system. There's a reason why we are going for him. Of course, we know that he can fit that system. There are many centre backs in this thing. I'm sure there are many centre backs that want to play for Nigeria. Even Felix Agu self, before we even got him, I'm sure he wanted to play for Germany. He played for Germany for the German youth levels. He played for their youth levels. But at the end of the day, so that this was the only option. He came and he gave a good account of himself. Yes, Frederick came from an academy that Moses Simon brought up. I can say it's still a Nigerian this thing. Went there, so he had that passion to play. But Felix still gave us one of the best football that we've seen, and we saw okay, this boy can actually play, he can actually be fit into that role. Tosin, who is actually steps ahead of these two players in experience, in what he gives, in his ability. So I think let's get him. Let's get his ability.
Just to counter what you're saying, I think as a player choosing to represent a country, you start from somewhere. You cannot start from zero with both the national team and the fans. Not only do your performances have to be extraordinary to win the trust of the fans, because of the fact that probably they are already 50% of them are turned against you. So you have to put up some extraordinary numbers. You have to do something extra to show that you want to be there. If there's no effort by him on an extra level to show that he wants to be there, then there is no chance that he's going to have the fans on his side, no matter how well the team do. The fans are only going to be partially behind. I've seen different cases where you would go and ask at a club or at any national side whether or not this player fits the bill, and half the fans are torn. Like they're like, I don't want to see him in this side, or I want to. Look at how quickly clubs turn against their faithful. We just saw Alexander Arnold. It is not hard. In terms of playing pattern and everything, he's one of the best right backs in the world, if not the very best. But as soon as they found out that this person does not want to come, they sent him away. They make every effort to discourage players who do not want to play for their teams. I think that it's high time Nigeria took that same approach. We have become that big of a team. Yes, we are a team with potential, with quality. We can produce our stars. We want people. No, see, we want people that want to play for the team.
At the end of the day, those quality that we are still getting are still made manufacturers from over there. So at the end of the day, there's a point I'm trying to make. There's a point I'm trying to make.
As at when which Truce Ekong's statement is very valid.
Yeah.
Truce Ekong was talking about himself, Leon Balogun, Alex Iwobi, as of when they joined the team as the first set of those European players that joined the national team. As of then, I would say we were in a desperate need of a refix. Sure, we had players playing outside in Europe, but they were not as talented. So at that point, we had something to plan our base around, meaning that we were able to convince these guys. We went forward, we tried our hands with all these other ones you're seeing playing, the Ezes, the Bukayo Sakas, the Olises. We went forward and we also tried with them. We could not get them. But then at the same time, these players that have set the benchmark some 6-7 years back for how we want to play and the standard we are to set going forward is exactly the reason for my argument. What I'm trying to say is that we have come to that point where we are able to say you are our first choice or nothing. And I don't know if you get it. We have come from that point where we would have normally chased after those players to now saying there has to be some willingness on your end. Now the reports from what I'm hearing is he's weighing it up. He wants to play in the World Cup. So he's weighing it up. He's considering. We cannot say the same for someone like Felix Agu, who joined us to play what's the name of the tournament we just won?
The Unity Cup.
The Unity Cup. He shows something on you have to show something that you actually want to be here. You don't just join. I will forever cite Inaki Williams, who wanted to play and wanted to play with Spain. Had no opening into the Spanish national team. So Ghana qualified for the Club World Cup immediately after was it not Nigeria they removed? Immediately after removing
for the FIFA World Cup,
for the FIFA World Cup qualification, after removing that, and he jumped ship. So that kind of player tells you he wants to be there for the big tournaments. Would he stay? Of course he will stay because he has chosen to represent you. But we want someone that can say, okay, at this point, I will play anywhere and anytime you needs me. Now he's weighing up his options. He has not made up his mind. He's waiting to see. And if Nigeria clinch that Club World Cup, which he wants to be at, he's going to FIFA Club. Sorry, not Club World Cup. FIFA World Cup. Sorry. He's going to definitely want to be there. So that is exactly the angle I'm coming from. We've come from that time where we will be too dependent on those players to now where we can hold our own.
All right. Okay.
Have we really come away from that time? Because at the end of the day, we are still going for those players. Because at the end of the day, if we do qualify for the World Cup, I still believe Nigeria is still going to go for Tosin because they know what
Why
they lack.
do you think Nigeria will go for Tosin?
Because we know what we lack.
Now,
and
okay,
we know that
fine.
I know he fits the bill.
Okay, fine. Let's look at Tosin Adarabioyo as it stands right now, because he has become the center of the center of this argument here. Because fine, the argument is, when do we draw the line between abilities and commitment? Ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, being Williams Troost-Ekong, has stated that for you to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, for you to don the jerseys of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, you must do that from your heart. It must be a decision that you have taken to represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria from your heart. And this is coming just, I think, surrounding the decision issues with Tosin Adarabioyo. And the reports have it that he seems to be looking at the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If they clinch that World Cup 2026 FIFA World Cup tickets, then it will be all road leading to the Nigerian defense for him at this point. And the guys in the studio, we are looking at, when do you draw the line between commitment and your abilities? Now, Tosin Adarabioyo for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, is he on the pecking order? Will Tosin Adarabioyo be stated as 1, 2, 3 of the best central defenders that we are having in the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Remember, let me look through and run you through the central defenders that we have right here in Nigeria. There is a Williams Troost-Ekong being the captain of that side. We also have a Simi Ajayi being one of his most formidable partners. Of recent, we've seen Calvin Bassey step into that as one of the partners for Williams Troost-Ekong. We've seen the likes of Igo Ogbu coming through the ranks also. There is Benjamin Frederick. At some point, we saw Benjamin Tanimu, but he has not been a regular at that particular department. There's Felix Agu, who can also play as a centre-back. There's Jordan Toruna Riga. We've got also Gabriel Osho somewhere in Auxerre, right there in the League One. We've also got Kenneth Omere. Even he has not stated that he has retired. Kenneth Omere is still in that mix. There's Bruno Onyemechi, who can play as a central centre-back also. From down here in the MPFL, there's Victor Collins also. There's Chigozie Awaziem. He has been in and out there also. There's Olisanda, who plays for Orlando Pirates right there in the PSL. Yes, the South African League. There is Kevin Akpoguma. He can also do his beat right there. So out of all of these players, Tosin Adarabioyo, where does he sit in the pecking order right now?
I think Tosin Adarabioyo currently would rank probably easily 4th or 5th.
4th or 5th. Who is ahead of him?
You think 2 or 3?
To me, I think 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
You know where I'll base my argument on?
Least
it's the fact that even for his club side, he's not particularly a starter.
He's not particularly a starter. He's not outstanding.
Now, I would say Williams
for Fulham, he was a starter. The reason why Chelsea got him from Fulham, with the ability he showed at Fulham, he could have. Chelsea, they are still building. They are still trying to find that spot.
But that is a past record.
He held them to the conference finals. He's getting games at the Club World Cup. I believe when the season starts, we are going to see more of Tosin.
But why can't Tosin Adarabioyo command a starting shirt right there in Chelsea?
I think apart from that, just very quickly, apart from that, we also have to recognize the fact that people like Calvin Bassey not only commands his starting lineup,
but is a presence. The best Fulham player of the just concluded season.
He is by far their best defender. He has been standing in very well for Anderson, Kenny Tete, whoever he partners at that back line. we still see the leadership of William Troost-Ekong. You can't tell me he comes above these two people, at least.
I believe he can come in. I believe he can come in for Bassi. I believe him and Bassi. I believe him and Bassi can exchange at least.
And
if not,
and you drop off Williams Troost-Ekong.
That's why I don't know. I say him and Bassi. I say we are not dropping Troost-Ekong. Ekong is staying there.
For you put a Tosin Adarabioyo ahead of a Calvin Bassi. Ahead of a Calvin Bassi.
Him and Calvin Bassi. Him and Bassi can both interchange. I believe him and Bassi can both interchange. It can be
we're looking on the pecking order. Who is
formidable? That you're overrating him a bit. I just have to say, this one is not me underrating or overplaying his game or trying to overdo my parts, but I would simply put it this way: I don't rate him that highly. I think you rate him too highly.
I'm rating him too highly depending on what I'm rating him highly on what we have at the Super Eagles. I'm not rating him on what he has played. I'm rating more.
I just mentioned what you have in the Super Eagles. So for you, a Tosin Adarabioyo would be ahead of who? Now
he'll be ahead of Onyemaechi. Let me Omeru, Ogbu, Ajayi, who again? Frederick and Agu, they are just starting. So
he's going to be ahead of Simi Ajayi, who has been tested and trusted, who went to the African Cup of Nations and gave a very good account of himself.
Yeah.
Now, if Eric Shell is listening to you at this point in time, from your own starters for the Super Eagles defense, then Eric Shell is going to be going with Troost-Ekong and Tosin Adarabioyo.
Yeah, you could go with that.
According to Ovie Wallace. And for you, Alex?
Well, for me, I think definitely there is no way he fits in ahead of a 31-year-old William Troost-Ekong.
Okay.
And definitely not ahead of Calvin Bassi, who has proven to be our best centre-back over the course of the years, or the best centre-back partnership. We've been faulting their partnership. We've said they've made too many mistakes. I don't want to see a hint of softness that Adarabioyo has in his game. I think he gets... How do I put it? He gets really outplayed by strikers or center forwards with a lot of strength, pace, and stamina, which is where he lacks out immediately. At least if Chelsea shields a Badiashile kind of player, he does better defending one-on-one with a striker than Tosin will actually give you.
All right.
So that hint of softness that we've been complaining about in our defense, where we just seem to lose focus, he does not improve it. He does not make it any better. And this is just talking statistically from his own game. If you go and check his records and his ball recoveries and his time tackles and all of that, he does not add anything better to the defense we are already crying of. So why add him to the team? Definitely, I'll go with still Williams Troost-Ekong, Calvin Bassi, and of course I'll keep every other centre backs ready in case of anything.
All right.
In addition to what Alex just said, I think he took the words out off my mouth there, because you look at Tosin in Chelsea. You look at the options at Chelsea. There's a Levi Colwill, there's a Bernard Badiashile. There is Chalobah is also there. And you look at these players, Chalobah is not a mainstay in the Three Lions team. Levi Colwill is not a mainstay in the Three Lions team. But Badiashile does not make the French national team also. These are three options that cannot make the cut in their respective national teams. And Ovie is saying he's going to interchange with Calvin Bassi, a mainstay in the Super Eagles team. Not just a mainstay in the Super Eagles team, if one of the first names in the Fulham team. Believe me, if Tosin were to be in Fulham, Fulham will not drop Calvin Bassi for him to start.
Okay.
That is his level. Some Nigerians might give a case for him to be included in the Super Eagles squad because we feel the options we have are getting old. If William Troost-Ekong was in his 20s, there will be no way we are even having this debate of Tosin coming in and all that, because William Troost-Ekong in his prime is better than two, and that's another goal there for Paris Saint-Germain. The same man doing the damage again. I don't know. Playing against Messi, Joao Neves has turned to a prime Ibrahimovic. That was a goal that a poacher will actually, the likes of Nicola Jackson will be looking at this goal and be like, yes.
And what was the Inter Miami center back thinking right there when he lost possession right in front? That's just schoolboy error.
I think this is part-time footballers playing against full-time footballers. That's just it. Because the high press from Paris Saint-Germain is something that this Inter Miami team do not see every day. It's something that they only see it on TV, and this is a proper European team. Yeah. And let's not forget, this is the European giants, currently the best team in Europe based on the UEFA Champions League that they just won. So playing against a bunch of old men and inexperienced younger players. So I think 2-0 is just flattering to deceive.
Okay.
So, but for Tosin there, to make it easy, I just feel if he wants to play for the Super Eagles, he should be humble.
All right.
Come and play for the Super Eagles.
All right.
As usual, I'm going to start. Number. Okay, now this is what they've played both this season. Tosin has played 22 games. Bassey has played 35 games. Now they are both defenders. So I'll just be looking at their defensive aspect of it. Now interceptions. Bassey beats him at interceptions, 0.6 interceptions against 0.5 interceptions. It's really, really close. He has played less games. Tackles 1.5, 0.8. Bassey still beats Tosin here. In dribbled pass, Tosin has been dribbled pass less, 0.2, 0.3. It's still really close. Clearances 3.6 against 3.2. Tosin still beats him in clearances. Blocked shots 0.2 against 0.1. Tosin still beats him there. Tosin has not really had much game to play. Area duels won, he beats him there. 60% won against 57% won. Possession lost, he has not lost more possessions than Calvin Bassey. Calvin Bassey has lost 7.9 possessions. He has lost 5.0. I think that's very good for a defender. I think Tosin is a ball playing a defender. Fouls 0.4 against 0.7. Tosin still beats him there in fouls. In fouls given. Yeah. I say if fouls given. Yeah. Still beats him.
Fouls conceded.
Yeah. Fouls conceded 0.4. No. This is fouls given, not fouls conceded.
Okay.
Like how many times they foul? 0.4 against 0.7. So he doesn't really foul people like that. For fouls given, but for fouls conceded, Calvin Bassey, you say he takes more charge.
And he plays more games.
Yeah,
so when a defender plays more games, definitely you get those fouls. So you can't compare. A Calvin Bassey when it has to do with fouls conceded with a Tosin Adarabioyo who comes in and spends about 20 minutes.
I think most of the statistics you have just called out there, the first thing I would like to point out first of all is the number of games. 22 to 35. If you play 35 games, it will inflate those statistics in large proportions. You can agree with me. And then the second aspect is the fact that the 22 games he played, what were the quality of his opponents? Calvin Bassey plays 35. 35 means you miss only 3 games of the season. You're playing against the Liverpools, the Arsenals. I did not see Tosin. I did not see Tosin in the lineup against City. Home or away. Did he play Liverpool? We need to start having discussions about his quality. The 22 games you played, what were your opponents like?
Let me answer that. Most of the opponents Tosin had for this just concluded season were the games in the Conference League at the preliminary stage where they were playing with the likes of Tyrell George and the likes of Achempong and all that. These were the games that he played. Let's not forget that Chelsea went on to win that competition. He played lots of games there. He didn't play the big guns.
Exactly.
I can remember the Fulham game against the 2 Fulham games against Liverpool. The first game ended in a draw, a 2-2 draw. The second game ended in a 3-2 win for Fulham. Those 2 games, Calvin Bassey was there.
Yeah.
The game against Manchester United, Calvin Bassey was there, where Fulham got to win and even scored. Then you look at the level of opposition
he plays.
Tosin plays against the lesser side. I am not trying to look down on him, but Tosin plays against the lesser side. If Chelsea were to have a Champions League final today, or let's say Chelsea gets on to qualify for the Club World Cup final, their centre-back pairing, believe me, if everyone is fit, Tosin does not start.
Yes.
But if Fulham were to be in a Carabao Cup final and everyone is fit, Calvin Bassey will be the first name in that defense.
Ovie, this question is just posed to you. What does that say about a player like Tosin if Enzo Maresca does not trust him enough to start the big games.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the argument right here in the studio is Tosin Adarabioyo. Is he of better quality than some of the centre backs that we have at this point in time? So I'll throw open the phone lines to take your reactions on this particular one. Tosin Adarabioyo trying to make up his mind if to represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Reports have it that he's looking out to see if the Super Eagles would qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And here is the captain of the side, William Strustekon, saying if you must represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria, if you must don the green and white jerseys of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, then you must do that from your heart. You must make sure that you make a decision right from within your heart to give your all when you are out there with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And for the guys in the studio, Ovie Wallace is saying Tosin Adarabioyo on the pecking order for the centre backs that we have should be within the second or the third. His pairing is a William Strustekong and a Tosin Adarabioyo. While the others are saying no, Adarabioyo doesn't come in terms of quality close to the likes of Simi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey, even Igo Obu, as the case may be. What do you think about this one? Tosin Adarabioyo coming into the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Where do you place him on the pecking order? We've seen of recent Benjamin Frederick. He came up in the Unity Cup, and we had a very, very good account to say about Benjamin Frederick. Simi Ajayi did his bit in the African Cup of Nations pairing with Williams Troost-Ekong. We have also seen Igo Obu at some point in time. Do you think that Tosin Adarabioyo is needed in that team? And if he does come through, where do you place him on the pecking order? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, you can drop your reactions to 0701-933-9962. We are looking at the Super Eagles of Nigeria and their centre-back issues. We're supposed to have Tosin Adarabioyo join up, and he's yet to make up his mind. Hopefully, he's looking at the chances of the Super Eagles of Nigeria on the globe when it has to do with the FIFA World Cup. If that happens, then he may be switching allegiance fully to represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If he does come through, where do you see him stand or being placed on the pecking order when it has to do with the central defenders that we have had right here, or we are having right here in the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Guys, we have most of the Super Eagles players right here in Nigeria enjoying their holidays, and I came across a clip of Kelechi Nwakali when he scored a screamer of a free kick right there training right here in Nigeria, and it's opened up again that can of what I want to call it can of worms. It opened up that inquisition where we are looking at Kelechi Nwakali, his quality in that midfield still lacking. What's the reason? Why is he not part of that Super Eagles setup? But guys, let's look at what we've got right now as we step into very soon. The players will be returning to actions in their various club sites, and not too long they would be returning to the Super Eagles of Nigeria to do the business of searching for qualification for the Super Eagles of Nigeria for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's going to be match 7 and match 8. There is going to be did I just turn my eyes and I saw Paris Saint-Germain leading 2-0, and I turned and it's Paris Saint-Germain leading 4-0. Alex, what's happening there?
Well, I think during the time where we were still discussing, Adarabioyo, PSG have turned up the heat and have scored 2 goals in the space of, I think, 2 minutes, if I'm not wrong. Well, the first one was a header, or would I say a touch of Fabian Ruiz across from Desire Due, and this one is a rebounded shot by Hakimi. He caught his own rebound and he puts it in, and well, this was not a contest. I don't know why we were trying to lie to ourselves. This was not. We just wanted to see Messi.
Why is Achraf Hakimi explaining to Luis Suarez why he scored that goal?
I think think the most wholesome part of all this was the hugs that the PSG players were giving Messi, obviously acknowledging him. But that was where the hospitality ended. This was always going to be the storyline of this game. So it's 4-0 and they're just going on half time. So yeah, PSG doing exactly what we expected, and well, we'll see how it goes.
Can the question now is, can Inter Miami do a comeback the way Barcelona usually does comebacks? 4 goals is nothing. Yes, it's just better. We saw within the season.
No, it's only 4 goals.
No, they can actually do a comeback, but I think the only comeback is coming out of the dressing room.
Let them take off Messi. The embarrassment will be too much. This game will end possibly 10. They should take off Messi.
Wow.
For the respect of what he has done over the years. They need to take him off second half. Yes.
Beg PSG, make PSG calm down.
All right. So that was the voice of Priye Zogu as he did come into the studio to taunts me at this point. Inter Miami losing 4-0. First half done and dusted there with Paris Saint-Germain. Is there going to be a comeback? You know how the Barcelona spirit is. It goes with everyone who has played in Barcelona. Yeah. Could we see a comeback later in the second half here? But it's 4-0 in favor of Paris Saint-Germain. And for the Super Falcons, for the Super Falcons, right there in that preparatory game with the Black Queens of Ghana, is goalless from that particular center. Both teams have been looking for how to get in front, but that didn't work through as they have settled for no goals as the first half has come to an end right there. So second half would be coming through in a bit of time, but we are still looking at the Super Eagles of Nigeria as we look to run out of the studio in a couple of minutes, and we're looking at the center-back pairing, which would be the best. The phone lines are open. You could weigh into the conversation at this point in time, but for now we're going to move ahead as we look at the transfers involving Nigerian players. Yes, transfers involving Nigerian players. All right, looking at the transfers involving Nigerian player, one man whose name is always on the lips of everyone is Victor Osimhen, as the president of Galatasaray has stated that they are waiting for Osimhen. The president of Galatasaray, Dawson Obek, has stated that business is up and running and they are waiting for Victor Osimhen's response if he's going to be staying back at Galatasaray. He stated here, and I quote, that Galatasaray are chasing the league, the Turkish Cup, as well as a trophy in Europe. They have the chance to come into the UEFA Champions League this period, so they are guaranteeing Victor Osimhen football in the much revered UEFA Champions League. If you're a Victor Osimhen, are you going to be taking this one at this point? It seems too much of a delay. We saw this in the last summer transfer. So much of delays involving Victor Osimhen, and at the end of the day, it was like he isn't going to go forward. For Napoli, they have given him a call to join the pre-season activities. Now, Victor Osimhen, Napoli, pre-season activities. Is that an indication that the man might be spending his time back there at Naples, Victor Israel?
I don't think preseason, everybody comes to preseason. Coming to preseason is not a guarantee that you are part of the plans. Preseason, lots of loan players do come to preseason and just to maybe work out with the team, sometimes to complete numbers, knowing fully well that some of the players are not yet back. So I think Victor Osimhen's time at Napoli is done. He should just leave the team and maybe go to another team, go to a team where he is valued some Nigerians will say go to where he can get the money, that's in the Saudi league, but the man still wants to stay and play competitive football. So if Galatasaray is the option, he should just go down there, because his loan stint there was successful.
All right.
Even the fans loves him. You could see during the game that this is the mainstay, this is the main man, irrespective of the fact that Murray Cardi is there and the others, but he is the main man. So he should just go there and play good football.
All right. For Victor Israel, he feels Victor Osimhen should stay back at Galatasaray and play good football. After all, they are offering the League Cup, they are offering the league title, as well as a chance in Europe, and that could be the UEFA Champions League. Another Victor is in the talking point, is on the talking point right now, and that is Victor Boniface, as Al Nassr have opened back a need to get him. Now he's back on the table for Al Nassr, and should Victor Boniface be making that big move or keep building his career somewhere in Europe, anywhere in Europe? He is still a player of Bayer Leverkusen. Alex?
Well, I definitely think that, with the departure of John Duran, he should be looking at that move. I mean, right now Leverkusen are open to the idea of selling him, or has it been confirmed that he's set to leave Leverkusen this season? And we know very well that Al Nassr were on his tails during the January transfer window, which they eventually decided to go for John Duran, who was said to be unhappy at the Saudi side and is set to leave, Fenerbahce in negotiation. So this looks like a very, very good move for him. I mean, not only does he get to play with Cristiano, but I mean, he also features, and it could be a way to sort of like revive. I would say revive his career. I would put it down to the injuries and maybe a couple of performances that have been below par, and then he fell out of favor with even Nigerians, because most of the fans are not behind him right now, and he's way below in the pecking order of Nigerian strikers right now. So if he's thinking about maybe future tournaments for Nigeria, he's thinking about AFCON or a possible World Cup or any other future tournament, this is the move for him. I mean, he has also had options. I think there were also reports that Real Madrid needed a 9 who was open to the fact that he's going to be a role player. He's not going to be a starter. And Xabi Alonso, the coach that just left Leverkusen to join Real Madrid, is a huge fan of Victor Boniface and was looking to possibly bring him, even if it's a 1-year deal, kind of what what's this guy's name? The former Madrid number 9, Joselu, yeah, the role Joselu played before leaving to Saudi, if I'm not wrong, too. So, I mean, his options are definitely open, and I think a new move is the best thing for him, because at least it gives him the sense that his career can reignite. So, I'm hoping that he gets that spark, and well, the move to Al Nassr is definitely a dream one.
All right, the move to Al Nassr for Victor Boniface will definitely be a dream one. And there is Ademola Lookman also. We hear that a lot of English Premier League sides are up and running for his signature, yet his future is has not been it has not been cleared at the end of the day. But over the week we had some talks coming about Ademola Lookman, and the reason why Atalanta should not have him within their ranks. He's a player that does not stick to instructions. So where is the destination for this man at this point in time? Ovia Wallace.
Yeah.
Ademola Lookman.
For Lookman, we're seeing places like Barca and the rest, but I think Paris Saint-Germain, I'm hearing Juve also looking at him, but he still has a lot to prove at Atalanta, I believe so, but top clubs are going to come for him to see what happens when there's actually more verifiable news coming up. For now, what we're just seeing is we see underground information from what we've heard, but I think maybe it's the time for the man to leave Atalanta and move on.
All right, the time for Ademola Lookman to leave Atalanta and move on. And we are set already to move on at this point, as time is no longer our friend. It's been fun and amazing talking to you right here from the side of the divide. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for joining from the phone lines as well as the SMS and the WhatsApp platform. Thank you to the guys who did this with me, Alex Kabari, Victor Israel, and Ovie Wallace. We're going to be back here tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack, where we take you through all that has happened through the week in the world of sports. My name still remains Osasi Hewen, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it. Leave it on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.